Alaji.
Tembei.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So what is happening there? What is
Mtu
happening
wako
there?
leo uko na
Yeah.
yako huko kwanza zima nini? Guys wenye wanataka kutujoin, kujeni hapa mtuambie mbona mna ignore COVID rules, mnafanya meetings with millions and millions of people. Leo nimehesabu wale walikuwa mkutano ya Ruto, nikaona they were close to 3 million people. Mbona mnafanya hivyo na kuna corona? Alaji, unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
So najua Ruto si mchezo, ni mtu mkubwa sana kuliko wale wengine. Sasa najua yeye ako na talent za hizi politics, amelelewa sana na politics mpaka sasa anataka waongozi wale wengine. Sasa simuone ile siku ya madaraka ndio huko Kisumu, ulikuwa unaona sio? Hata watu walikuwa wamesaliti Raila, wengine wamesaliti Uhuru na wameenda kwake. So everything is fine with Mr. Ruto. Hizo zingine sasa tuachie huko.
Okay, so we uogopi venye kuna corona na unaona tumeweka curfew mpaka hizi kaunti za Nyanza mingi, then mnaenda kufanya mkutano kubwa hivyo?
Najua hii corona hii inawasumbua watu wote, sisi peke yetu. Hata wale ambao wako na makutano fulani sijui hapo, kwa mara wanafunga mara wanafungua. So unaona hizi zote ile kaunti ziko na sasa. Kisumu, unaona Kisumu ni mahali ambao tulisherehekea siku ya Madaraka Day. Na sasa unaona vile iko the number of COVID-19 cases are rising day in day out. So wao walikuwa wametupatia njia ile kuenda, sisi tumefuata hiyo njia. There's nothing wrong with it.
Okay. Mark, tuambie, mbona mnabeba over 3 million people mnatembea nao kukiwa na COVID?
Unanisikia kwanza?
Yes.
Okay, actually first of all I'm very happy. Hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuingia kwa hii conversation and I have been following ni ile tu kupata chance inakuanga tu ni normal at times because at times stage inakuanga full, but leo nimepata nafasi. That aside, nimeona Ruto amekuwa kule West Pokot, but honestly speaking, Mutembei, if I were Ruto I would have done the same because I'm following my master. Because if the master, Uhuru Kenyatta was in Kisumu, yes, by then walikuwa wanasema hii COVID, the new variant, it was still there, but a part of badala as in trying to maybe to take care about that and trying to have that into consideration, he was the first one to be there. In fact, pia najua ilifurahia sana wakimshangilia na wakiwa wengi sana. You remember the day. So it's like, it is, if I were Ruto, I will not now ati nikae chini nigoje until when my boss atafungua, and be assured sasa hii juu ameona that Ruto has done something in West Pokot, I'm sure atafunga, then yeye mwenyewe ndo ataongoza kuifungua. So naona shida ni hawa wakubwa wake, because Ruto is not in government, as to say. Yes.
Okay, sawa. Gaduma,
iko vipi my brother?
we mbona mnabeba watu 3 million bwana na kuko na corona? Kwani hamna huruma na Wakenya?
I would like you to start by addressing your boss. He was in Mombasa. He was in the coast region for I think a week. You're talking about Ruto, who did it for 1 day. Raila Odinga did it for 5 days. 5 days. You didn't start with that, did you? No. Uhuru Kenyatta yesterday paraded a huge group of people. You didn't say anything about that. I think there was also a funeral. Mazishi, the last time I checked, walikuwa wanaallow, I think it was a mere 20 people. Yesterday mazishi ya Kirumbi ilikuwa na watu wangapi? So do not just talk about Ruto. Let's talk about the whole country. We have disregarded Corona from day one. It didn't start yesterday, my brother. Thank you.
But makosa ufai nitangwaje kukansa makosa na makosa ingine, si mnafaa kutuonesha the leadership.
Sasa when the boss is doing it, when the president is the one leading it, you just have to follow. Ruto says Uhuru Kenyatta is his boss. So what his boss does is what Ruto does.
Okay, sawa. Charles.
Yeah, you go.
Charles.
Ni Charles tutaongea ama ni mrembo? Acha tuongeleshane na mrembo.
Sijui kama ni bibi yake ama nani. Mimi naona mtu amejiita Charles.
Yeah, she can address us as well.
Okay. I think how we should remove them, at least wapate time nzuri. We should not be having Richard Yegon. Richard.
So, but to be honest with you, Mutembei, I do agree with you. It's a mess that these guys are still doing this now. It's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, it's impossible to stop one when the others are doing it. Unajua?
Sasa imagine just last week ama ni this week kwanza ndio tumeban over I think 8 counties ama ni 6 counties zimewekewa curfew ya 7 and then here we are having over 8 million people following you, but popote unaenda.
Yeah,
It's
but you know, like Mark and I said, it starts from the top. You know, it's difficult. You know, in politics, lazima wewe unaangalia kipande kingine anafanya nini. Hakuna venye utakaa hapo. 2022 is approaching. Yeah, wao wanaendelea kufanya yao. It will be foolish for you to sit there. I mean, I know they should all be worried about the people that they lead. Lakini sasa kama kiongozi mwenyewe he doesn't care. I mean, what do you expect the other people to do?
okay, sawa. So tusikize Caleb Kiblagat Sakaja.
Yes, Mutembei.
Yes, tuambie mbona mnabeba the whole Kenya na kuna corona? Caleb ni nini bana? Siongea. Umeang. Chris Angombo.
Motebe.
Yes.
And before the speaker,
Wewe ndio unacheza ngoma huko
very
nyuma.
unfortunate because
Nani anacheza ngoma huko nyuma? Usifungulie ngoma karibu na wewe. Felix Otieno.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, poa sana. Tuambie mbona mmeanza kubeba over millions and millions of people kwa rallies na bado mmekea wengine curfew ya 7?
Hapana, inafaa tuseme tu ukweli because hata hiyo rally Raila alienda Mombasa, niliona kama watu walikuwa wanafuata COVID protocol. And let us be frank. DP Ruto is the deputy president of Kenya, but if it can just obey the rules and to me kitu nimejua sahi COVID is real. So Ruto as a leader, you need to lead by example. I think Thorax will never and will not make him be the president of Kenya. I think that's my opinion.
Okay, sawa, tumesikiza. Richard, uko ready kuongea? Ama bando? Richard Yegon. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, yes.
Good, Mutembei. Yes, what I want to contribute by saying, you know, leaders are leading by example. You know, the president himself is politics in disguise. And this has woken up the likes of Raila going to the coast to meet the people and do the politics. And when Ruto does something, even if he goes out something, everybody starts saying, Ruto. What is in Ruto, which is other leaders are not doing? It's the same thing. Because even my friend who just left now is talking about Ruto. And in fact, they are just trying to attack Ruto only. What is wrong with Ruto? Ruto, just wait for him. He's going to be the president. We are going to make sure that he is voted in. Because the problem is, these other people are just waiting for. They don't see that the other leaders are the likes of Raila, Kalonzo, the president himself, are not doing the same thing. And in fact, they are doing the same thing. They are not. Ruto has been keeping quiet until when Raila went to the coast. He just came out, maybe he was going to the church or somewhere, and all hell broke loose. We need to accept this.
Okay, sawa. Twende kwa Njomo. Unmute your mic bana. Njomo ni nini? Okay, sawa. Kama hutaki kuongea twende kwa Dennis. Miri something, Miriambo. Miriambi. Dennis, unmute your mic. Ni nini iko na shida na nyinyi?
Unmuted for them. Unmuted for them maybe. Mimi niko sawa.
But then, okay, endelea Dennis.
Yeah. I'm here. My Wi-Fi is static. That's why you see I'm not responding. I'm having static network. I'm trying to figure it out there.
Okay, Mr. President.
Hello, I'm here.
Yes. Changia bana.
Mwanzo hebu nimeingia saa hii nieleze ni nini tunachangia.
Wewe ni nini bana? Mimi sipendangi kusikia hivyo. Kwani ukiingia hujaona topic? Nini sasa? Dr. Nyamwega. Nyamwega. Unmute your mic tukusikie.
Nakupata.
Yes, endelea.
Uhuru, nashukuru kwa hii forum. Actually nimekuwa nikiona game, but then at the same time nimekuwa nikifuatilia Asla na mambo yake ya huku West Pokot. Currently niko Narok. Na okay, ningesema kitu ya kwanza maybe topic ningeikosoa kidogo kwa kusema kwamba anakaidi presidential order ya kuhold rallies. Ukiangalia baba alikuwa last week amekuwa hapo amekuwa Coast, na Uhuru mwenyewe president amekuwa pia akifanya rally zake bila kukanywa. Secondly, nikisema ungeona hata huu umeangalia, umeona venye Wakenya wana respond kwa hizo rally za huyo mzee. Sai Hustler Nation, kitu mimi naweza sema,
hebu ngoja kidogo, kuna Cheps hapa ananiambia ni style up, niache siasa chuki gani na vile napenda Ruto. Sasa simwambieni huyo dem venye napenda Ruto.
I mean, aingia ajitetea akiwa hapa.
Hapana. No. Siwezi kubaliana na nyinyi bana. Why Ruto?
Nani anaongea sasa?
Mtembee, acha nimalize. Acha nimalize kwanza.
Wewe mwenye tulikuwa tunaongea naye, huyu anaongea hapa ni yule nimeambia ongea akakataa kuongea.
Dr. Nyamwega.
Okay, endelea.
Huyu ameenda. Ama bado yuko
Niko area.
Malizia bana.
Okay, so kumalizia nilikuwa ningependa maybe kuambia Wakenya wenye wanafuatilia hii live, unaona venye Hustler Nation watu wana respond. Actually sahi Kenya hakuna chama yenye inaweza shinda UDA kwa election yoyote. Venye mnaangalia tu kila mahali, hata kwa corona ungeona venye Hustler alikuwa na move masses kwa ground zote. Bi tuko kwetu Kisii alikuwa ameingia, hapa Narok alikuwa ametesa, Kajiado, Meru, huko Chuka mahali nilisomea. So ni kila mahali. Mimi naona sahi it's time maybe to impress mzee. Na okay, maoni yangu maybe actually maybe yeye mwenyewe, mimi kusema kwangu haezi shinda akiwa peke yake. Maybe UDA pekee haiwezi mweka akue rais. So maybe atafute chama moja kidogo hivi, maybe hata chama kama the Service Party ya huko ya Mwangi Kiunjuri, ajoin naye ama ajoin na hii ya huyu Kuria, at least tupate uungwaji mkono mingi, ndio huyo jamaa akwe president. Mimi namtakia kila laheri. Okay, kwako.
Okay, sawa sawa. Tuende kwa nani huyo hajaongea? Chris Agwambo, umeongea?
Hajaongea, lakini he has to unmute his mic.
Agwambo, unmute your mic. Ni nini iko na shida na some guys?
Sawa.
Yes.
Mutebei.
Mhm.
Sasa mimi kitu yenye ningesema
Yes, endelea.
Unaona hawa wanasiasa?
Wewe endelea bwana. Utakuuliza swali ni kujibu, just contribute. Ukimaliza then we can ask you questions.
What I can say Mutebei is just like this. Wanasiasa juzi wamekuwa Kisumu. Sasa wakati walikuwa Kisumu, unaona hiyo nini congestion? Unaona? Sasa COVID imespread. Sisi ndio tunaumia, wananchi wa chini. Wao wakiwa Nairobi, wao wameenda Nairobi. Sasa nani wakiwa? That is my point. Kama mnanielewa.
Okay, Okelo. Okelo.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Unanipata?
Wewe tunakupata bwana.
Okay, tumeshukuru bwana. Nimeona it's a very good contribution anyway. And in fact, we are just trying to compare notes.
Nani amefungulia mic? Please, kama uongei, just mute your mic. Ukiitwa ndio una unmute wakati ya muongei, mkiitwa mna mute. Sasa.
Hello.
Okay, endelea Chris. Chris, umemute mic yako ama sio? Ama Okelo ni wewe ulikuwa unachangia, endelea.
So I was the one who was sharing in.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm saying that looking at our leaders, you'll find that almost all of them are contravening the put constitution, and more especially, you see, the president should be leading by good example. And if you look at what Ruto is doing, he's actually doing what he had seen being done before. You saw what Raila did when he came from the other funeral. He met with people all the way through where he came from, talking to them, and they were gathering in groups. And that is actually what happened in Nyanza, and you can see our status at now. Now, Ruto is now again repeating the same thing that happened in Nyanza, and you can see how that massive crowd was there. People were put together, and there was no social distance. People even contravened the COVID-19 rules. So our leaders are the very, very people who are confusing us and even putting Kenya into a dungeon of problems. So I can say that all politicians have a problem to Kenya.
Okay,
that is what I can say, yes.
I guess what Mutebei is trying to ask is this, huh? So Uhuru is on his way. Uhuru is on his way out, right? We assume.
Yes.
Ruto is the future president. So as a future president, don't you think he should be better? He should, hata kama wengine wanafanya, if you want to be the future president, shouldn't you be showing us with action that you can be responsible despite what the other people are doing?
Okay, I may not say that he's the he's a future president, maybe in quotes.
Exactly.
But he should lead by example if he is to be a leader, even if he is to be the president. I don't mean he's already the president, all he will be, because he doesn't know who will be the president. We are still far away from elections, but those are just mere predictions. But still, then we don't know who would be the president. But the fact is that he has to show us an example. He has to lead by standing firm on the put principles guiding the coronavirus, and not only him alone. All the leaders within the nation should do so.
But you yourself, you pointed at the other guys. So I think what Mutembei is saying, why are you pointing at the other guys? What about Ruto? What is his responsibility as a prospective future president? Shouldn't he be doing better? I think that's what Mutembei is asking.
So I was pointing at them because you see, it's like these people are in a competition. They are saying that if so and so has done, why not me? And so he's doing it as a revenge to the other parties.
Yeah, but is that what you want in a president? I want a president who can show me, who can demonstrate me that he can stand out in a crowd and do better and be better.
But how can you stand while contradicting?
Wakenya wanataka mtumie Kiswahili, wanasema waelewe Kizungu. Unajua commoners, hustlers, ongeeni lugha ya hustler.
Nilisikia wakisema kuwa nataka Kiswahili. Okay, hakuna shida, tuendelee basi.
Hata akisema tuongee Kiswahili, tutafanya maneno mengine hapa haijaeleweka manze.
na hakuna shida.
Oh, here comes Rupia. Anyway, I think Okello is done. Mutembei, you can give it to another person, I think.
Okay. Tuende kwa Rupia.
Yaani nimemaliza, yule mjamaa amenitishia kwa ni lazima tuzungumze Kiswahili bana.
Okay, sawa. Fadhali wewe huwezi ongea Kiswahili na lugha yako.
Niko na swali kwa Okello.
Yes.
Kwangu mimi.
So, si wewe ni Okello ama wewe si Okello? Kubali ulizwe swali. Okay. So Okello, unapoongea unazunguka na point unataka kusema ni kitu inaeleweka. Ukisema unaongea hivi, sijasema Ruto ndiye atakuwa rais, lakini lazima kuwe responsible. Nini kinaonyesha kwamba haizi akawa rais? Kwa sababu who is his competitor? If Baba is going to compete William, then we know the outcome. Kwa sababu hakuna mtu ameandika Kenya hii kwamba you have to vie for the 5th time for you to get it. Wengi wetu tuna reason kwamba kwa sababu Baba amevai sana, this time ni Mandela moment ataipata. Mandela hakuvai mara 5. Kama mimi ndio sielewi maana ya Mandela moment. Mandela alitoka jela akawa president, kidogo hivi akasema imenitosha akaacha. So tuache kuhamia majina mara Joshua, Joseph, sijui Canaan, Mandela moment. Ni jina gani mtatumia 2027 sasa mkirudi kutafuta kura? So let us go.
Okay, kukujibu ni kwamba sijasema kuwa Ruto, sijasema ni nani atakuwa president, juu hata nyinyi pia hamjajua nani atakuwa, kwa sababu unajua ni ballot, kila mmoja atakuwa akiwania. Hata wewe unaweza simama kesho na ukuwe president. Kwa hivyo kusema kwamba Ruto ndiye atakuwa president, hiyo ni udanganyifu mkuu. Ni kwamba ni vile tu nilikuwa nikisema kwamba yeyote ambaye ni a leader within Kenya ni lazima awe akionyesha ile lazima awe akionyesha ile leadership discipline to the put laws and rules, ikiwa tuna shida kama hili tuko nalo saizi. Kwa hivyo ninasema kwamba yeyote anaweza simama na kuwe president, sio hata Raila, yeyote, lakini lazima tuwe na nidhamu ya kutii sheria yenye imewekwa, hasa wakati huu wa shida tuko nalo.
Okay, thank you Okello kwa kunifanya nikuelewe. Sasa mimi naona Mutembei ameniona tu hivi akatoroka, but tunaweza jaribu tu.
Wacha
Daktari,
akimbie.
nimeingia late. Unaweza nionyesha ni wawili wa kufuatia ni kina nani?
I would go to Sam, then Rupia, David na Nancy. Hiyo line ya chini kuanzia huko mwisho. Sam, Rupia, David na Nancy. Sam,
Okay.
Rupia, David na Nancy.
Mimi nawasalimu nyote, mjambo. Kiswahili si lugha yangu, lakini tu nitajaribu sana.
Jaribu.
Hii discussion ni nzuri sana. Naeleweka?
Yes, go on.
Mimi kwa upande wangu, as much as naweza mtetea kiongozi mwenye nitasupport kama president, kitu yenye kiongozi anafaa kuleta kwa meza kwanza, kama saizi wakati wenye tuko kwa pandemic, I would want to see a leader mwenye atatuambia address aje hii ugonjwa wa COVID-19 ili watu warudi turudi katika hali yetu ya kawaida, economy irudi. Tukiwaona viongozi, sababu saizi hata Uhuru Kenyatta ajielewi kwa hii wakati wa corona. Kusema ukweli, kiongozi akikuwa na mikutano ambayo haieleweki, ni ya kisiasa, mikutano mikubwa, na unaona watu hawana hata hiyo social distance, unaona watu hawana barakoa, na tunasema tunakaa tukimsifu huyo kiongozi. Kiongozi ni wetu ndio, lakini kwetu tunaendelea kusifu hao viongozi. Ukweli wa mambo tunawapotosha, na sisi wenyewe tunajipotosha. Wacha nitoe example moja. Raila Odinga alikuwa na mikutano hapo Zems Coast, na ni mikutano mikubwa sana. Nikisikiza wanao msupport huwa hawataki kumwekea makosa ya eti yuko na makosa. Tukikuja upande mwingine, mimi naweza jisemea mimi ni supporter wa Ruto. Nikiangalia Ruto akiwa na mkutano wa hadhara kama venye alikuwa leo, nakaa nikimsifu eti Ruto amefanya vizuri, lakini si hivyo ndugu zangu. Kama tunataka kurudi kama tunataka kukomboa nchi yetu, tunafaa kuambia viongozi wetu ukweli. Kama sasa yes, of course someone can come with an manifesto, tuiangalie vizuri, lakini hiyo manifesto peke yake haitaturudisha katika hali yetu ya kawaida, tukiwa tumejitoa katika ugonjwa wa COVID-19. Kama sasa tuangalie data inasema like not even 1% ya watu wa taifa letu la Kenya wamepata chanjo ya coronavirus. Hiyo inatuambia nini? Tangu tuanze, inatuambia sisi hatufanye kitu, pesa zinawekwa, zinakuliwa, tunaendelea kupotea, sisi tu tunaendelea kuwasifu viongozi. Sasa tutafanya nini? For example, nitoe example nzuri ya nchi za Ulaya. Kitu yenye umefanya kama America, waliweka aside everything ili kupigana na ugonjwa wa coronavirus. Wakapatia watu pesa, watu wenye walikuwa wanafanya kazi, wenye kazi ilipotea, wakapata pesa mfukoni, hizo biashara ndogo ndogo wakazisupport even if kuna hizo regulations. Sasa mimi nawaambia ndugu zangu, si vizuri tuendelee kuwasifu viongozi ambao wanaoa watu. They are killing us. They are killing the people. See what is happening in western region, western and Nyanza, na hizo na some parts of Rift Valley, hizo zenye zinapakana. It is because of the recklessness ya viongozi wetu ambao tunaendelea kuwasifu, tukisema baba, tukisema sijui ni Asra, sijui ni nini, sijui ni Uhuru, sijui ni nini. I don't buy to that politics, but we have to tell them the truth so that we can move forward our nation.
So Sam, you agree that both Raila Odinga and Ruto are wrong in what they did this weekend and the whole week?
Yes.
Okay, Rupia next.
Thank you very much for the chance. And I think the person who has just talked before me, I think he has actually put this debate to the right direction. because we should actually be looking at those facts, and we are looking for leadership. First and foremost, I would like to thank the government for reducing fee for public secondary schools, because that is also another way for mitigating COVID. And personally,
how exactly, Rupia? How exactly?
Huh?
How?
I think the government has reduced fees.
So I'm asking, what is how does that help with the COVID mitigation?
I think fee is a challenge to parents, and you see most parents are being affected by COVID. So at least reducing the fee is actually easing the pressure on parents. Some of them have lost their jobs. Some of them have had their salary cut.
Yeah.
So that is what I
mean. I agree.
Then personally, I don't think the government has actually handled the COVID issues amicably. And that is why we keep on having first wave, second wave, third wave. And now we are in the fourth wave that is actually affecting the western part of the country. It is closely associated with the politicians, because it's seemingly we praise politicians more than even our lives. And Matthew, these politicians, some of them have gotten the correct vaccinations. They've gotten the correct vaccines. And they have been actually vaccinated twice. But most of our people have not been vaccinated. And some of us are also having the Indian variant. And I heard somewhere that Indian variant is closely associated with the AstraZeneca vaccine. I don't know the truth of that, and I don't want you will react later. But currently, where I am in Kisumu, there is a village called Kajulu. They have now buried 46 people because of COVID. 46, and most of them are Wazes, people who are over 60. So we should actually not be doing politics about COVID. If you see a politician is holding a rally at this time, that is very dangerous for the common wananchi. If you look at the American election that was just concluded last year, you could see that they actually are looking at how to handle COVID, because the then President Trump was actually very lackadaisical and was careless in handling COVID, and it actually consumed a lot of people. So if politicians, yes.
Can you address that? Sorry for cutting you off. Can you address that in the context of Baba vis-a-vis the activities walikuwa nazo na Uhuru Kenyatta huko Kisumu? Was Baba responsible for that? I mean, 46 people dead. Can you put it in the context of Baba and Kisumu?
What I'm condemning is the gathering, because the government itself has actually condemned a public gathering, and it's also our responsibility to avoid crowds. And you saw what happened during Madaraka. When you got into the stadium, I think there were rules there, and the people followed them, because if you could not follow them, then you would be ejected. But when you went to the streets, I will not actually blame the president, because people tried to stop the president with this motorcade, and he actually avoided. In fact, when Baba was going to the stadium, he also avoided the crowd, and he did not go past via Kondele. So he used other means that we still don't understand up to now. But the president came and he did not stop. When he came back, he did not stop. And I think the reason why they were not stopping was because of COVID. because now if they stopped, there would be a very huge crowd there, and they would be COVID. So that one I give credit to the president, because he did not stop. Even though people tried, he just discouraged the gathering. But
I guess what I'm struggling with, Rupiah, is this: you putting it at the in the case of the U.S., you putting it at the doorstep of Donald Trump. You are saying he was lackadaisical, he was this, he was that. So you are holding him responsible, but you're not willing to do equally that on Baba. I mean, as the spokesperson.
Why are you rushing?
Excuse me, Mr.
rushing.
Wangugu. Mr. Wangugu.
I'm just going there.
Why don't you just leave the guy to finish what he's saying? Why are you cutting him short? Just let
I'm not cutting.
Let him say his point.
Who is talking even anyway?
Dr. Your concerns are valid, and you are allowed to express them, because I'm going to lay this on some certain politicians, and I've actually exonerated the president, and because actually he has really tried not to converge. But for Baba and Deputy President William Ruto, and they are the people who stopped at Kondele, and with that large crowd you could see. So they propagated the COVID, and even Raila was in Mombasa to open some project there. I don't know, was launching or what, or commissioning. And I think to some extent also COVID protocols were observed, but at the end of it, you could see clearly that there was that crowd. And then you cannot actually pay evil with evil, because if you look at the crowd that that the deputy president had, I think the next thing you will hear there is that there will be upsurge of COVID-19 cases and deaths. So we should actually condemn the leaders who are actually getting crowds and spreading COVID. That is very wrong for our country. And going forward, we should, when we are going for elections in 2022, we should also be looking at COVID. COVID is now here with us. When we are talking about politics in 2022, we should actually think of how we are going to get a better person to mitigate COVID. If these politicians who think that getting to power is more important than the lives of wananchi are still the people that we are looking up to, I think we are going the wrong direction. And every politician who wants to actually be president must avoid rallies that actually spread COVID, and that is underlined must. If we can follow these politicians like this, then we are fools. We are very big fools. You know, we've seen this thing when it came. We thought it was a joke, and it is real. It is really going with our fathers. It's really going with our brothers. It is just that serious. So we should not joke with our lives that we are following politicians. I don't like such thing. Then coming to politics, first of all, I would state that politics must now be played with COVID-19 in mind.
Yourself, please.
Politics must now be played with COVID-19 in mind. That is what I would like to state about politics. And the Jubilee and ODM merger is in the offing. It is something that is coming. And the UDA is also coming. But I personally don't think that the Jubilee Party has actually tainted the deputy president politically. How? Because they have managed to push Ruto so that he just become a tribal kingpin. You know, this story ya kusema Vaccination is everywhere. When you have UDA is, you cannot associate Luos with UDA.
You should be
You
winding
cannot
down, Lupi,
associate. Yeah.
You should be winding down for the next person.
When I'm saying important things, you just allow me because we are only 6 at the end of the day.
But they're all wanting to talk, you know.
Yeah, they will just talk. Well, let me finish. What I'm saying is, Jubilee and ODM has actually managed to actually circle Ruto and put him in its circle. UDA, you know, in Kenya we have tribal parties, and they have actually managed to push Ruto to the corner. That Ruto has just managed to get a tribal party. So UDA will only be associated with the people from the Rift Valley, majorly, because again you will look at how the party top organ is distributed. As we have ODM on our side, and other parties. So this story ya kusema sijui ya Hustler Nation, that one is now killed. It is not there because personally we don't believe in Hustler Nation. We don't believe in even the Ruto himself, because what he's telling us now, we've said it time and again that he could do them when he had power in 2013, but he failed to do them, and now he is telling us as the nation. So we have tribal parties, and that is what we are going to see, and that is how the politics are going to be played. But my only request is wawache kucheza na maisha ya Wakenya. Anybody that is playing with Kenyan's life must be rejected in totality.
Okay.
I rest my case.
Mr. President, uliza swali yako.
Mr. Rupia, my question was very categorical to you because you are very, very keen arguing that Ruto is misreading crowds when he makes crowds, but you don't accept that either Ruto, Uhuru, Raila, all of them are breaking the protocols. Except one person who should not make always, let me put the point in the clear way. All the three of them, Uhuru, Ruto, and Raila, all usually go for big crowds. So you should not argue that you are trying to make Raila good, Uhuru bad, or Raila good and Uhuru good, Ruto bad. All of them, they are equal. I think that you should put it in that, because on Madaraka Day, they were very clear. The Uhuru should have cancelled the Madaraka, that Madaraka Day, because most of the people will come personally. They will not go to the TVs and watch it. So he was to cancel it if he really was of the people, but he knew that crowd will be there. Why did he perform that Madaraka celebration? So you should say that Uhuru, Raila, and Ruto are not doing the right thing. They are not going according to the protocols of COVID. That is very simple. We could understand it. But if you put that Raila is good, Uhuru is good, Ruto is bad, that will not work. It will not work.
Okay,
all of them,
what I've said,
they have made a mistake. From the
what I've said
when
is
we started the COVID up to date, three of them, as the principals, they should know that when I make a gathering, crowds will come. Period. They will come. So what should I do? I should cancel. That's the only thing that I should say on that.
Okay, you asked a question, but what I said is that we cannot stop doing our development projects and even launching or commission them. At the end of the day, we can still actually lay down the COVID-19 protocols and follow them. But again, it's on us again to actually respect, because we should respect our own lives. Because if the president was running launching projects, all the COVID-19 protocol procedures were followed. But at one point, you could find that the wananchi were breaking it, which was very serious again, because we must also take responsibility. Then I've not exonerated Raila. I've only exonerated the president because lately we have not seen him with the crowds, and he has even actually avoided even funerals. But these people who think that they are the best for 2022 are busy running around. Right now we just have to accept the fact that the president is focused on delivering his Big Four agenda. He's really focused. We have seen projects that are being launched. We have seen projects being commissioned. So we cannot stop, the president cannot stop commissioning these projects and launching them. As long as we have the COVID-19 protocols on play, it's okay. The only thing we condemn is the public rallies, that like the one we saw today and the one we saw in Mombasa. That should stop immediately. Hiyo hata tusemi kitu ingine, hiyo inafaa stop. Vile president sasa amelead, yeye aendi kwa funerals, yeye aendi kwa gathering. We hope he will continue like that. At one time in the past, he broke the COVID-19 protocols. But again, politics is what is spoiling for us. So I've not exonerated Raila, I've not exonerated Ruto, but I've exonerated the president with my reasons.
Okay, thank you, Lupia. David Dolo next, and then we'll come to you, Sam, in a minute. David Dolo. No. Yes, David. There was another David ahead of you. David Dolo was ahead of you.
Thank you.
So David Dolo, then Sam.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how are you, Mr. Wangungu?
I'm doing well.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting me in this show.
Absolutely.
I've just been in the comments, but today I've decided to come myself because some people have been saying that I'm a coward. That's why I'm in the comments. So today I've decided to show up.
Okay.
Thank you for welcoming me. Now, okay, thank you. Now I want to talk about some matters here that Mr. Rupia was talking about. First of all, I want to address Mr. President. Mr. President, two wrongs doesn't make it right. As much as you want your guy to be president, don't forget that this is your country. You see, don't get exhausted so much into this event of trying to carry Ruto to the presidency until you forget that this is your country. Because if people dies, which people is Ruto going to rule? We must care about our health. If you think that the meeting that was in Kisumu was wrong, then I think Ruto should have learned from it so that he takes care. You should not say that because Raila and Uhuru did wrong on that day, so Ruto was trying to compensate it today. That is wrong, man. Another thing that I want to say is that Ruto's meeting today, there was no COVID protocol or any, wameangalia hata rules za kucontrol COVID. Ukiangalia ile meeting yenye Raila alikuwa na Joho Mombasa, there was COVID restrictions if you watch that meeting. And then that one was a very, very small event that you can't compare with that rally that Ruto had today. Someone like Ruto is someone who's very selfish until he wants something, he can't even sacrifice. This is the reason why he keeps telling Raila that Raila gave it up in 2007, that Raila could have just held it until Kibaki could have given up. What he means is that Raila could have left him to continue killing so that Kibaki can get tired and give the presidency up. Of which Raila is not that kind of person. Raila is someone who was Raila and his ODM supporters have sacrificed a lot. They sacrificed in 2002 when Raila was the one who was supposed to be the leader, and he said Kibaki tosha. Because Kibaki didn't even have that kind of clout. Raila is the one who campaigned for him. Raila did everything for him. In fact, Raila, it is like Raila won the presidency, the presidency, and he gave it to Kibaki. If Kenyans, we like forgetting a lot. If you can try and visualize what happened in 2002, it was like Raila was the president. He was the captain. In fact, he told people that, you know what, our captain, ameumia, but we must continue.
My brother,
Yes, sir.
My brother David, Can you
Yes,
can you
sir.
restrict yourself to the you will get an opportunity down the line to talk about Laila. I see your passion about Laila, which is okay, and that's
No,
fine.
no, I'm not. I'm look. I'm just trying to build up my point. You know, point must be built from the foundation coming up to the roof. Or you want me to start from the roof going down?
But you
Okay,
see,
I'll
we have
leave
so
it
many
there.
people.
Okay,
No,
okay. Can you tell? Okay,
I was
say what you
gonna
want.
tell you. I was gonna tell you. You will get an opportunity to prosecute your issues on Laila. That's
Okay,
fine.
okay,
But I'm just
okay.
saying, all these
Can you
all
tell
these
me
people would
briefly
like
what
to
you want me to? Can you tell me briefly what you want me to speak about?
address yourself to the question about the whole COVID thing and how Ruto, Raila, and Uhuru, how they are managing the whole situation. For example, you talked about Raila and how the meetings followed protocols in Mombasa, but I didn't hear you mention about the Kisumu where people are dying after Raila and Uhuru went there. So can you ramp that
I
up
think
together? And
Mr.
Wangugu, David
Wangungu,
is on the
Mr.
right track.
Wangungu,
You are
Mr.
interfering.
Wangungu, Mr. Wangungu, the truth is that people are not dying in Kisumu because Raila and Uhuru had a meeting there. That is just a narrative that those who hate Raila and those who hate him with Uhuru are trying to drive. Do you think that small meeting is the one that has caused this COVID to shoot up in Kisumu? Logically,
yes, I do.
let us be truthful. Let us be real. It is just a coincidence that meeting happened and now COVID is going up in Kisumu. A meeting that was held in one day. Do you want to say that it is the one that has made the COVID numbers to shoot up? No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. And again, I'm saying that Ruto was wrong to hold that meeting today. He was wrong. That one, there is no way we can support that. If we really love Kenya, we can't support that. He's the deputy president. He should lead by an example.
But I think what we are saying, David Olo, I think what we are saying here, David Olo, is this:
COVID doesn't need a year to spread.
My friend,
we cannot
okay,
condemn
COVID,
Ruto.
Again, COVID doesn't spread through I don't know. It is not that fast. It is not like sunshine, where the sun shines and it reaches everywhere. It must take time. You see?
Remember, you are addressing doctors. Remember, you are addressing doctors. Don't give your ignorance.
Look. You want to tell me that the moment COVID started in China, you want to tell me that the day COVID started in China, it it went into the whole world the same day. It took time. It took movement.
I don't know what.
It took meetings.
David, I don't know what your profession is. I don't know what your profession is.
Ambia mtu anaongea na madaktari bwana, naongea ni kama anaongea na watu wa mjengo.
My friend,
David,
look, you can't force me. You can't also force me to reason like you.
David Olo, I think it is
point.
unfair. I think it's unfair to interrupt David Olo while he talks. And Daktari Wangugu, it is very unfair to say that.
Kama wewe ni mtu wa mjengo bana, don't address me like vile una address
watu. It's very unfair to say that now because Raila had it in Mombasa, Ruto should also have it in wherever he had it.
Ni nini nimesema yenye huwezi sikia? Ni nini nimesema yenye huwezi elewa, unataka kuambiwe na I don't know. These are the people that we are reasoning with here.
David, listen, you don't have to get all personal. All I was trying to do is to guide that, because kuna watu wengi sana hapa.
I don't have problem with you, Mr. Wangugu.
You have a destructive interruption.
I'm addressing this guy who's I don't know his name here. I can't even see him. He's saying that mimi niongee na watu wa mjengo. Kwani kitu nasema ni nini hawezi elewa? And I've said it so many times. I've said that Ruto was wrong to hold the meeting, and I've explained why the meeting in Kisumu was all right.
Yes.
That was a national that was a national event. Hata kama ingefanyika Rift Valley huko kwa kina Ruto, ingefanyika. Kwa nini kitu hiki kama ni why do we like judging problems according to whom we support? Why don't we just be real and handle the situation the way it is? That was a national event. Hata kama ingekuwa Rift Valley, watu wangeattend. Na pale kulikuwa na attendance yenye ilikuwa recorded, ilikuwa ni 3,000 na ilikuwa ni hivyo. Haikuwa ni ilikuwa tu a big event that was open for everyone. No, you are lying. If you are saying that it was an event that was open for everyone, you are lying and you are the one who is wrong, and you are the one who is refusing to understand me. What I'm saying is not very hard to understand. I don't know why you are trying to cry out loud. Thank you.
It's okay, David. Can we give somebody else and then we can come back to you?
Mimi
Mr. Sam.
sijaona
okay, no problem.
daktari mjinga kama David. Sijaona daktari mjinga kama David.
Rupia, you don't have to get all personal. You know, come on. Siasa.
Hii discussion, hii conversation.
Huyu David daktari ni mjinga sana.
Anyway, for me, mimi kitu ninaweza sema, David Olo,
Mangungu.
Yes.
let me first address you with some facts. COVID-19 in a spread like kama watu wame within that, if you are with a person when mko less than 6 feet, that is around a meter. Kama mko kwa hiyo distance for within 10 minutes, COVID-19 is a spread in a spread. So
you know what I was trying to say.
Tafadhali wacha niongee nimalize. Ndio spread yangu isipotee. So tusikuwe tunasema eti sasa hiyo meeting yenye ilikaa huko ilikuwa meeting ya siku moja, COVID haita spread. Tafadhali wacha tusiende mahali venye that's a political statement, but let us not use political statement in addressing COVID-19, please. And the other thing, there's I know Kisumu was a national event, but the government should have restricted that meeting ikae State House. Haitakuwa vibaya. But now the government did what they did, so that to bring it in public for mahali venye kila mtu ana attend. So that's a super spreader kwa COVID-19.
You know, sir.
Wacha malize, David. You get an opportunity. David, you get an opportunity.
Kama unaniuliza, please.
Okay.
Na kitu kingine tunaongelea juu ya mimi kitu ningewaomba tukue tunaongelea sasa hao watu hao viongozi wetu ni wetu wote. Raila ni kiongozi wetu, Ruto ni kiongozi wetu, Uhuru ni kiongozi wetu, au wengine hata political party leaders ni viongozi wetu. Si ndio? Tuelewana hivyo. Tukielewana tukijua hao wote ni viongozi wetu. Nikiona like COVID-19 protocols za Kenya zimepan political function gatherings, any political gathering, hata iko ya watu 10, watu 5, watu 20, watu wawili imepan, si ndio? Sasa kitu tunafaa kujiuliza, why are these politicians still holding political rallies hata wakati wenye serikali imepan hizo gatherings, hata ikue Ruto, ikue Raila, ikue Uhuru, ikue nani? Is it okay for them to hold those functions?
But do you think
kitu
do you think politicians are the only ones to be blamed in this problem? Who are attending those meetings?
Politicians wakuna following kama sisi ni wajinga, by the way. I can say that.
So should you follow? Should you go to a meeting that you know you will get a COVID because you are following a politician?
I'm addressing his second sababu nakuwa naongea dakika moja peke yake nimalize.
Okay.
Watu wenye wako huko chini, watu wenye wanalala njaa, by the way. People huko kwa ground, watu wanalala njaa. Sasa wakiona hao viongozi wakikuja, hao viongozi wanawapatia pesa, ukweli wa mambo usemwe. Hakuna kiongozi mwenye anaenda kwa gathering atoke hivyo.
That is not real. Hata kama mtasema niende niongee na watu wa mjengo, that point you are trying to bring is not real. Do you think a politician can give 3,000 people money ati wamelala njaa? Bro, tukue real bana, I'm realistic. I'm a realist.
Wacha amalize, then you will get an
opportunity.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mimi kitu yanasema our main focus should be serikali, hao watu sasa wamefanya nini ili ama mtu mwenye anataka kuwania president, what has he done or she, akuna nini yenye inaweza tufungulia sisi kama wananchi tupate vaccine kila mtu as quick as possible, kama serikali ya sasa imeshindwa. That's number one.
Number two, you know the problem we have been having in this country is that so and so did this, so I can also do this. There's a reason why we have not handled corruption properly. Is because kama mtu amefanya corruption akuwe mentioned then yeye pia atasema huyu pia alikuwa na corruption ingine ndogo hapa. We can also hiyo pia tunaweza sema we want a country that is working. Kama mtu amefanya kitu sahii, tulikuwa na national holiday hapa ambayo watu people gathered, there was a discussion, walikuwa nasema we can hold it at the State House or we go to the stadium and we follow COVID-19 protocols. Ni wananchi wenyewe ndio waliharibu. Hata mimi sitaki sasa ni blame wanasiasa, kwa sababu sisi tunajua vizuri we cannot go there to get even 50 shillings at our own nini. We are risking our lives. We know we are going to get death there, and then you are telling us now si mwanasiasa akikuja uende huko. That is very wrong. And kama Uhuru alikuwa na meeting hapa ya national holiday, then Raila akakuwa nayo Mombasa, which is also very wrong. Then kwa nini Ruto anakuwa nayo sahi? Why don't we just condemn it so that it ends, than saying because Raila alikuwa nayo sasa Ruto pia akikuwa nayo si mbaya? You see where we are going to. That is the worst thing that we can do.
I agree, Rupi. I agree. Totally agree. But I think I'm gonna hand this over. But I think politicians do have a responsibility. I know we want to blame the victim, which are the people. But I think, from me where I see, I do think that politicians have the ultimate responsibility. Like I think it was it a lot? Somebody said here a while ago that some of these people go to these rallies because they are poor. So you can see why, even though they are facing death, you can see why they go to these rallies. So maybe from where I sit, I think politicians have an ultimate responsibility. That's what I would like to say.
Mr. Wangungu, Mr. Wangungu,
yes.
You know the best way to put this thing is to say like you are putting it, the politicians. Lakini once someone ameanza kuongea alafu anaanza kumention Raila, hapo ndiyo anaharibu point. Let us all agree that all politicians are messing up. Ukianza kuongea usianze kuvuruta the point you want side ya Ruto or side ya Raila or side ya Kalonzo. Let us agree that all politicians are not okay and they are not okay and they are wrong. Now we finish it like that. Okay?
And I think you, Rupia, and I agree that Ruto, Raila, and Uhuru have a responsibility. That I agree. That,
yes,
you're not going to hear me arguing about that. So next, so Clinton, you can take over. And next is Mr. David, and then to follow na Mwiti, and then Omindo, and then we'll go from there.
Wangungu. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you guys are.
Good afternoon.
Before Clinton take over, let me just some few seconds try to answer David Olo.
Okay, you can do that, and then after that, it has to be David. The other David.
Okay, thank you. Just some few seconds. I don't want to go. Anyway, David Olo.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I've been seeing
No, you can say whatever you want, sir. I can take it.
Anyway, it's not about that we should not mention the name Raila or neither whatever politician they are. They are also people like us. They are human beings like us. So mention somebody's name doesn't mean is super that we should not mention his name or her name. For example, Olo.
Yes, sir.
There are few things that make somebody to be known, that makes you to be respected, regardless wherever you are, whoever you are, or whoever you been. So there's the listening and the reasoning. I understand the way you say that Raila, Ruto shouldn't have held that rally today. I don't know. I have never seen it. I'm sorry. I don't know. And I shouldn't comment on issues or things that I don't know. All in all, whatever these people are doing, from politicians to us, the lay people, down, we are all making mistake in either way. In either way, we know we are facing a very this time of life. We are facing difficult issues, difficult life, difficult situations, but we are still having that thing on our back of mind. Our mind is our person, is our hero, is whatever. No, there's no hero. The only hero which is here in this living world is only one person, God. For those who are believing in God, is God. For those who are believing atheist, it's a different thing. To those who are believing in a spirit, that is a different thing. So forget all these things. We have.
Now, what are you saying, Sam? I'm not even understanding what you are saying. Can you drive your point? What are you saying, actually? I cannot understand you, my friend.
Oh, okay. Okay, Rubia, and I know you don't understand. Maybe I'm talking parables. I'm talking the parables. And then let me cut it short.
No. You are right. You are right. Just hit it. You want to say something, but it is like you don't want to say it.
No,
Sam will never say anything good. Hakuna kitu atakwambia, yeye anajua tu Ruto. And what we are discussing is that Ruto alihold rally, Raila alihold rally Mombasa. Yeye hataki kuongelea hii ya Ruto. Yeye anasema Raila ni hakuna kitu unasema. Just wait for your time utasema hizo vitu zako. But there is no important point unasema yenye tunaelewa hapa. Hakuna.
I don't think we should underrate somebody's
okay.
Maybe he has not taken part.
Kama hujamuelewa.
Okay, Rubia, let me cut it short. Let me hand over the whole situation to somebody else. I'll talk later on. Let me first cough. Let me cough first, and then I'll talk to you later on. Thank you.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Excuse me, daktari. Si show ni tamu bana. So daktari, we endelea kuongoza show. Mimi nikuwe raia, niko na point zangu pia nafaa kusema, lakini ukiniweka hapo penye huko utaninyima hiyo nafasi ya kusema points zangu. Alafu mwisho, ombi la pili ni kwamba this is a live show. Watu waweke video ama tutoe wengine.
Good.
Ni live.
Good.
So wote tukienda giza.
Yeah, watu wameweka giza wangolewe wote.
Yeah, so ukiweka giza tunakuweka backstage. Hapa backstage tunakuona ukileta video unarudi kwa screen. So naomba kama uko na light washa tu video. Wenye wanawatch wakiona giza ni majina tu. So hiyo niachie daktari, nitashughulikia hiyo. Asante.
Okay, David, you're next.
Daktari Wabungu, I'm trying to log to my computer because I was on phone. But it's like the show is full. I don't know whether you can hear me from my phone.
We can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'm not hiding. But I want to go to the computer. So what I was saying is that kwanza nawashukuru kwa show. I can see live members there. Since last week I was here. I can see very staunch members there. I salute you guys. According to what we are discussing today, I've just got a glimpse, but I want to put my input by saying Kenya as our country has not handled COVID in a manner that is expected of them as government. It's unfortunate for the leadership to take the lives of people as a joke. I'm sorry to say that, because what they are doing is not enough to assist the common mwananchi. I don't understand why the hurry. People should have political rallies when we have a surge. They can wait. I'm a supporter of William Samuel Ruto, but I don't support what he's doing in terms of having a big gathering without CDC protocol in place because he's endangering the lives of his own voters. Neither do I support what the other proponents, because you say don't mention people, let me mention the one I'm comfortable with. The other guy is to also hold their meetings. That is not right. Let's, as Kenyans, reach a point where we can say this thing is wrong, regardless who you are supporting. I want to wish them well in their political endeavors, but let's take care of us. Hawa watu wadogo, wacha watuchunge, wako na hiyo uwezo. Mungu amewapea nafasi ya kujichunga. So that was wrong. Lastly, I want to say that I also want to wish our colleagues from the other side to stand up and say this thing is wrong, not to try to justify what their man is doing, that it's a national holiday, blah, blah, all those things. My friend, they will just endanger a person who cannot afford oxygen. So as you discuss, I'm trying to connect my network. That is the much I could say. Wagungu, thank you so much.
All right, no problem. Thank you, David. Thank you. We'll come back to you. Next is Mr. Omido, then Clinton. Unmute your mic, Omido.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Hello?
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
You have 3 minutes, Omido.
Okay, thank you. Issues of leaders being super spreaders of COVID is very dangerous. If I can remember very well, issues of holiday celebrations in Kisumu. There is a time Kanzidene was trying to figure out, is it possible to hold it or is it possible to change the venue? But finally, they maintained the venue. During the at that time, when they were going to the venue at a place called Kondele, it was messy, and can remember very well there were tear gas. The stadium was okay, but outside the venue it was messy. The citizens will not keep the protocols. To me, I think the leaders are failing citizens. They should be in forefront in fighting this COVID-19. But because we are in a country where politicians believe they have to get whatever they want, whichever the cost. So it will be upon the citizens to take responsibility. You decide if you want to go to those rallies and get out with the corona or stay safe. Thank you.
Omido, where are you right now?
I'm in Migori.
In Migori. So what is the feeling on the ground? You know, I think David Dolo, in a way, differs, doesn't think that day, the events of that day is what is causing the death in Kisumu. What is the feeling on the ground? Is there any coalition between the deaths that are going on right now?
Mr. Wangungu, to interrupt you,
Yes,
I
sir.
believe I'm right. I believe I'm right, because if what I'm saying is wrong, then let us wait and see if if in Turkana, where Ruto had a meeting today, there will be COVID. There will be if the COVID numbers will shoot up because of this meeting that Ruto had.
So what I was trying to see is to see if Omido can agree with you with what you are saying. I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm just trying to see what Omido thinks about what you say.
Okay.
Because he's on the ground, he says.
To
so.
me, hello?
Go ahead.
Hello? Okay, to
Go ahead.
the issues why there is a surge numbers of corona in the western part of Kenya, the meeting which was held in Kisumu, the timing was very bad. They ought to have relocate the venue to maybe State House, Nairobi, because the meeting was held in a time where the Indian virus was detected in Kisumu. If you could see very well at a place called Kondele, the citizens, they surge on the leaders, they will not give them chance to move to the venue, and that's where the mess came from. But somebody saying, let us wait for the result of West Pokot. It will not be much as Kisumu. because the incidence in West Pokot is low than what we experienced in Kisumu. And the
What
other
about
thing with
Mombasa?
Corona,
What about Mombasa where there was a meeting?
are we talking of the incidents? If you talk of the incidents, Kisumu incidents will still
No,
be high.
it is like you want to say that anywhere where there is a meeting, COVID must spread.
I think,
You know,
David Olo, you are
I don't
wrong.
agree with that. I don't agree with that.
You are wrong. I was
I
in
know.
Kisumu.
No, look. I'm just trying to. I have my points. You can't just say that I'm wrong and dismiss me like that. I have my point. What I'm saying is that if we have those meetings repeatedly, then COVID number will go up. But meeting that has been just held once in a day, that one, I don't think if, you know.
So Rupia, why is David wrong?
David is wrong because I think you know how COVID spreads. And when
I know. Even
the
my
reason why we
friends
are
have
being
got it.
told, the reason why we are being told to keep distance of 1.5 meters is
Do you
because
keep
so as
distance?
to avoid.
Rupia, do you keep distance?
David,
yourself.
David,
Yes.
watch out to Rupia for a second.
Okay.
If people are gathered somewhere, there is no distance they have kept within themselves, and there is no mask they are putting on. And we know how COVID spread. Do you think that COVID will not spread? It will. And the surge in Kisumu is because of the political events that we had, the national holiday. And I've mentioned here that in the stadium, protocols were followed. Outside the stadium, that is Kondele, where I was also part of that crowd. I can actually admit that COVID spread there like bushfire.
Okay,
Because
which event was bigger?
nobody
Which event
was
was
on
bigger?
mask.
Is the event in the stadium was small than the event that happened in Kondele where you were? Do you want to tell us that? Where was the big action?
Wait
In the
for that
stadium or
Turkana you are talking
outside in
about.
Kondele?
Wait for that Turkana you are talking about. You will see. There will be so
Just
many
answer me.
cases.
Just answer me. Where was the big action? Was the big action inside the stadium or outside in Kondele where you saw the big meeting? Where you are saying that COVID protocols was not followed? Just answer
The
me.
big function was in the stadium where the protocol was followed.
What about the one in Kondele?
The one in Kondele, there was no protocol. The COVID procedures were broken. And that is why we are having
Mr. Rupia,
big numbers.
Where you walk every day, do people follow COVID protocols? The people you meet every day, they do follow.
Yes, they do follow. People are on mask.
Really?
And they keep the distance.
Anyway, there's
Really?
something
Kenyans,
the
Kenyans that I know.
We are lying to ourselves here.
The Kenyans that I know.
But if you are in Kisumu right now, you would see. And these people are also shocked. People are more keen, and some of us didn't even believe that COVID existed. Right now, kila mtu anasema at least kuna mtu amekufa mwenye anajua huyu amekufa na COVID. We have Florence Alodo, who vied for the Siaya women rep. That lady succumbed to COVID, and that it was very serious on people. And when Honorable Mheshimiwa Jakoyo died, now it is called all over Siaya, and everybody is now keeping.
She got the COVID in Kisumu.
I don't. In fact, Kisumu and Siaya and Migori and Homa Bay.
David,
do you know what?
But anyway, David. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir.
David, all you need to look is at the numbers. I think I seen those numbers this morning, and the positivity rate in Kisumu. There is just no other. There's no other way to explain it. So, I would urge you to look at those numbers more closely and try to I don't want to say it in a demeaning way. Try to understand COVID and how it is spread. Kidogo tu, jipatie tu siku moja uangalie. You will see what we are talking about.
You know what I'm wondering? What I'm wondering is that now Kenyans believe COVID numbers because it is in Kisumu. But before, Kenyans were saying that Uhuru was cooking those numbers so that he gets the money. Now you believe the numbers, right?
David, as a young person, why mwenyewe ndio
You know,
mimi
you Kenyans, you are very funny people. Before, you used to say that Uhuru was cooking the numbers to get the money from IMF and the countries that give him money. Now, you believe the numbers.
Wacha tupatie Clinton time. Clinton is your time.
Okay, thank you, daktari. Daktari, niko na ombi tena. Daktari, ukitupimia time itakuwa poa sana.
Okay, will do.
Wengine wanangojea kwa line mpaka wanaamua kulala. So daktari, to me it is very unfortunate kwamba anytime we come to the discussion we have to connect it politically mpaka tunatoa makucha zetu kwa kuonesha kwamba I support Ruto, I support Raila or I support Gideon Daktari. Lakini daktari wa nguvu, COVID is real na haitoisha hivi karibuni. And I always support the statement that it is here with us and we have to stay with it. So it will depend with how you as an individual. Juu saizi kuna watu wengi wameshikwa na COVID. Leo ni watu 714. Haujasikia Ruto alienda kuwaona hosi, Raila hakuenda. Hata wale wenye wako Kisumu saizi walienda, maybe moja alijitokeza tu eti sijai muona William. Naenda kumuona hii siku ya holiday. Kwenda kumuona William akapata corona. William alirudi Nairobi, ako sawa. So mimi na wewe kama mwananchi wa kawaida, what are we going to do to ensure that we protect our families, we protect anybody close to us, or we protect ourselves from this particular monster? Daktari, labda nikupe figures ambazo nimesikia leo. Watu 714 wamekuwa positive out of 6,039. Na positivity in the whole country, positivity rate imekuwa kama 11.8%. Na it is not well with us. Kama 6% ndio inakuwa mingi, what about 11.8%? So the total number of people tested in Kenya so far, now that Corona is heading to its second year, is 1.9 million. 1.9 million is like a province, let's say Eastern Province. Na Kenya iko na provinces 8. So I also blame the government. Hawajachukulia serious sana, hata kama ni testing, because kuna wenye wameshikwa na COVID, wakaumia makwao nyumbani, wakakufa. Lakini leo serikali inatuambia ni watu 10 peke yake wamekufa. That's the figure they know. Lakini mimi na wewe kama mwananchi tunafaa kujua kwamba kuna wengine hata hawajatambuliwa lakini wamefinywa na COVID ama wamewawa, as in wamekufa kutokana na COVID. So it is a matter of taking care of yourself, taking care of the other person next to you. Daktari, inasemekana baba alikuwa Mombasa na William alikuwa Rift Valley, West Pokot. West Pokot leo ilikuwa na COVID moja. Maybe jirani yake inaitwa hapo kwa Murkomen inaitwanga aje, Elgeyo Marakwet walikuwa watu 5, na tuseme Baringo mtu mmoja, na Turkana pia mtu mmoja. So maybe in the next few days either watakuwa na 0 ama watakuwa na 72 kama Kisumu. So rallies, we can attend the rallies, but am I safe now that I'm going to attend the rally? Yes, I'm COVID negative, but after I have attended the rally, naweza ipata huko ama huko nikienda bado nitarudi tu nikiwa sawa. So I don't see any problem these politicians holding rallies. Kuna rallies wamewahi itisha, watu wakakosa kuenda, wakapanda ndege ama wakaingia kwa magari zao kubwa kubwa, wakarudi walikotoka. These people can address us through such platforms kama hii ya Mtembei. kama Ruto alituaddress saa 11 asubuhi kwa hiyo Skype, na tulimsikiza akatuambia what he thinks, na tukaenda ku make decisions after listening to what he said to us. But I also take the blame right into their doorstep, kwa sababu baba akishika microphone aone ka crowd kadogo.
Acha kutaja baba, stick on your Ruto please. The problem with you is that now you want to shift this topic back to Raila. Just talk like we all belong together. You know, the problem with this guy is that he's a Ruto diehard. Now he has started mentioning Baba in a very funny way.
David ni sawa. Just let him make his point and you will
kuna ingine ya kutuchezea akili. Acha kutuchezea akili bana. We are tired of talking of Raila every day. Every day you speak of Raila in this show.
Baba unatetea, umesikia akitutetea tupate vaccine.
You guys, my friend, Mrs. Ashley kwanza toka kwa giza ndio ni address Mrs. Ashley. Mrs. Ashley toka kwa giza ndio ni address. Kwani wewe ndio uko na mashine ya kupimwa ignorance? Wewe umepima ignorance yako kujua ni percentage ngapi? You know, some people, I don't know how they like to address people, my friend. I was talking with Clinton. He's not even answering. And then this girl here is answering me in the darkness. Nikimtetea kuna shida gani? Bundles ni, look, the Wi-Fi is mine. The Wi-Fi is mine. Nikimtetea kuna shida gani? The Wi-Fi is mine. Nikimtetea inakuuma nikimtetea. Why don't we just shut up? Why don't you just shut up? Kwani, I'm in this show because of, look, this is a political show. This is a political.
Excuse me guys. David, I think it is unfair to attack me na sijamaliza hata statement yangu. So, hapo place nimetaja Raila peke yake, nilikuwa nazungumzia COVID. Sasa nilikuwa naingilia place pa kuwataja ma politicians. Sasa now that you don't want to hear the word Raila from me or the word Ruto or anything, naomba uniconstruct hiyo statement yangu place nimeachia mpaka full stop ya mwisho, then I pick from where you left. Utaje Raila vizuri venye unataka, more than I could have mentioned him. Please nimalizie hapo because sitaki nikukosee sana kwa kumtaja Raila. So construct that one statement, then I continue from where you left.
Mr. Clinton, pia wache kierere. Hakuna kierere mingi sana.
Don't assume that you don't know what I'm talking about. What I'm trying to tell you is that mention Raila, but don't shift this topic ikueni Raila, like the way you always do in this show every day. Because so, it will be boring.
How is my today's point?
Just continue making your point.
For the last
just continue. Months. Look, you are in this show and you must be spoken to. Kama utaki kuongeleshwa, then boot out.
But unaniongelesha na ujui kitu unaniambia, ujui kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Okay, nimekuambia go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so be sorry for yourself for talking about something you don't know.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry for myself.
So, and there is something also. I cannot. I don't always apologize. Maybe nikikukosea naweza nika-apologize. Na Raila pia.
It doesn't matter. Me I apologize. Kwani apology ta stick kwangu. This is just a show. This is serious.
Raila
na stop me. This is not going to stop me from addressing you if I want to.
But you have to wait for my point. Then you disagree with me on my point.
You can't use my past. Me, I don't care about your apology. I'm in this show to stay. I'm not here because of you. Whether you are absent, I will attend. So about your apology, that is yours.
You can't use my past to judge what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Sasa hiyo kitu inaeleweka vizuri. Now that I've been talking about Raila negatively last week, yesterday, does it mean that I'm going to talk about him negatively now? You assume that I'm going to talk about him negatively, so you attack me before making the statement. You see, let us be realistic. You know, let me make my point. Disagree with me. Kama ni genuine disagreement, I will respond. Kama ni zabangi, I won't respond. So, Daktari, can I proceed?
Yes, sure, sir.
So, nilikuwa nasema baba akienda Mombasa ashike microphone, aone ka crowd kadogo, badala ya kusema what can help the crowd, utashtukia anasema Ruto hivi, Ruto hivi, Ruto hivi.
Sasa hizo ni nini unasema? Hizo ndio ulikuwa unataka tukupe time.
Let me just address daktari, please. Please.
Wewe unatubeba ujinga bana.
Can you mute them?
I do not have any control. But I mean, can we be just
Daktari, wajua alikuwa anaongea, nilikuwa nimetulia mpaka ukanipa time yangu.
You know, if you continue talking that way, you will not proceed.
So ni wewe uko in charge of the show, ni kwa address.
No, you cannot come and say that you open your show and let people not talk about right now. I would say people are dying of COVID. Now, what is
if you don't want to talk about him?
Saying reggae must continue.
If you don't want to talk about him, if you don't want to talk about him,
when you don't know your
if you don't want to talk about him, then why are you not proceeding with your point?
You should be able to follow the law.
Ni vile nimewashika. Mbona muendelee na hiyo point? Because mnataka muanzie hapo penye tunawaambia msianze.
Daktari, mimi utaniongezea hata 10 minutes. I'm waiting for him to finish.
Okay, I'm quiet.
Alafu daktari, niko na authority ya kumute na kutoa. Sasa kama kuna mtu amemisbehave ungependa atolewe, you just tell me. Kwa sababu uko in charge, siwezi mtoa, lakini ukiniambia nitoe nitatoa. So,
are you threatening me or what?
But I'm not your wife. Why don't you let me make my points?
No, you should be removed. Because why are you mentioning my wife in this forum? You are the one who should be muted.
I've said I'm not your wife.
My brother, just let him prosecute his point.
Why are these people attacking?
Why is he mentioning my wife here? I'm single, I'm not even married, and you are mentioning my wife here.
Who asked
you whether you are married? Man, you always disagree with me on the comment section. Now that umekuja kwa ajili yangu, I don't care. Let me make my points. Disagree with me. Kama ni genuine disagreement, I will respond.
Clinton ni mtu wetu bwana.
Nothing like mtu wetu Rupia, nothing like mtu wetu. I want to make my point. Nimeanzia Raila.
Wenye wako UDA ni David, Ashley, hao watu wengine na wajua.
Clinton ni mtu wetu. Siwezi anzia mama yangu na mama yangu si.
I'm going to change my name because of law. Because I can't stand that kind of humiliation.
So, Daktari, I was talking about politicians. Now, I cannot start with my mom because she's not a politician. I'm going to mention all of them, lakini nimeanzia Raila. Unaelewa? Na Raila ni kiongozi wetu, lazima nimtaje, si baba ya mtu. So allow me to taja all of them, the points I have about them, then I finish. Anybody with a question can answer me the question, can ask me the question.
And I want you to be done by 2:30. So 2:30, no stopping, 2:30.
2:30 what? 2:30 minutes.
So so you have 5 more minutes because of all the interruptions.
Okay. Sitachukua hata dakika 5. So, daktari, baba akiwa Mombasa achukue microphone. Anaanza kusema vitu zingine hata hazileti shangu. Kwa mfano, Ruto amefanya hii. Amenaona tu hiyo ni opportunity.
How is that helping COVID? How is that helping us within this COVID situation?
Yeah, to attack somebody, Mr. Daktari. Then, the reason as to why William is also taking advantage. Ukisikiza William akiongea leo, anajibu what Baba said during Chris Kirubi's mass na what Baba said in Mombasa. So these are people, mtu akiongea hivi, kesho nani anatafuta forum ya kumjibu. Unaelewa? So my point was, Daktari, kama Ruto ameenda Turkana, akakosa kuattack Baba. Kesho Baba akiwa na rally yake, Baba won't attack Ruto. So Ruto hatapata ile opportunity ya kwenda kutafuta rally ingine kujibu Baba.
Why are you tapping me? What is it?
So
tell Coach to come down here.
Evo, mute your mic, sir.
So daktari, shida yangu na wao ni kwamba wakipata opportunity kama alivyopata Ruto leo ni kuattack Baba. And Baba cannot let it go. Atamjibu, na atamjibu wapi? Si kwa nyumba yake. Ataenda atafute rally kama hii ya Ruto amjibu. Na hapo ndipo COVID, sasa tunapata COVID ina spread kwa kwa ile hali ambayo hata hatuelewi, unaelewa? So politicians themselves should train their tongues, because kama Ruto haja mtusi baba leo, baba kesho hawezi akaenda
Sasa
Voi
unarudia
ama
tu kitu
wapi.
moja.
Okay, Daktari, proceed
Yes.
from there. I take over the show as the moderator.
Okay, Mwiti,
zangu zimeisha.
Sawa, Mwiti, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
You take over the show so that you can remove me.
Clinton, I have a request. Can you remove David and Ashley and Sam? The three, they are in the dark.
Which David?
David, Daktari, Ashley, can you?
Rubia.
Can you show your face?
Rubia. Rubia, sometimes I mute because I'm in a place I can't show the public. Why are you saying I should be removed?
Mwiti, just let other people to come in so that they can be in the show actively, not putting your dark side.
Rubia, you are not dictating. Rubia, take time. Be fair.
Mwiti, you have 3 minutes.
Well, wow. Show imefika moto. Wow, leo nimeona Rupia, kumbe si mtu mbaya. Nyinyi ndio mnamwadibingi. Rupia ni mtu mzuri. Saa zingine anakuanga calm. I think leo ungefaa kuwa chairman wa hii show. Anyway, tukienda about hizo mambo za COVID, let's say our viongozi wote ni wetu, but they are all wrong. Because at the first place, kwa nini hata walifanya hiyo sherehe? Mbona walifanya? Was it important? The first phrase. Watu wanahitaji vaccine. Ukiangalia hao watu watatu, convoy yote yenye ilitoka Nairobi ikaenda pa Kisumu, what they spend hata ingesimamia hata watu 5 na vaccine. But what did they choose to? Waende huko. Hiyo occasion yote they used money. Pesa mingi sana watu hata kama ni watu 10 wangepata vaccine, tunge move forward. So what they are wrong, I think there are other things they should have done other than kwenda Kisumu na all that. It's true COVID inasambazwa na watu. Kama hakuna gathering, of course hakuna COVID. Ungeangalia kitu kama US, once wali cancel all those gathering mingi, ndio COVID zilishuka. Cancel kutoka 100 wakaenda wakipanda tu hivyo na COVID zikashuka. Saa hizi some places hata watu wavai mask. Unaona? So it's true gathering za watu zina cause kukua na numbers zinapanda juu. So tungewaji tu, they don't have to go. Hawahitaji kuenda hata kama ni hizo ma holiday whatever. Si lazima watu washerekee. And then we as citizens, manze, where are you going? Where do you have to go there? Mbona uko na hiyo mentality ati nikienda nitapata something? You don't have to go there. Juu huyo mtu akikuja au viongozi wote sasa nikiwataja maybe Olowa rather ni attack au viongozi wote maybe hakuna mtu hajapata vaccine. Some of Kenyans hata hawajui inapatikana wapi na watu wamepata. Why? Because wao wamejipanga. Yeye anakuita, yeye ameshajipanga, amedungwa vaccine, he or she is okay, but wewe unaenda tu hapo. So mimi ningeaji pia sisi kama citizens, we avoid those crowds. It's still the right time sahizi, because hata kama unavaa mask, sometimes unaweza tu mtu anaweza cough hapo ama sneeze, you never know. This thing is very deadly. Huwezi jua. So you don't have to go there because some of us unaenda in fact unaenda kufanya nini? Huyu mtu kila anasemanga every day ndiye atarundia. Kama ni matusi, huyu atasema huyu ni mganga, huyu atasema mwingine ni mwizi. It's the same thing. They keep on repeating. And then kama ni Uhuru, mbona yeye kama president angechukua hii nafasi aseme, manze venye mambo iko, atuendi, let's cancel. Kama anakaa chini anasimamia anaona tupige kanisa na afunge for a month. When do you tell me it's so hard kusema celebrate you as a gathering? Yani inakuwa rahisi sana kufunga kanisa, but inakuwa easy sana kutofunga holidays, celebrations. So wote they are wrong na pia sisi tuko wrong. Kila mtu afanya kazi yake. Mtu asifanyiwe kazi yake. Wewe kama mwananchi, kaa nyumbani. If you have to work, just follow protocols. Hizo crowd mingi wachana nazo. Juu huyo mtu atakuja na aende. Yeah, that's my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwiti. I know Clinton, you're taking over. So next will be my brother SJ, followed by Ashley. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before
Ashley.
SJ speaks, ametoka.
No, bado he's still there.
Huyu jamaa mwenye alikuwa na comment ndiye ametoka. Eli Mwiti, nimesikia point yako, lakini niko na swali kwako. Wakati Madaraka ilikuwa inakuja Kisumu, according to the government program, walikuwa na maybe wanataka kuishift iende Kisumu State House, lakini local leaders walikataa. And one of the senior most local leaders alienda to one of the vernacular radio stations akasema, in Luo alisema jokanyana Uhuru oko ubikarombu nikech okakelo welo mondo wawuoge, siki alisema nyasi ama viti. Sasa watu watoke nje waende kwa stadium, hajaleta wageni waongeleshe viti.
But
that was against
we are not addressing ile mkutano ya Pokot leo, because we've taken a very long time talking about one.
That question was not to you, my friend. I was addressing early meeting.
Unaweza rudia swali yako tena Clinton, sikusikia.
Yes. Kuna kiongozi alisema wakati wa Madaraka, a day to Madaraka, kwamba watu wajitokeze waende kwa stadium, hawajakuja Kisumu kuongelesha viti ama nyasi, kati ya hizo mbili. Na government walikuwa wanasema only invited guests will go there. Na kuna kiongozi alisema watu wajitokeze kwa wingi waende kwa stadium. So una blame kiongozi ama una blame mwananchi kwa hiyo corona ya Kisumu?
Okay. In the first place, na laumu wote, sababu wewe mtu anakuambia kuja, but akuprovide venye unafaa kukua hapo. Unaona, anakuambia kuja na anajua kuna COVID, how it spread. Hao watu wote si ati ni all those people walikuwa kutoka maybe Kisumu. Unaona, hata hiyo ilikuwa leo, si ati wote ni wa Pokot wote. They take people from all over. Kutoka Nairobi wanawasakifisha. So kama kuna mtu ametoka Nairobi ama maybe Meru au Murang'a au somewhere, anapeleka hiyo COVID there. Unaona? So mtu anakuambia usiende, uende ukae hapo upate ugonjwa, and then so what? Na mbona anakuambia uende na akuambia utapata vaccine? Ati hatuendi kuongelesha, umesema mawe. Unaenda kuongelesha nani?
Nyasi.
Yeah, what are you trying to tell people kiwaambia ati siendi asikuje kuongelesha mawe? Kumaanisha wewe hauna haja na huyo mtu. Ni umwambie venye anataka utoke hapo. Na laumu sisi wote because pia wewe ungechoose kutoenda. Na choose kutoenda kasikize hiyo kitu anasema. Hivi kabisa nampenda huyo mtu na najipenda, I don't have to go there. Nakaa chini na sikiza kwa TV because at the end of the day watakuwa tu kwa TV. It makes no sense that it's like ni muone tu hapo akiongea. No. So analaumu sisi wote viongozi juu hafai kukuambia hivyo na akuprovide what you need.
Thank you, Mwiti. Any question to Mwiti?
Clinton, to add on that, add on that, you know the stadium has a capacity, then the invites only issue came up. The only people, the number that was allowed was 3,000. After that, the gates were closed. Then, and I maintain that in the stadium, there was no spread of COVID because all the measures were taken into place. Then outside at Kondele, where the COVID spread, I said here that the president did not stop at Kondele because of the COVID. He knew if he had stopped there and so many people, the crowd would come. And in the first place, you know, people got injured when they were being chased away by the officers because the gatherings were being avoided. But it's Ruto who started the gathering. When he came there, akastop, akaanza kuongea na watu. Raila was following him closely. Raila pia akakuja. Hatukuwa na mic because they were not supposed to address people. So there was no mic there for only that purpose. So the politicians that I still blame is Raila and Ruto. And the issue of Ruto today must also be condemned. See ati hii ya Kisumu ndio mnaongelelea. ile kitu
Mr.
amefanya
Clinton, can I
is
talk
that's clear.
after Rupia?
Who is talking?
Me.
Okay.
I'm requesting. I'm not talking.
Proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clinton. Now, I just want to say that, you know, it's very funny because every day when I listen to this show, it's always just one-sided. It's never proportional. Every show I've always seen here, we spend a lot of time discussing Raila. If an
Make it
issue touches
proportional.
Raila, if
Make
an
it
issue
proportional,
touches,
Mr.
is what
David.
I was trying to do, but you are uncomfortable.
Who is
I think I tried
uncomfortable
to
with
do
you?
that.
Did you let me make my point?
You see,
What is
right
the
now you are
level of being
interrupting me.
uncomfortable?
Like right now you are interrupting me.
Who are you addressing if not me? I was addressing Raila. Were you Raila?
Have I finished addressing you, sir?
Did you
Have
let
I
me
finished
finish?
addressing you?
Let me finish my address
But you
the
have not.
first time.
I have not even made my point.
Did you let me make my point then?
Okay, basi wacha niwache
So
kuongea
the
because it seems
feeling
like
you are having now is the feeling I had then. Mkuki kwa nguruwe ni vile vile tu.
I
So
don't
thank you
think
for
it's like
making.
that, Mr. Clinton. I don't have
Thank
any
you for making
problem
your
with you, sir.
point. I've just
I've
twisted your
not even made
questions.
my point. I've not even made my point. You've interrupted me.
You
You've
never
taken
let
all
me
my
make my
time.
points then.
You've
never
taken
let
all
me.
my time. Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Forgive me.
So
Let
yeah,
us
so
move
you are
on, but
sorry for
brother,
the first instance. Then we go to the next
I'm
person.
sorry for everything I've done today.
Yes, thank you.
Okay? Okay, welcome.
Yes.
So I was trying to say that
are you making a point or you have a question to Rupia or Elimiti?
I don't know how to call it. It's a comment. Maybe when I finish
If
is
it
when
is
you
a
will know
comment,
whether it's a question.
if it is
I
a
don't
comment,
know.
we are doing injustice to SJ na wale
Okay,
ambao
okay.
hawajaongea. So just
Let
wait
them
for your
proceed.
time, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Next person.
That was
SJ.
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 Thank you, Clinton, and good evening, everyone. I'm happy to see David and the rest.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, SJ. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And Sam too also there. I would want to register my apology on behalf of this group because I thought the organizer or the one who is in charge of this forum ought to have apologized because we are not here to be insulted. We are not here to get some dirty words. We are here to learn from one another and we are here to express our opinion. I feel much disturbed when the professionals are being called wajinga, mara mjinga, mara you call someone mjengo. This one doesn't add anything. You don't need to push your point by insulting others. That is not allowed. And it doesn't even make sense that the more you talk is the more you feel that you are more relevant. Some of us are reading and learning much from you so that by the time you are talking, you see us, we are behind the curtain because you are making irrelevant things to us. So I don't want to mention name and I don't want to be countered by anyone, but let me express my point. I've seen people, everyone is talking about the spread of COVID-19 and some blaming leaders and some blaming Kenyans. We will not stop blaming leaders because they have become the host to spread the COVID-19. In my earlier submission here, I had proposed that, you know, if these people want to have rallies, because all they need is votes, nothing else. And they see you as votes. If you defend them so much, the best they can do for those who are defending them so much to death, they will come to your burial only if they know anyone from your home. They will come to your burial and they will spread more during your burial. So if these leaders have purpose to do their campaigns, like Clinton had mentioned, let them come up with some forums, like even WhatsApp group. Let them do the online. Let them, because they have money, go for live TV. We have radio. Let's do broadcast briefings. Or if you choose that today we are having a rally, tell us we are coming to Uhuru Park, or we are going to Kasarani or Kisumu Stadium. whatever the stadium we want to invite people. So if you go there knowing very well you know what is taking you there. But you cannot interrupt people who are doing their businesses on the road. Then you want to blame everyone, apportion blame on them. Ati Wakenya pia ni wajinga wanaenda. Wakenya waendi. You can't tell us that kila mtu unaona kwa barabara are supporters of someone there. So that notion should cease. Our leaders are super spreader. Whether Raila, whether Ruto, whether President Uhuru Kenyatta, they are all the cause of the problem we are having. And whenever you see such rallies, be sure there will be a spike of what is going down there. For most of us who are in Kisumu, they have never even tested a bit of lockdowns and curfews. In Nairobi is part of the living here. We know how we manage it here. So my brother David Olo, I want to advise you as a good man. Where people are gathered, you don't know people and you don't need people to know you, and they will not force you to know them. Just present your point candidly. We hear you. We move on. Thank you.
But I've not done anything, sir. I've not even insulted anyone.
I'm saying
it's
this,
only that I'm loud.
Let me teach you something, my brother. You know we learn. I said we learn. You don't need to reply anything. Unajibu kila kitu.
It's my personality.
That is humanity.
Feel free, jibu kila mtu.
Asante sana, His Excellency Mutembei. Asante sana, His Excellency Mutembei.
Kila mtu na personality.
Hii ni siasa bwana. Hii ni siasa, kama wewe hutaki kuongea. Hiyo ni shauri yako.
I'm humble.
Hii ni siasa. Sasa hiyo professionalism peleka kwenu.
I am not
peleka kwenu.
Hata Ruto juzi alijibu hata kitu hakuwa anafaa kujibu. Alishuka amejibu kwa Twitter. Lakini watu walimsupport.
Yes.
Mtembei.
Professionally it was wrong.
Yes, Jay.
Mtembei, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
What I was trying to say, you see, kujibu kitu sijasema ati mtu asiulize swali ama asijibu swali. What I'm just trying to put across that you know, you can drag us with so many things. You want to make yourself look more superior. We are not in superiority competition.
No, I'm not superior. I'm very inferior. In fact, I was the one who was compared with Mtuamjengo, and I accepted. Mimi nimekuwa compared.
Yako ni kuattack mwingine. Just make your point.
Who am I listening to?
Mwingine akimake point yake, wewe endelea. Acha kukasirika bana. Hapa sidhani kuna mtu amekuja kufurahisha watu.
Mimi nimeitwa Mtuamjengo, sijakasirika. Wewe hatujaitwa kitu na umekasirika.
Mtembei, sijakasirika. Unajua, you know, hapa kuna madaktari mbalimbali, hata wale wa kuangalia nani amekasirika. But what I was just saying, I've made my point, and I apologize for anyone here who have wronged, especially Rupia and his counterpart, as if they were hired here. But what I've told you, those politicians will come for your funeral. Perhaps they don't know
you. Umeishiwa na point, sasa wewe unasema tu Rupia na counterpart. Can you say something important?
Sasa tumekosa nini walai?
Somebody else to talk. Can somebody else talk, please? You umeishiwa.
Are you the admin?
Mtembei, see what you started. Unaona Mtembei chenye umeleta? And yeah, a minute ago, this thing was fire.
Mtembei, you are inciting us. Mtembei, you are inciting us, and we can talk bad.
You're inciting us. You know, he keep it was uncontrollable for a minute ago.
That is true.
Na SJ alikuwa anaambia
what I hate most ni kuona when you guys try to gag one member. In fact, kuna freedom of speech. You can say anything. Hata
karibu anitoe. Mimi
karibu anitoe.
Mtembei yote hapa. No. Don't any other member. Kama una point wewe nyamaza. Kama unasikia umeenda lala. It's simple.
Mtembei, I'm ready now to tackle you so that niende nilale vile unasema. Let me put it clear to you. Yes. There's freedom of speech and that's freedom of expression you are talking about, it can be limited.
Hakuna. That's a lie. A big lie, my friend. That's a big lie. Tuoneshe anybody mwenye ameshikwa juu ya kuongea. Nothing. That was thrown away by the constitution.
Listen, my brother.
We have to have order in the way we are talking to each other.
My friend, this is politics. Kama uko na feelings, ufai kufanya
expression.
That's something I normally tell you.
This place, this forum is not for doctors, bwana. Kama wewe ni daktari na una feel you cannot be here because you are professional. You can go to doctor forum.
Angalia tu vizuri utapata.
No, what we are saying, Rupia, is that you cannot give a very sensitive information to the public, lying as if you are talking to ignorant people. That's what was meant. You know, some information you are giving is listened to so many people, and you should be very clear to the fact, not just rumors.
Information imepeano ni wrong, you are supposed to give the right yako.
And that's what we are doing, but the law is not listening. Listen.
I think tomorrow
you cannot give wrong information to the people. You know, you may think you are talking to a computer. You are talking to the world. So we can't let some information go through and challenge. Like the one the law is saying that COVID cannot spread within 1 day. That is a lie, and we must start and say no. You can't gag us as well. We can tell you that.
I think the Shamba boy.
I think what the Lord doesn't know is that kuna watu watangatanga.
Donald Trump is a president, but yet he said that COVID is a hoax. Well, me, I have just said a simple thing. Look,
that costed Trump presidency.
Look. You know,
ask Wagungu will tell you.
Usijaribu kunilazimisha nifikirie kama wewe. We are very, very two different people.
Usiongee uongo mbele ya watu asivyo you are talking to your computer. You are talking to the people, bana.
Look, my friend, my brain is very different. My brain is completely different from your brain.
Why you in the diaspora?
One thing is that I have my point.
Like Jane here, they are the most confused. What are you here? Anything? The likes of Sam.
The
likes of Ashley.
You know,
David
you look like a goon. Have you ever been told that you are a goon?
Who, me?
Okay, I don't care.
Me?
Whether I'm a goon or not. But let me tell you one thing also. Here there are people who are Tanga and we are JAP and ODM. So the battle lines are drawn. So lazima wajue na you tackle them and you handle them. Sasa watu kama David UDA, huyo ni mtu wa UDA. Ashley ni mtu wa UDA, Sam ni mtu wa UDA. Kwa nguvu bado anafikiria aende pande gani. Clinton ni mtu wa ODM. SJ ni mtu wa UDA. Clinton UDM.
Rupia.
And the most confused ones are the people in the diaspora like Sam.
Rupia. Saa zingine ukiongea jisikize. Try to listen to yourself. When you are giving let me finish. When you are giving a point, you're not talking to yourself. You're talking to a big number of people. That's what we are saying. Try to listen to yourself and restrict to the truth.
Know, the problem with you people is that the problem with you is that you come to this show.
Then your law says
you come to this show expecting someone to make you happy. These people have different brains here. We are from all walks of life. We have just gathered here. So don't force me to think like you. That
we are not forcing you. We are simply saying, give facts, my brother.
That is what most of you are trying to force me. Hadi mnaniita ati mimi ni mtu wa mjengo.
Ngoja kwanza.
Some of you there.
Nozonga kidogo. Olo.
That one is unacceptable. You know, mkinikubali vile niko, then I will agree with you. But if you try to push me
unajua shida uko nayo, unadhani wewe unapenda Raila kuliko watu wengine. Tumekaa na
sasa nimeongea na story ya Raila saa ngapi hapa?
Raila for over 10 years, my friend.
Tena na story ya Raila
about Raila.
Unafikiria Raila kushinda watu wote.
Can you shut up, man?
Do you think you hate Raila more than any other person? There are people who hate Raila more than you.
Natisha nani hapa? Natisha nani hapa kwani wewe ni nani bana?
You know, now you are looking like goons. You are the ones who look like goons the way you are talking.
You look like a goon. You look at the way you look. You represent the goon fraternity.
My friend, I'm a very professional. I have my job, my friend. I'm from work. I have my money. I'm in school now. I'm in the university.
Who cares?
Don't think that
But
I'm a
you
goon.
will not follow the way you want,
and my friend, I know myself. Look, I know myself.
You feel this is not the right forum for you.
You can't humiliate me. In fact, kama kuna
ama ukuje na shati ya UDA
mimi najitambua, mimi najitambua. Unaona mimi? I'm the first, I know myself, bro. Kisha na nini ati nini.
Ambia watu kisha bwana sisi ni wanaume na hawezi ongea uongo tumuangalie. Tutamwambia hiyo ni uongo.
Umevaa suti.
Hiyo ni kweli na ni yangu.
David, you are very petty, brother. You look like a kid. Look, what are you saying?
Look, this guy is telling me, kwanza who am I addressing? Because if it is you who is in the middle, kama niwe daktari
wewe ni mwanafunzi, soma. You are
afadhali niongee na Clinton. Afadhali niongee na Clinton ama na
What is he telling us about university? You were in university several years ago.
Now the show is about me. I've stopped the show.
You are a petty.
Okay, let the show go on. I don't want to stop the show. Acha show iendelee.
I can talk that if you know that this place you don't belong here, don't come. Because if you are a doctor and you feel you can only do vitu za udaktari, wewe fanya vitu za udaktari, utafute forum ya wadaktari. Hapa ni siasa. Hata tukiwa tumepatana kwa room na tunafanya siasa. Hata hii specs ya Sam itaenda. Tutaipasua because it is politics. Wewe kama umekuja hapa,
Rupia.
Yes.
Rupia, you are right, but you see the problem is kutukana ndio mbaya. Kutukana watu si mzuri.
But sasa si ni wewe ndio umetufiana. Look, ni wewe ndio umetufiana.
Let me make this point. Nimeingia. Let me make this point. Mutembei is one of the in wale leaders wanachochea watu wanapigana after election. So, nyinyi mtarudi kupigana na Mutembei huko nyuma anacheka ako kwa bibi namba 20. Wacheni siasa hizi zenye mnafanya hizi.
Anawasha moto kama anatoroka.
Yake si kuchochea.
Anawasha moto na anarudi nyuma ya tent ako kwa bibi namba 20. Achaneni na hizo.
Can we go to Ashley? I think CSJ umemaliza.
Wacha nimalize sasa kwa sababu nimeharibu hapo mbele na wakakuja wakanishambulia hawa.
Ashley pia alikuwa.
So Daktari, you should apologize, Mr. Daktari. You've used a bad language in the show. You've called me a goon that I should shave my hair.
Even me have been called a goon. So how does that thing attach to me?
You should apologize first.
Rupia nyamaza. Rupia wewe ni watu wangapi umeingililia tangu show ianze saa 2? Rupia nyamaza. No apology for you. No apology for you. Rupia no apology for you.
Just call me a goon. I'm very comfortable.
And I've donated my time to Ayaga.
There's actually mwenye yaongea hapa.
No, I've donated my time to Ayaga.
Thank you guys. Tukue na order kidogo na nafikiria sasa mmeshambuliana mkatosheka na tunaweza move on. Lakini kabla hatuja move on, mimi kivyangu tu nilikuwa nafikiria kwamba tukidebate ina sober manner, venye Olo anasema hii show haijai kuwa balanced, na nikamwomba alete hiyo balance leo. So maybe anaweza leta balance akipewa a moderate, and we appreciate for that. Lakini tusishambuliane. Yeah, tunaweza tukashambuliana kisiasa, lakini zile personal hazileti. You don't have to disagree with somebody mpaka umwambie umjui, lakini sasa unamwambia kitu ni kama unamjua. So mimi hapo nayo sitakubaliana na nyinyi, na hata venye jamaa ameingia hapo akasema akatoka tena. Mimi kwangu sikubaliani nao. So let us just debate maturely. Sema point yako, maliza. Ndio maana tunasemaga nani ameongea akamaliza. Nani ako na swali kwake? Na tunasonga mbele. unaagi na yeye kwa hiyo swali lake mpaka mna satisfyiana, then we move on. So Daktari Wangugu kama ameenda.
Ashley,
Rupia, tunataka wengine waongee, wewe pia unapeana. Okay, Ashley, Rupia wants you to talk.
No. I'm the next one. I don't know why you want to jump me. I've been quiet here.
Okay.
Anyway, so my point, actually I entered to talk to Olo. And Rupia. The Rupia was saying that the function in Kisumu that Uhuru did not stop, but Raila and Ruto stopped. You know, he didn't stop because he was trying to protect himself. People are already on the road, so whether he stopped or not does not avoid the fact that there were people there, and some of those people had COVID and were spreading it to other people. So whether they stopped or not does not negate that fact. So let's not, Rupia is a blogger, a paid blogger for either NASA or Jubilee. I don't know, but I know he's a paid blogger. So I know he's on the clock. But let us not be dishonest, because our people are dying. I know people personally who have died from COVID. Uhuru, that back stops with Uhuru. It was a national holiday. It was not an emergency. It could have been postponed. It could have even been done online. It did not have to be personal. People, you see, like a lot of the way he's emotional about Raila, and then plus Uhuru was there. I mean, there was no way. There was no way. Please let me finish. I didn't interrupt. Please let me finish. There was no way. Yes, then let me say what I'm saying. What is wrong with calling your name? Kama utaki kuonekana jina toa, weka X. Then I'll call you X. But because you have put your name here and you're on the forum, if I want to address you, I can. And you don't know, I'm not saying something bad. And if I was, it's okay. Like Clinton said, wait for me to finish and ask me a question. I try not to be disrespectful unless I do it without intention. My intention is not to be disrespectful. So people are emotional. People are really invested, especially in the south, in the Uko, Nyanza. So if there was going to be a function there is no way those people are going to not come out. That is a fact. So I blame Uhuru because he has the instruments of power to know that where we are going, even though we tell them not to come out, they will come out. I do not want to put my people in jeopardy because I am vaccinated, my CSs are vaccinated, but these people are not vaccinated. I don't want them to die because one, they don't have insurance. The NHIF is not covering COVID. So with all that knowledge, this person with the most powerful man in Kenya, the most powerful man with the instruments of power would have said, I know I want to go there. I know I'll do it online. Or I'll go to the State House in Kisumu and we'll do a small function that follows COVID protocol. But you cannot go to the stadium and tell people not to come because they will come. And they have died. There are people who have died that should not have died. So I don't know how much you like your leader that they died. And let me tell you, just one person sick can spread it to so many people that if that event was not there, some of the people who got
Ashley,
that
may I ask you a question?
I'm not done. So let me get done. Some of those people who got that, let me finish, please. Some of those people who got sick would not have got sick. David Olo, you know, Wagugu is a medical doctor. So if everybody knows about COVID,
look, on that day that there was meeting in Kisumu, who came here boasting at Ruto pulled a big crowd in Kisumu?
No, me, I'm not talking. I'm
Which
talking
people
about
came here and started telling us that Ruto is ruling Baba's bedroom?
Me and you, we are on another class.
And we can even have the videos how Ruto pulled a big crowd like this. If he was responsible, why didn't he send that crowd away? Why didn't he just pass like Uhuru did? Why didn't he just pass? Who came here boasting at Ruto ameingia kwa bedroom ya baba, Ruto amekula big crowd, Ruto is taking over Kisumu. Ni akina nani walikuwa naringa hiyo siku?
These people are vaccinated and you're not.
So now kwa issue ya Kisumu, you keep mentioning Raila and Uhuru. Yet we know very well the person who was a super spreader in Kisumu is William Ruto.
Although was
that.
William Ruto having COVID?
The crowd
When
that
you
he was
say
with
that
was
he
not
was a super
protected.
spreader,
The
it
crowd,
is we people, we don't know the protocols of COVID. That's why we are
it
getting
seems you
in
don't understand
danger
what
with
I'm
COVID.
saying.
Let's not reason like that. Our
It seems you
politicians,
don't
they
understand
have
what I'm saying.
money,
You know,
they will treat themselves.
I don't
But
know how
us,
we
we
want people to
Kenyans,
reason with you. No matter how simple I put my points, you don't understand. I'm
we
saying
don't
that Ruto pulled
understand.
that.
You cannot say
Kitu
something that's
nasema, wacha
not...
niseme kwa Kiswahili. Nasema hivi,
Yes,
Ruto
sema.
ndiye aliita
Ruto ndo aliita
the
watu
internet
kutoka
watu watali.
Kondele kwa manyumba wakuje sherehe ya Madaraka Day.
Ilikuwadi, you know me, I like facts. Me, I like facts.
Facts gani? Hakuwaita, Ruto hakutoa
hata
mtu
Itumbi
Kondele kwa
alipost,
nyumba enda
Itumbi
sherekea
alipost
Madaraka Day. Ni
akatuonyesha,
people, ni
Itumbi
watu wenyewe
alipost
walienda.
akatuonyesha,
They followed
Itumbi
government
alipost
protocol.
akatuonyesha ati
Walijua
Ruto is
Uhuru
taking over Baba's bedroom.
ameenda nini Kondele
Akatuonyesha
kusherekea
watu
nini.
wakidance
Walienda
Ruto,
kuona watu. So it's not Ruto.
Let me tell you, who pulled a big crowd in Kisumu? Ruto, right?
Is Ruto called people from their own houses? Can you reason up well?
My
Ruto
friend,
alienda Kisumu akiita watu waende Madaraka Day nini Kisumu. Alienda kwa manyumba akiwaita.
Look, Uhuru passed by. People did not follow him. But Ruto stood. Alikuwa anataka kuonyesha yeye ni gwiji. Ana take over.
Hata kama walisimama, hata kama alipita, walikuwa washa crowd. Since 6 a.m. walikuwa washa crowd.
The most recent COVID spreading happened in sijui Elgeyo Marakwet. Hii ya Kisumu tuwache kidogo. Hii Angel sasa hii ya Ruto ya leo.
Rupia lazima unitaje. I knew that Angel. Taja.
Because you are not reasoning correctly. Because they are
I'm not reasoning correctly. Let me not reason correctly. Let me reason wrong, but I'm still reasoning.
Mkitaka tuongea Kisumu tutaongea.
Kwa sababu ilikuwa
the fact that is recorded is that Ruto pulled a very, very big crowd in Kisumu. In fact, the person who was shooting the video was saying that, hey, this guy is loved. Huyu jamaa anapendwa. Go and watch the video again, you will see.
It's like you guys are scared about Ruto.
Ruto is a threat in Kenya. We know that.
He's a threat. We know he's a threat. He has killed so many people with COVID.
Continue reasoning like that. When you go there to see Ruto, you get COVID. Your own problem.
You know,
who tells you to go there?
I just reason the way you want me to reason.
Sasa tuende kwa Sama Chukusukani and the show. Sam.
Okay, gentlemen. Naona mmekuwa wachangamfu. Anyway, Omide, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think about this thing people are talking about COVID, Ruto spread COVID today? I think in the West Pokot. Do you have any?
He has been spreading even in Karen. It is not even today. He has been holding meetings in Karen.
Can that human being hold for a while? Kwana nawasha na nini bwana? Ulo nawasha na nini?
David.
Okay. Bwana Sam,
I'm asking Omide. Let Omide talk, please. Just keep it.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Please.
Okay. Bwana Sam, I had shared my sentiments earlier on these issues. I think when we are offline. What I'll add about disease and the spread, it depends on the individual. You as a Kenyan, what are you doing? Do not really be much on leaders. You as an individual, let us give an example. If you know somebody has an HIV or the way HIV is being spread, will you go there? Let us take responsibility as citizens. To David Law, please learn terms of debate. Let you learn how to nurture your debates.
Did you see how Donald Trump was debating?
Just moment.
Everyone has his own version of debating, because sometimes if you wait for some people, they will continue lying and you are just sitting there helplessly. And some of us, we can't allow that.
Although you can keep quiet, I make my points and then I leave the studio, please.
Okay, yes,
Naweza
madam.
nyamaza?
Yes, ma'am.
Huyu hawezi, utaona tu.
Okay.
Sam.
Omide, thank you so much for your expression. Larry ODM, Larry ODM, are you there?
Sam, Larry has found me here, so I'm the one to speak, and then whatever Kanti, and then Larry is the last person.
Oh, okay, Joel. Unazongea, tafadhali.
Me, I want to say this. Tukirudi kuwaza viongozi wetu hawa ati wamekuja, let's say for example Ruto amekuja Kariobangi. I know very well there is COVID. Why should I carry myself to go there to watch Ruto? At the same time, I'll be the one who will suffer more than that Ruto. Ruto
Angel.
has more money.
Angel.
It is Ruto
No,
who is giving
I
them
don't
money.
want interjections. Please let
Ruto
me
works
make
with-
my points first. Wacha
Ruto works
kuniita
with the
angel.
emperor of
Nilikwambia
money.
jamaa hawezi nyamaza.
You wait,
No,
I
no,
make
hawezi.
my points first. I've just said an example. Ruto come to Kariobangi where I stay.
Na anakuja
When
nini?
I make myself to go there, that I'm going to attend Deputy Ruto's meeting or rally, I'm the one who will suffer. When COVID will spread, I'm the one who will get that COVID. Ruto
What do you
has
expect
money.
people to do
He can.
if they know they are going
Can
to
you
be
keep
given
quiet?
money?
Can you wait? I finish up my
Angel,
point.
tulia hata ulizwe maswali.
Sitaki
Wewe ni
kuuliza
kiongozi,
swali. Ngoja nimalize kuongea and then uniulize swali. Are you okay?
We know that the most generous politician in Kenya is Ruto. What do you expect people to do when they know it's
So
coming?
David Olo, ufunge mdomo niseme. Hautanipea amani.
Okay, pole, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yes, I don't need your pole. Kunisumbua alafu niambie pole, I don't want it. Excuse me. Let me tell you.
Okay.
I'm a lady and I'm a man. So we Kenyans kuna kitu tunalack. Tunataka tufuate hao politicians, at the end wanatu mislead. When I go to Deputy's rural rally, I'm the one who will suffer because hiyo area ikiwekwa lockdown, ikiweka curfew, nani anaumia? Is Ruto suffering? Is Raila suffering? So we Kenyans, we have to come out with a different reasoning. Why do we follow politicians and they are misleaders? Uhuru knew very well that is COVID sijui ati inaitwa ya nini?
You know, one advantage that Ruto takes.
David Olo, can you keep quiet, please? When you are making your points, I was in comment section listening for you. I don't know what is wrong with you. Nini mududu gani imekuuma? You can't keep quiet. Uhuru Kenyatta knew very well that in Kisumu kuna hiyo corona ya fourth wave imeingia huko. He knew very well. But because sisi ni wale wa kumwaga vumbi kwa uso, tulikuwa tunataka kufurahishwa, Madaraka Day lazima isherekewe wapi? Kisumu. So lazima tutoke tuende nini? Tuende Kisumu. Tusikondele tuone Baba, tuone Uhuru, tuone
And
Ruto.
then Ruto came.
Now,
and then Ruto
who
came
are they
and pulled a
suffering?
very large crowd.
Now, I don't need
You are
your
forgetting
comment.
that part.
Please. Olo, can you nyamaza? Staki comment zako. Sawa. I don't want your... Kila mtu anaongea huko kwa comment yake. Kila mtu anaongea huko kwa... Hauwezi tosheka. Ama ni kuachie uongee umalize and then you will give me my time to make my points.
Skills ya university, hajapita bado ni first year. Hajapita communication skills bado ni danda.
Ni hata sijaenda university lakini ni sina hiyo nini. Sina hiyo umanga mwingi kama hiyo yake.
Okay. Angel.
So I was saying this. As Kenyans, let's come out with a different reasoning. We are the people who suffer on the ground, are not the politicians.
But don't you
Can
think
we
that?
change our minds?
Don't you
How can
think
we
that?
overcome this? Olo,
Don't
can
you
you
think?
nyamaza? Please. We hata
Olo.
ukiwa na bibi atakuwa na shida. I'm sorry to say that.
Hakuna bibi anapenda mtu kama huyo.
So, kwa nini tusibadilishe minds zetu? Naona? Mbona tusibadilishe kufikiria? Si lazima tuwafuate tuwafurahishe. Hao politician wakiwa State House na wasimame State House watuambie ya kwamba leo Kenya kunafanywa hii. Tutafurahia. Si lazima wakuje kwa ground watuletee corona. You know, not a must. Si lazima hold rally kule Turukana Ruto hold rally ndo ajua ako na watu. No. Hakuna kitu wanatusaidia. Wanaendelea kutuumiza. Si lazima baba aende Mombasa ndo ajulikane ako Mombasa. Hakuna. Lazima lazima sisi wenyewe tutakaa ile siku tutakuja kukaa chini kama Wakenya tufikirie tofauti. Hiyo ndo siku Kenya itapata mwelekeo mzuri, uongozi mzuri na maisha mazuri. Na kama bado tutafikiria tu tukimwagiwa fumbi, tukifikiria venye tunaendelea kufikiria, in Kenya we are still suffering. Hakuna kitu tutabadilisha Kenya. Haya, David Olo, you can continue with your comment.
I was just saying that don't you think that Ruto is in the middle of this crisis? Because Ruto went to Mombasa, he had a big meeting there. He went to Turkana today, he had a big meeting there. In Kisumu, he was the king. He was the king. He was in the middle of the game. He had a very, very large crowd. Na akina Dennis Itumbi wali post everywhere. The way Ruto is taking over Kisumu, or Ruto in Baba's bedroom, or Ruto is loved. So why do you have to blame Raila and Uhuru? Yet those guys, they obeyed the COVID protocols. In the stadium, everything was done
can
well.
I ask you a question? Can I ask you,
Me.
did
me.
you hear Ruto is holding a public holiday in Kisumu? Can you reason up?
Look,
Let me tell you this. When
you know
Ruto was holding a huge crowd at Kisumu, let me tell you this. Even if today you will be in a shoe of Ruto, you could not do the same. You yourself.
Maybe you don't even know the event that occurred on that day. Maybe you don't even know the event that occurred on that day. It is everywhere. Enda kwa wall ya Dennis Itumbi uscroll. Utapata penye alipost Ruto na hiyo crowd ya Kisumu.
Okay, Olo, thank you so much.
Hakuna watu wengine wanaweza Sam, let me reason out with Olo something. Olo, unajua mimi kama mwenye si kusoma, sijaenda university, mwenye si kusoma, I normally reason out symbol.
Uwezi ona crowd kubwa hata kama
nikuambia my reasoning. My reasoning is Olo, usikie nikwambie. Venye mimi si kusoma, my reasoning is wakati watu walikuwa Kondele, Uhuru walikuwa Kondele kwa barabara, walitaka kuona viongozi. So walisimama mbele ya gari, wakasimamisha gari, ndo sababu Ruto ilifanya nini? Ilimbidi asimame. Watu walisimama mbele. Angewagonga. Angewaganyaga na gari.
That's what they are fearing.
Mbona Uhuru hakusimama?
Okay.
Mbona Uhuru hakusimama? But they was the power to stand. Who can break protocols? Na haku break, he cared about wananchi, akapita tu mbio. Hata hakujali at Ruto is going to take the credit. But Ruto alikuwa anataka kutuonyesha ati yeye ndiye ako kwa Baba's bedroom. Yeye sasa ndiye ameenda Kisumu.
Na Ruto anakuogopesha sana. Ukiona Ruto unatetemeka, it means Ruto is a threat for you.
Me here, I'm speaking for the people. I don't care whether Ruto ananiogopesha ama aniogopi. Me, I'm just speaking for the people. Ruto ali-risk life ya watu wa Kisumu.
Supposing hao watu hawangetoka kwa manyumba waende Kondele kwa nini? Ruto angesimama. Supposing hawangetoka, walijua kuna corona. Mbona walitoka kwenda nini? Kwenda
stadium. Ni Ruto peke yake ndiye alikuwa kwa stadium.
Mbona walitoka? Si walijua kuna corona?
Ama Uhuru hakupita? Uhuru si alipita after hiyo kumaliza.
Okay, Olo. Okay.
Can you have other discussions other than those?
Yeah, thank you so much. Kuna watu ambaye hapa chini kina Duke ngoja kidogo. I know when you talk. Captain Captain nani? Captain
Mwendo safi.
W. Eh? Okay,
Ni mwendo
unasalimia
safi.
kidogo. Wacha nikuulize swali Captain Mwendwa. Do you think the rally today Ruto holds in West Pokot is a threat to our own COVID-19 regulation? If so, was he supposed to hold that rally? If you, in your own opinion.
Okay, thank you Mr. Sam. Kulingana na maoni yangu, ile meeting ambayo Deputy President amefanya siku ya leo in West Pokot, it is not necessary for now. Kwa sababu tukiangalia Kisumu as a whole and also in Nyanza region, kila kitu kinaendelea pale is like watu hawajagundua kwamba what is the danger of COVID-19. Hii COVID-19 itatufiaka sisi wote kama hatutakuwa so much careful. Our leaders wanachukulia hii swala la COVID-19 as a joke from a few of my point. Mimi nimeshuhudia watu ambao ni marafiki wangu sana wa ndani, 2, 4 wamekufa kwa sababu ya COVID-19. Lakini viongozi wetu wanachukulia hili swala kwamba ni jambo la siasa. Na sisi tunaingia kwa platform, we want to defend. Nobody should be defended about this COVID-19. Kile kitu ambacho kilifanyika West Pokot, tunafaa kukikemea vibaya na vibaya sana. What Raila Amolo Odinga did in Mombasa, tunafaa kukemea tena vibaya sana. I'm a supporter of William Ruto, but I don't
Ni nini
support
Raila alifanya Mombasa mbaya hiyo?
Nyamaza
Hebu
bana,
tuambie.
malize. Allah.
David Olo nyamaza, una go.
Nini na Raila kwani baba wako?
Okay, David Olo. David Angela nani? Olo, nyamaza kidogo tafadhali.
Kuja hivyo bana.
I'm just behind the news. Sijui ni nini Raila alifanya mbaya.
Ngoja kwanza sikiza kitu mtu anaongea alafu ndio uweze kujibu.
Okay.
Give time to people.
You know,
Unanyega sana.
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Sam,
you. Yeah.
an empty death make the loudest sound. Let
It's
us
okay,
not
it's
bother
okay.
about
Carry on.
Exactly.
So, what I'm trying to say, zile rally ambazo our leaders wana hold, it is not necessary for now. Wakati
as far as I know, najua ile ya jana ile yenye Joho alikuwa, it was not a rally. They were opening a hospital, right? And you know that. So stop lying on a national TV where everybody's watching. What Raila did in Mombasa was wrong.
Do you know the meaning of rally?
Kama ni ile ya Kisumu ndio ilikuwa mbaya, sema ile ya Kisumu. But ya Mombasa you can't blame anybody. Kwani Uhuru hajakuwa kilaunch projects huku? Na Ruto mwenyewe hajakuwa kilaunch mabasi huku, mabasi fake.
Olo unyamaze, upe mtu time. Heshima pia si utumwa. Olo peana time. Mtu amake comments zake. After make comments, you will have to interject. Utamuuliza maswali akujibu.
I'm allergic to lies.
For me, I don't blame Olo. I'm blaming Mr. Mbei. We can't have somebody like that on this platform. I'm not blaming Mr. Olo. I'm just blaming Mr. Mbei.
Okay, endelea, Captain.
So let us not defend our leaders on matters of our lives. Angalia ule mkutano ulifanyika Kisumu. Sahi is a hotspot in Kisumu and the Nyanza region as a whole. I'm a supporter of William Samoei Ruto, but I don't support any rally at this point. Wale watu ambao
Captain, niko na swali kwako. Unasema Olo atolewe juu ya support Ruto?
No, I'm saying this.
Captain, endelea. Mtembei amekuja na chumvi yake. Achana na Mtembei, Captain. Anakuja na chumvi yake.
Give us time.
Angel si lazima uongee sometimes. Learn to
I'm ready to
listen
respond to Mr. Mutembei.
and learn to
Mr.
shut up.
Mutembei,
Captain,
even
waendelea,
though
endelea.
ameenda,
No, Captain, waendelea. Wachana Mutembei.
ile kitu na
You know,
ni ya
you can't
kwamba
even proceed because you are lying.
Suongoja
Unaona
kwanza
umeshindwa
Olo.
kuendelea.
Suongoja kwanza,
when you are
nitakupatia nafasi saa
complying
hizi.
and it is a
Olo
practical
asirushe
thing,
mawe.
I'm wondering where he's
Olo,
coming
nitakupatia
from.
nafasi. Tafadhali, nitakupatia nafasi saa hizi. You'll be the next one. Na utuambie everything whatever you have in your mind. Sasa zingine unawacha mtu aongee ndio uweze ujibu. Yeah? Anyway, the next one will be you, Olo. So, Captain, endelea.
Sasa I can't proceed, even my network is bringing some difficulties.
Okay, good. We will give you later on. I will give you later on. I will still ask you the same question. Olo.
It's okay, Mr. Sam.
Yes, sir.
So I have a question to you.
Mpea watu wenye hawajaongea chance, achana na Olo.
Olo ameshaongea
Kuna nani
bwana. Tunangojea
yuko
hapa na
hapa,
Olo.
kuna Larry hapa, kuna nani hapa. Achana na Olo.
Pea uja mawasuti nafasi. Pea uja mawasuti nafasi.
Sema jina yangu vizuri, ni David Yuda. UDA.
Pea David Yuda nafasi.
Ngoja kwanza. David atakuja baadaye. Mimi huwa napeana kulingana na nini. Sio sababu tu hapo ni David yeye mtu UDA ama UDA ama nini. Mimi I don't care about that one. What I care is the person who is talking nini. Mimi ndio usudi na kuuliza Olo. This is the question to you. Do you think as Olo whatever Ruto today hold rally in West Pokot, Raila hold I don't know, you opened something in Mombasa.
No, just be accurate. Tell me what Raila did. Don't say that you don't know.
Ngoja kwanza. Usikie swali ndio uweze ujibu.
Okay.
Unaweza ngoja nijibu. Huyu Jane anasema I'm ruining my platform. Tafadhali acha ni ruin tu. Kama kuallow everybody ni kuruin platform, then so be it. Tafadhali.
Okay. So, Olo.
Yes, sir.
Do you think whatever rally today Ruto hold it in West Pokot, Raila hold it in the coast? According
can
to
you
you,
repeat? Okay.
Ile kitu the rally today at West Pokot and the rally whatever Honorable Raila was doing in Mombasa.
Yes.
According to you, do you think they broke the COVID-19 protocol or a directive from the Minister of Health?
Okay, am I ready to answer now?
Yeah, you sure.
Okay, now what I want to tell you first is that I don't know what Raila did in Mombasa that was wrong. Maybe we can talk about the event that happened in Kisumu, but what happened in Mombasa was not wrong. Is it wrong to launch a hospital? A hospital that is going to treat wananchi? That meeting in Mombasa was arranged very, very well, and nobody broke any rule there. It's just the same meeting. Ni kama tu zile zenye Ruto alikuwa akienda akilaunch mawilbaro huko Central, saa zingine anapeleka pesa na wilbaro kwa kanisa. Ni kama tu vile Uhuru pia juzi. Uhuru juzi si amelaunch vitu zingine hapa. I don't hear you mentioning those ones. But here Mombasa was a very, very small thing. Ndio mmestick nayo. Let us talk about the event that happened in Kisumu. What happened in Mombasa, I don't think it was wrong. But what Ruto has done today is wrong. Because first of all, Ruto is a government official who should know what is ailing the government. So mimi nashanga kama niende napiga mzumari zaidi kwa kuenda na kufanya mkutano yenye haifai. Unaona? Na kwanza saizi anaona vile COVID imeshoot up huko Kisumu, anafaa kulearn from other people's examples. Yet yeye mwenyewe hata si example. Ruto ni kama tu he's very selfish to the extent that he doesn't care whether Kenyans dies. Yeye anataka tu yako tu na ile haja ya kuhold meeting yake, apeleke pesa na wilbaro pale atusi Raila, atuambie mauongo zake. That is what he cares about. So the meeting that he held in Turkana is wrong, and it is wrong and should be condemned at the strongest terms possible.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mark, are you there? Mark? Okay, Rob.
Hello.
Yeah, would you please,
Hello.
according to you, do you think this thing, whatever happened today, the court said, or according to the COVID-19 regulation, do you think it was a bad issue or a bad thing that Deputy President do it and Raila Odinga did it in Mombasa?
Hapana. Hello.
Yeah, Rob, it's you.
Yeah, nakusikia. Nasema meeting zote kila mtu anafanya meeting. So ukikaa hata kama ni watu 10, kama mmoja hana mask unapata corona. Ukiona ati kama uko na rally yako sijui umefanya nini?
Okay. Thank you. David. Before I go to Duke.
David Yuda.
David Yuda.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Even from my name, you can see I'm a supporter of William Ruto. But
You're
I
a
don't
psycho
support. Stop your nonsense, young man.
No, gentlemen, let us give time. Olo.
You had your time, you talked shit. Give me time to talk my shit.
Okay, gentlemen.
I want to say that, Sam, that is my time. I'm addressing Sam, who is the coordinator. I'm not addressing any other person. The likes of Olo. I'm a supporter of William Samoei Ruto, but I don't support the idea that he's endangering the people by holding huge rallies. COVID is real. We cannot mince words. People have died, and they will continue dying if we don't observe those protocols. That one I've said, I repeat it. What I need to advise him is that he should not get worried. He's going to be president. We will elect William Samoei Ruto. Why should he panic
In
and
which
put us
country?
in danger?
The president of which country?
So, stop your nonsense, young man. I'm talking.
Yes.
So I'm saying,
give time.
I'm executing my point. Let Olo give me time. Unless he wants to talk alone, okay, I can give him. So I'm saying that that is wrong. And those who are close to him, tell him to hold on. Time will come when the COVID has calmed down, the country will open up. We'll go there and ask for votes. But at this time, it's not advisable. Of course, politicians do mistakes, and that is one of the mistakes we accept. Lastly, sisi watu wa UDA tuna accept makosa. Wenzetu pia wakubali makosa yao. Hatujaua mtu.
Sasa wewe hata ukiaccept makosa, what difference do you make? Ruto is the one who's supposed to apologize. Wewe hata ukiapologize,
you are just a noise
make
maker.
any difference.
You are just a noise maker. If you listen to Captain, who is in my camp too, he accepts that is wrong. It doesn't break a bone to accept a mistake. But
you are treating it with a, you are handling it with a, you are handling it with velvet gloves. Kama ni Raila mnamgonga the whole.
Young man, why can't you give me time? I finish my
speech.
Yeah,
achana na huyu David Olo. Ukiargue na yeye unaonekana ukiwa
he's shouting in the middle of my point. I'm saying, let's mature enough and say, the captain said, I concur with him. When it's a wrong thing, let's call it a wrong thing, because we are endangering the lives of our people. Look at the way other countries are taking COVID. Look at the way other countries are handling COVID.
The president of Tanzania is a mama.
Sam, can you protect me from that animal? All right, okay, I rest my case. Thank you.
You know, it's very bad to speak like that, telling me ati mimi niko na umama. The president of Tanzania is a mama. Eh? The deputy president of United States ni mama. Kwani wa mama ndio hawana nini? Hizi madharau ndio mnashinda mkituonyesha.
Wewe nyamaza.
Why don't you tell people
Although I think you are losing the direction of the debate, and you should give other people time. We know you are a supporter of Raila.
No,
We
Raila
have
has
also
nothing to do with this.
and why should
Raila has
you keep?
nothing
Why
to
should
do
you
with
keep? Why should you keep like interfering with other people when they are
Is
giving
it
their
in
points?
order, Mr. Speaker, sir? Is it in order for that lady to tell me ati mimi niko na umama? Yet
But
we
it's
know
not your
they
turn to
how
talk so
talk.
women
It
much.
have
was me
done
who was
great
talking.
things in this world.
If you cannot listen, why should we listen to you?
Which
because of your
If
mdomo wako. You are classified
she should
if you
apologize
cannot
back.
listen to
because in the
others, why should we also even listen to you? I think you should take us with
Okay, gentlemen. Okay, gentlemen.
Thank you for your time. I think I will leave you guys to continue. I've already executed my points. Thank you.
Let us give Paul to speak at least. Let us at least give Mr. Law to speak, and then we listen to him, Mr. Sam.
Me, I don't want to speak.
Listen to Mr.
Me, I
Law.
don't want. Me, when you say lie, I correct you. If I correct you, you get annoyed.
Mr. Mwenda alo ameongea tu saa hii ndo David akaongea. Why should he just be here to interrupt
Why
people's
don't you
opinion?
men just have?
Why can't you wait somebody to make his comment, his opinion first, and then you start you start interjecting? Eh?
Okay.
Ni nini unatusumbua? Kwani mtu hata make comment zake uko tu pale we don't need your nyenyenyenye, please.
Okay. Angel is okay. Although, let us give our time. Let us give ourselves decency sometimes.
Mwalimu, you know, these people, they are not used to debating. They are used to debating in the village where no one interrupts even when you are saying lie. You see, you always see it every day on TV. No one can allow you to go out, just come up with a lie like that and then you go scot-free. No.
So should we give you now time to talk, Law?
Me, I don't want to talk. Me, I only interrupt where someone is wrong.
Should I also give other people to talk so that maybe you can
give them? Me, I don't want to talk. In fact, I don't want.
So, Mwendwa, Captain Mwendwa.
Yes,
okay. Duke. I think you have there's one thing here which is a little bit disturbing.
No, Sam.
And,
Sam, there is Larry ODM also.
Who is that?
Umeniruka sana bwana. This is Larry ODM. Yeah.
I think. Okay. Let first Duke talk, and then we will be Larry ODM. Okay, Duke. According to your own analytic and way of thinking, should we or should the Kenyans, as a nation, try to avoid themselves into big gathering? Because at the moment, although the number is a little bit going down, but all of a sudden it has shoot up. So what do you think? Do you have any way of trying to answer or try to give people so that they can avoid themselves in these issues?
First of all, I want to respond to that in a comprehensive submission of mine. First of all, the Indian variant, which is actually called Delta, was first reported in Kenya in the city of Kisumu. It's recent. We have been seeing scary scenes, the way that variant is devastating Indians. Then the first cases, all the first batch of cases were reported in Kisumu before the celebrations. Was it Madaraka or something of that kind? Before that Kisumu ceremony. Therefore, first of all, it's the responsibility of both the government and citizens
to protect themselves and also to observe the laid down COVID-19 protocols. But the highest responsibility and the mandate lies with the government. The government is the one which has the highest mandate and responsibility to enforce rules and protocols because it has instruments of power, for example, the askaris and so on. But the government has actually been facilitating the disobeying of the protocols. First, if you consider the Kisumu ceremony, first of all, it should have not been held there to start with, because the first cases were reported there. But the meeting went, the ceremony went ahead with millions of gatherings. There was no protocol observed, and that is actually, according to my own opinion, is the main cause of the spike of cases in Kisumu and the Nyanza region, because of Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta trying to convening that ceremony there. Therefore, they are to blame. Raila Odinga and actually the president, they are the one who have caused the Nyanza region to be the hotspot, because how can you go ahead with that ceremony if the first cases have been reported in Kisumu? It should have been postponed or even done in State House in a more organized manner. So that's what actually was the main cause. Also, to respond to Ruto's ceremony of the political rally here today, first of all, according to me, is like he's trying to respond to what is happening on the other side. You know, it is politics. They are competing. If the government has set down rules that say, let us not have political rallies, and you see Raila is given the platform to conduct rallies in Mombasa, he's also a man. He's contesting for president. So also,
no,
that's a right to do that. Somebody is trying to interject. Who's that?
Press harder.
I think it's Olo say no. So, carry on, Duke.
What you are saying is unacceptable, sir.
So, Olo,
why is it
how do you even expect us to support you on that?
On what? Can you be specific?
You are saying, you are trying to justify that Ruto is right to hold the meeting that he had today because Raila and Uhuru had another meeting in Kisumu, right?
I am not
it's not talking about Kisumu. No, talk about Kisumu.
No. Mwalimu, I want him to respond. He's the one who was saying.
Listen.
Can I respond?
Don't rush. Listen to that.
Mbona unapatia huyo Olo aanze kusema maneno bwana hapa? Huyu jamaa saa zote ni mdomo tu. Kwa nini hezi acha watu wengine waongee? Ni mdomo tu papa from everywhere. We bwana, hebu muachie nani atusemee bwana. Olo atakaa hapo akisema, ni watu wa ODM tunawajua. Si ni ni watu wa kulala kwa lami.
Mimi hata si mtu wa ODM, hata sijasema. Wewe ndio unasema mimi ni wa ODM.
Wewe jamaa endelea.
I'm just a Kenyan who loves this country.
Hata kama una love country, kwani ni wewe peke yako una love country? Bwana endelea bwana.
Okay, calm down, gentlemen. Calm down.
That man is giving the correct point. He's giving the right.
Nyamaza wewe, si wewe umepatiwa time yako. Sam, wewe hujampatia huyu nini? Hebu yule jamaa yuko na nina fulani aongee. Watu bwana, debate inafaa kuwa kitu rahisi, mtu anapatiwa time aongee, akishamaliza yule mwingine anaongea, alafu huyu Olo umpatie time yake aongee, amalize, anyamaze. Wacha ule jamaa alikuwa anaongea ongea. Sam bwana, kuwa chema nzuri. Watu wengine waongee. Asante.
Okay, Duke endelea tafadhali.
So what I was saying is that you know, Sharia Kenya inafaa ikuwe uniform. It should be observed and enforced to every person without discrimination. Now, if the government has said, let us have no political gathering, it should be final.
Duke, just a minute, just a second, 10 seconds. Bernard, unasonishikilia kidogo, I just want to go for a short call, please.
Sawa, thank you.
Okay, asante. Okay, carry on, Duke.
So that's what I'm trying to say. If the government has said, let us have no political gathering, it should be applied across. But when the government says that way, and you find some people are given, like the laws are enforced in a discriminatory manner, whereby you find maybe those who the president is trying to support, or the NASA brigade, you see that Raila is having a rally in Mombasa, APC, and you expect Ruto not to do that. I'm not trying to say it's good for him to have a gathering at this point. What I'm trying to say is that the actions of Raila is what triggers Ruto also to respond, because they are in a political competition. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say who is right, who is wrong. I'm trying to actually to say what causes the other. So that's my point.
Okay, but I've never seen Raila. I've never seen Raila holding rallies to respond to what Ruto is doing.
Hold on, Olo. Okay, Mr. Duke. Which rally is this that Raila held in Mombasa?
What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say there is no rally which Raila has held in Mombasa, or you are not aware?
Which one are you talking about? He has held so many rallies, thousands of rallies.
All of them. Since the president says there is
which one in particular? Which one in particular are you talking about?
Wacha nikusaidie hapa, wacha nikusaidie. Alikuwa amekuja hapa Mombasa na alikuwa na akina Joho wanaongea hapo.
Tarehe ngapi na lini?
Juzi, si wewe kwanza, hata naambia wewe.
Hivyo ndio vile unafaa kujibu.
Wewe huko wa Mombasa.
Hivyo ndio vile unafaa kujibu.
Unaongea ukiwa Kisumu, uonge tupatia zako za Kisumu.
Mimi hata siko Kisumu bro. Mimi hata siko Kisumu. Nimezaliwa Kisumu lakini si lazima nikufe Kisumu. Sasa Duke alikuwa anafaa kujibu hivyo vile umejibu.
Huyu jamaa Raila alikuwa amekuja pale Mombasa. Alipokuja pale Mombasa alikuwa na akina Joho na alikuwa na hiyo group yote ya kina ODM. Na
ushajibu basi.
Nyamaza wewe, si wewe naongelesha bwana. Haya, sikiza, wakakuja pale wakawa wameongea na kulikuwa na watu wengi sana. Sasa hiyo ndio nani anasema kwamba kulikuwa na watu wengi sana, hata walikuwa wanaongea hapo. Huku muona akidance reggae, hamkumuona akidance reggae. Sasa hiyo ndio ambayo tunazungumza. Kama yeye basi anakubaliwa kuchukua nini pale Mombasa, mbona Ruto naye asipatiwe kibali naye aende akafanye?
Sasa wewe unaongea nini? Wewe unaongea nini?
Wewe naongelesha.
Sasa wewe
nenda ukalale kwa lami bwana. Mimi
my friend, mimi unajua if it is good, if you want us to go personal then ukitaka tuende personal ni wewe ndio utalia.
Sasa personal ya nini? Wewe
I'm very sure that mimi nakushinda. Mimi nakushinda.
Huyu nani alikuwa pale Mombasa.
Wewe ni hustler. Mimi nakushinda. Mimi hujipima na mimi. Ukitaka tuende personal.
Sasa
I'm 100% sure that I'm better than you.
In what way?
Unasikia? I know. If you want us to go personal,
personal ya nini? Personal ya nini?
I'm better than you.
And you control the emotion
better than me. Go to hell. Haya, sasa wacha niseme, nilikuwa nasema nani alikuja pale na akawa haya basi naona nani unajua mimi na respect
unajua njia ya mwongo ni fupi.
Kuja na hiyo
Bernard, we are not getting you.
Unmute your mic, Mr. Bernard.
Bernard,
hatukupati Bernard.
Unmute your mic, Mr. Bernard.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not getting you, Mr.
I am saying, please let's have some order so that the people that are watching can follow what is happening. uncoordinated exchanges only result into noise. And when we are having noise like on the market, the people that are watching have nothing to follow. So if you have a matter that you want to interject, lift your hand, the chair will notice you and give you opportunity to interject. And then we don't have to agree on everything. Everybody has his own mind and he has his own support base. You are entitled to it. But let us avoid unnecessary propaganda that is out to malign others just for the sake of maligning them. The people that have their mics on, please mute them now. There are these faceless people that their mics are on. Please mute your mic so that we are not having an echo that is causing some, feedback that is not welcome on the platform. Okay, now I can't read names because of that. Mtembeito Anyuki. Now, okay, now let's now get to order. There is this, my friend. Mtembei, please give me the platform so that I can see names. I can. Okay, Captain. Let's hear from Captain, then Deto, then Kitch.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. I can now feel comfortable that the show will be okay because I respect you. Pointi zangu zilikuwa ni kwamba ile rally ambayo imefanyika siku ya leo pale West Pokot by the Deputy President, from my side, of course, I'm a supporter of William Samoei Ruto. I can't deny that. But for me, I cannot support any rally at this time when the country is, the cases are going high. We can't accept that. COVID-19 is killing. It is a deadly disease. Unajua sasa wakati our leaders wanafanya hivi, it's like we common mwananchi huwa tunafeel ya kwamba huu ugonjwa huko ama hauko. It's like they are playing. But the really thing is COVID-19 is real. I cannot accept it and I cannot support William Samoei Ruto to hold any rally at this time. Let us respect the president. The president said that no public meeting. Hata chama wanachama 30 members cannot be allowed to hold any meeting. So from my side, what the deputy president has done today, I cannot support. What Raila Amolo Odinga did in Mombasa, I cannot agree with that because alikutana na watu. From my side, I cannot agree.
But Mr. Captain, do you think that rally that was in Mombasa, Raila is the one who organized it? Or Raila was just called?
Hello, I said if you want to interject, you lift your hand, you will be picked upon to interject. Don't run the show until you are appointed to be the chair, please.
Thank you. Bernard, ndio maana napendea Bernard hapo.
So
na wewe ni nani amekuappoint? Wewe mwenyewe unajibu, umelift mkono.
Hello, please.
Watu nyamaza.
This other guy who's talking in the darkness,
I can't even see him. He's faceless. But Kitch,
ndio wana reason kama Ruto. Hao ndio wana reason kama Ruto. Akiona mtu amefanya kitu, yeye anafanya.
Hold on, please. Thank you, Captain.
Okay, thank you. Our friends, wale wote ambao mko hapo, ya kwamba any interaction ya rally, any interaction ya meeting, kumbuka kwamba wanakutana na watu.
Larry, mute your mic, please.
Like Metruka for some. Yes.
Now mute your mic. Your turn is coming. Don't worry. Captain, maliza point yako tafadhali, tusonge mbele.
Ndio maana namalizia na kusema ya kwamba wale watu ambao wanaenda kukutana, whatsoever it is a rally, it is a meeting, it is what, kumbuka ya kwamba anakutana na watu na wale watu wakirudi kule kwetu mashinani, vijijini, huwa wana interact na watu wengine. That is how COVID-19 huwa inasambaa. Kumbuka ya kwamba hao watu tukifa saa hii, je, hii 2022 kweli nani ataenda kuongozwa? Nani ataenda kuongozwa? This is a deadly disease. Let us not joke with COVID-19. It is either to joke na kitu kingine, but let us not joke with COVID-19. COVID-19 is a really disease, is a deadly disease. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
May I have a question?
Okay, Olo,
I'm
ask your
lifting my
question.
hand.
Is it for Captain?
Okay. Yes, for Captain.
Okay, ask your question.
Captain, Mr. Captain, may I ask you, sir? Are you aware that Ruto has been holding meetings in Karen? Some meetings, they are not small. You know, his Karen home is big. In fact, his wedding, was that okay? The wedding of his son, or of her daughter, was it okay? Wait, the wedding of her daughter, and just the other day he had a meeting with Kalenjins. A few days ago he had a meeting with, I don't know, Canvas. I don't know which one. He has been, you know, he's a tribal leader, so he has been holding meetings with all tribes around. Are those meetings okay? Were they okay? Because some of those meetings were held after the meeting that happened in Kisumu. So, tukiwacha hiyo ya leo na hizo zingine zenye Ruto amekuwa akifanya huko kwake, ni sawa?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Olo. Kumbuka ya kwamba kulingana na points zangu ambazo nimetoa, I have not defended any meeting.
Unanifanyia ni listen. You are trying to make me listen. You are trying to convince the forum.
No, Olo, look here. You have asked a question. Let him respond. Okay. And according to his submission, he's not in support of anybody breaching the protocols for COVID-19.
He's already running away from
the government, whether it be William Ruto. So I don't know where the problem is, because if we keep revisiting the occurrence of who has broken which law and who has not,
you know, if you mention Raila, then we will not go anywhere. You will mention Raila, then me I mention Ruto. You mention Raila, then me I mention. If we will just go like that.
No,
but if you talk in a straight line,
hold on,
if you
please.
talk in a straight line,
move from there, Captain. Thank you very much for your submission. Can we have Ndeto as Sam is back? Ndeto, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernard. And for sure, I've been following this debate, whether what Ruto did was right or was wrong. But I know every person knows at this time, holding such a rally, it's wrong, because bearing in mind that COVID is really savaging people's life, and many people have died out of this crisis. I think politicians should be in the forefront, trying to reduce such a kind of gatherings. And what makes me wonder is if this disease really exists. You know, these are the very people who are in those emergency meetings, and they come up with maybe these protocols. Then they are the very same people in the front line who are maybe like steering these gatherings. So it's really disturbing. And one thing I do not know is whether maybe, you know, politicians, like just like a few days ago, we have seen ODM coming together with the Jubilee Party. And to some extent, it's like there is a new coalition that is underway. Maybe these people are trying to marshal and move all over so that to convince their people. As well, UDA has been there, it's prevalent. And Ruto, in the front line, he has been declaring himself as the hustler. And many people seems like they belong to the hustler kind of group, because what defines a hustler is those who do not have. And I think what Ruto is doing is just going to meet his friends. which I know it's not the right thing at this time.
His friend.
And who is that talking?
Carry on, Deto. Although you will be given permission before you ask question, please.
Yes, you know, I read a certain saying that politicians are not doctors. Maybe that's why they are caressing this much, because they know, after all, if you come to those gatherings without your mask, you know the repercussions. So I think as Kenyans, even if we are to get there into the rallies, we should wear on our masks, because we have this tendency of being so ignorant. And because we know at the end of the day, a certain politician will be blamed, but remember, this person will not be the one having the disease. So civic education needs to be like highly appraised in the society, so that to tell these people, even if you are attending a certain gathering, just wear your mask and ensure that you sanitize. So that, because where we are heading, I don't see these big groups of people meeting coming to an end because there is COVID. You know, we are in an electioneering kind of a mood. And it is expected that from now onwards, the reggae stopped, for instance, but we don't know whether it will be revived back soon. So these people, there is no time you will have Kenya without this movement. Churches, remember, they are still having their meetings. So it's all about being vigilant and wearing protective equipment like mask. So this issue of blaming Raila, blaming Ruto, I think it is outdated, and we should catch up with the current information, maybe pertaining even the political movements, because after all, political staffs it goes with the statistics. The higher the numbers, the more you know that you have very many followers. So what they are doing, it may be logically wrong, but politically it is right. We have seen it in Tanzania, where even they said that COVID even does not exist. They even did some tests to do with the pawpaws and the sheep. They said they have found them positive. Could this be the same cases in Kenya? We do not know. Even this disease, who knows whether it is a scam? And you know, every time there is a trend I've discovered, like the day before.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Who knows whether it is a scam?
I mean,
yes.
if these high delegates, like high officials, like DP, and maybe the leader of the opposition, Raila Odinga, if they clearly know that this disease really exists, and yet they are the very
what
guys.
Are you saying? And Raila was affected by COVID. Are you serious about what you're talking about?
I think he should have. I think he should have learned from that.
So you are saying that Raila knows that unataka kusema ati Raila anajua hiyo ugonjwa ni scam, and you want to convince us like that.
COVID. But why should he keep? Why should he keep?
Controlling it.
Let me conclude.
Let's make some progress. But
yes,
don't drag in names. When you bring in names,
unasema Raila anajua hiyo ugonjwa.
I cannot.
But when you mention somebody and you are not substantiating your point, you will always invite rebuttal. Okay, and
okay, let me.
So let's not also do a lot of assumptions. Okay. Saying that the high-profile people don't know about COVID.
Kwanza Raila, unaweza kusema ati Raila ajui COVID na Raila amelala 2 months kama toki kwa nyumba because of COVID.
Okay. Let me carry on. Let me carry on to finish on my point.
My friend, alafu tuende kwa.
Acha madharau buda.
Okay.
Mimi.
Okay, what I mean is, after all,
not you, Mr. Chairman,
after all, although even if Raila or Ruto become the president of the republic, I will never go and knock their doors to give me unga or whatever. So even if you are so strong supporter
Nobody
of
does
whoever
that,
you are,
and that one does not allow you to lie about someone.
Bernard, control
yeah, then why are you so?
Okay. Let's do this. Order,
Mwache
order
huyu.
everybody. Order everybody.
Why are you so strong on that man?
Fanya hivi.
Let me
If you have to
culminate.
go personal,
Let me wind up. Let me
if you have
wind
to go
up.
personal, then your time will elapse
the
without
problem
you
with you
finishing
is
your
that
point.
the problem with you is that
Clear
once
your
you start
point.
lying,
Let's move on. Thank
Let
you.
me culminate
Follow your horses, please.
my discussion. Let me come to
Your 1
conclusion.
minute.
Yes.
Finish your point.
Okay, thank you so much. So what I mean is 2 wrongs can never be a right. And it's a high time that our politicians or our leaders become so sensitive and they call off all their meetings. For sure, if we watch this thing, maybe if we carry on like without having these meetings, maybe up to December, this disease could be suppressed. And from there, we can have even maybe our campaigns being so smooth without interference with COVID-19. Finally, it is always good as a person who have gone to school, even if I touch something that is against you, it is always good to come up in a decorum, in a bit nice way to present your idea rather than keeping on heckling, meaning a lot of bringing a lot of
it is not a must.
Thank you.
interferences.
I think
It
you are
depends with
asking
my
for war.
personality.
We don't want it now.
It depends
There
with
is a
my
time for war.
personality.
We will allow that. Not now, please.
Kama unataka kubembelezwa, kuna wenye watakubembeleza tena wapole sana, but me that one is not my personality.
Staki unibembeleze olo. You know, if I also go
you
mad.
made your point. Thank you very much. Larry or DM?
Yes, Bernard. Mine is not even satisfied.
You are saying something.
I'm not trying to justify I'm just here to state the facts right. What Ruto is doing is not appealing at a whole deputy president doing something but Ministry of
Larry, it seems you have issues with your sound. Sort it fast. We will get back to you so that you can make a point. Kitch, hali vipi?
Njema sana Mr. Bernard. I'm very happy kukuona umekuja kwa sababu wewe unajua kushika watu Ukiwaambia mtu anyamaze, ananyamaza. Yule jamaa mwingine pale kazi yake ni mdomo tu. Lakini wacha niseme hivi Nitasema hivi.
My friend, kazi yangu sio mdomo tu.
Nyamaza wewe si wewe
naongelesha
kuongea jina.
Hiyo ni madharau sana.
Unajua ya nini wewe nimekutaja jina?
Hold on.
Kichwa.
Enda kwa point mara moja tafadhali.
Asante.
Yule jamaa amekaa pale kazi yake ni mdomo.
Nyamaza wewe kachanue nywele kwanza.
Please, Bernard, we are not in this group to campaign or to show who is so senior.
Thank you.
Sasa ni time yangu ya kuongea Bernard, si ndio?
Okay, Kitch, you have your 3 minutes na ukienda kuattack watu utamaliza muda wako bila kutoa hoja zako. Endelea.
Lakini nao uwashike hao wasije wakaanza
sasa unaogopa nini?
Nyamaza si wewe na kuongelesha. Haya, sasa mimi Bernard nasema hivi Haya, mimi nitakubaliana na Mr. Ndeto pale. Ndeto amesema kwamba kila mtu ana responsibility. Waona? Wewe ukiona politician fulani amekuja hapo barabarani kwenyu na unajua kuna COVID na kutakuwa na watu, Ministry of Health imekuambia nini? Chukua barakoa, weka. Na ukienda pale usiende kutengamana na watu. Sasa mimi wale watu mimi na blame kwa hii game yote ni Wakenya wenyewe. kwa sababu wao wenyewe wameambiwa ukifanya hivi, ukienda kutengemana na watu, hauna barakoa, utashikwa na COVID, na ukishikwa na COVID utakufa wewe mwenyewe. Yani ni ile inaitwa msiba wa kujitakia. Kwa hivyo mimi Raila na kina Ruto na watu wengine si wa blame vile, although wanaka blame kadogo, lakini hao ni politician na wataka hivyo. Usiku wataamka, watapiga kelele, watafanya kila kitu. Hao ndivyo wao hufanya hivyo Lakini sasa mimi na wewe ambao sisi tumeambiwa na Ministry of Health na tukafundishwa vizuri usiende pale, wewe mwenyewe usiende, alafu mtu anachukua miguu yake anaenda pale kwa yule politician, unaenda unatengemana na watu, alafu ukirudi nyumbani unaanza kukohoa, ukipelekwa huko hospitali wanakuambia ni COVID, alafu unakaa pale, basi unagojea ikuchukue ama isikuchukue, waona. Kwa hivyo the biggest blame ambao mimi nitasema ni sisi wa Kenya. Mimi sita blame Raila. Raila ni politician, atapiga kelele tu. Mimi sita blame akina Ruto. Ruto ataenda atafanya vitu zake na hao wengine wote hao Lakini sasa Wakenya wenzangu na Wakenya mimi na wewe, tukifuata hayo maagizo, hautatokea kwa barabara. Ukaambua uende pale ukaimbe siju dance reggae, utaambia reggae naweza idansia kwangu, wewe weka nini loudspeaker huko kwa streets huko, nitadance nikiwa hapa pangu.
Na ukiambiwa uende chukue wheelbarrow unaweza chukua kwako.
Nyamaza wewe, si wewe nakuongelesha. Chanua nywele alafu utakuja utaniongelesha. Haya sasa, Bernard nilikuwa nasema nasema hivi waona akina Ayaga ndio hao wanaitana nyuki huko. Haya sasa mimi nasema hivi responsibility ile kubwa sana na blame ni ya sisi wa Kenya. Sisi tukiangalia, tujiweke sisi wenyewe na tuseme kwamba mimi nikienda kama vile unaenda kanisani, Wakenya wote wanaenda kanisani, wengine wanaenda msikitini huko na mtu anaenda na barakoa, na ukienda kuketi unaketi 6 wanaita nini 6 inches ama sijui ni space gani kati ya wewe na yule mtu mwingine. Tukifuata hiyo, sisi wenyewe tutaokoka, waona. Politician nyamaza wewe, si wewe na kuongelesha bwana. Sasa hivi ndio nasema politician akija pale kwenyu, chukua barakoa, kamsikize na usiende pale kutangamana na watu. Na ndio maana mimi nyamaza bwana, wacha nimalize alafu utaongea. Haya, alafu sasa ndio maana mimi na support hata polisi, kwa sababu polisi wakishika hawashiki crowd, wanakushika wewe mwenyewe. Ukienda town akikupata kama una barakoa, wanakushika wewe, na uwezi anza kuambia polisi ati mbona unanishika mimi na ushiki yule. Wanakushika wewe kwa sababu wewe ndio wamekuona. Kwa hivyo mimi ile kitu nitasema ni sisi wa Kenya tujiblame sisi wenyewe.
Unalaumu wa Kenya, si ndio?
Nyamaza wewe, si wewe na kuongelesha mwanzo. Ili jamaa lina
endelea point number 2.
Point number 2 ambao mimi naweza kusema ni kwamba president mwenyewe akiweka hizi protocol awe mtu wa kwanza, waona, asije yeye kwamba yeye anaenda na hold pale, lakini watu wengine nao wakihold pale inakuwa ni balaa. Kwa hivyo wacha aseme, wacha awaite hao ma leaders kwake, aenda awaambie sasa, sikizeni kama mnataka Wakenya basi wafuate, tutawablame ndio, lakini pia na nyinyi ebu komesheni hima. Yeye akiwaita tu awaongeleshe tu kwa State House, awaongeleshe tu one on one, na aseme hakuna mtu ambaye atapatiwa special treatment. Akisema vile, na double sure hawa watu watafanya. Lakini kama itakuwa ni maneno tu wewe unasema hapa alafu unaenda huko, unaenda kudansisha watu marege kule, alafu sijui mwingine na yeye anaenda hapa, basi sisi wote
anaenda kugawana wheelbarrow.
Wheelbarrow ni yako wewe ndio umepatiwa. Haya sasa nitasema hivi
Wakenya machungu jamaa.
Obviously ninayo, kwa sababu mimi unajua siongelezangi na watu ambao wakimbelembele kama huyu.
Hebu endelea point number 3.
Sasa mimi namaliza, ndio huyo yule jamaa yuko kwa kona apatiwe naye aseme. Ndio jamaa.
Wewe niko na swali na wewe. Mimi hata sina maneno mengi.
Haya Bernard, acha auliza. Uliza na uulize
nakuuliza wewe.
Uliza swali ambalo lina njia
Wewe unatulaumu sisi wa Kenya. Wewe unatulaumu sisi. Ngoja kwanza nimalize swali yangu. Wewe unatulaumu sisi wa Kenya. Mbona usiwalaumu yule mwanasiasa ambaye leo ameenda huko Pokot akaambia ati amekuja na pesa, ukasikia watu wakishangilia? Ama politician wanabeba pesa na wheelbarrow wanaenda kwa mkutano, ndio wanafanya Wakenya wanaenda huko ku break rules za COVID. Unaona? Kama wangekuwa wanaenda kupatia Wakenya kitu, Wakenya wangekuwa wanaenda kwa hizo mkutano zao, lakini junia yao ni kwamba hao wako very selfish, they don't care about Kenyans. Wanataka tu.
Ni swali ama ni maelezo?
Sasa wacha nimjibu huyu.
I'm not addressing you.
Thank you. Sasa wacha nimjibu. Wewe politician akija kuambia ukule sumu utakula? Utaikula?
My friend,
jibu swali. Sasa sina kujibu, tunaongea.
You know, unajibu swali na swali.
Sasa
unajibu swali na swali.
Sasa
nimekuuliza. Mimi ndio nimekuuliza. Is it in order? Mimi ndio nimekuuliza. It seems you didn't get my question.
Huyu ameachana na maswali ya Olo.
You didn't get my question.
Acha basi nimwambie.
Olo hataelewa. Jana na yeye.
Haya chairman, huyu jamaa huyu David ni Olo ama Oyo. Haya, huyu ameuliza akasema ati kwa nini whatever
nimeuliza hivi, hawa wanasiasa ambao wanaenda kwa mkutano na pesa, au unaonaje? Unasema nini kuwahusu? Hawa wanabeba pesa na wheelbarrow wakienda kwa mkutano, unasema nini kuwahusu?
Haya basi, nimepata swali lako. Haya sasa jibu. Mimi nitajibu Bernard kwa sababu ni kujibu wewe utaruka tu. Haya sasa nasema hivi Mr. Bernard, vile nimesema ni kwamba politician akija kuambia ukule simu, utakula sumu? Hutakula sumu, si ndio? Wewe mwenyewe unajua
pesa kuna COVID. Sumu my friend, pesa sio sumu.
Umeuliza swali sasa, mimi najibu tena.
Wait for somebody to express themselves, okay? And there are people waiting also to contribute.
Yes.
Don't delay the flow of the debate.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sasa nimalize kujibu.
Maliza pointi yako tafadhali, tusonge mbele.
Aya, asante. Sasa ndio nilikuwa nasema, wewe mwenyewe politician akuja kupatie sumu, hutakula huo sumu. Mimi mwenyewe najua kuna COVID. Hata Raila ama Ruto ama nani mwingine akija na pesa pale, mimi nitachukua barakoa yangu nitaiweka. Nitaenda pale nitachukua na nitakimbia. Waona? Lakini sasa sisi tuna shida. Hata kama ni pesa inaletwa, hata kama ni kuku waletwa, hata kama ni mutura waletwa pale, chukua barakoa, weka, nenda chukua, kimbia, alafu endo ukakulia huko kwako. Ama
hiyo pesa waginatolewa mkutano ikishaisha, utachukua pesa ukimbie nayo wapi? Pesa inagawanwa kwa wenye wamebaki kwa mkutano.
Hello, tafadhali, I will request the back office to mute you now.
Haya, sasa
that will not be good for you.
Yeah, sasa
ndio umeisha.
Nimalizie.
Dakika moja nakupatia nusu dakika umalize hoja yako, usonge mbele tafadhali.
Asante. Unajua na kuheshimu sana, ndio maana huwa siongee ukiongea Mr. Bernard. Haya, sasa ndio nasema sisi ndio tutajiblame wenyewe. Na watu Kisumu, watu wakianza kuanguka, unaona hasa vile wameanza kuanguka kwa hospitali. Ukienda kwa mgonjwa unaenda muuliza, mbona wewe basi ulienda pale kwa hizo mkutano na ile hali barakoa ulikuwa uko nayo, mbona hukuweka? Sasa mimi blame nitakuwekea wewe. Mimi sitamwekea Raila, sitamwekea huu mwingine, nitakuwekea wewe mwenyewe, kwa sababu wewe you know better. Ukienda pale uende kama umejitayarisha. Kama ni pesa nenda chukua, kimbia. Bas, asante.
So, thank you Kitch, thank you. Na swala ya protocol ya Kisumu, kulingana na ratiba ile ilitolewa, ni kwamba hakuna mtu aliruhusiwa kwa mkutano siku ya ilikuwa Madaraka Day kama huna barakoa na you are not armed for the COVID protocol. So I don't see how it is being assumed that people entered the rally, wherever the Madaraka Day celebration, anyhow. There was order. People were checked before they got in, and it was a must, everybody to have a mask. Impromptu rallies are the ones that there is nobody to check anybody, and they are the beehive of spreading COVID, because ni vile tu watu wamepatikana off guard. So I think if we want to compete or wherever prove our point, let's do it within the required environment, not to compare two scenarios that are not related. That's my point. Now, tunasonga mbele. Nilikuwa nimepatia nani? I don't have any name of anybody. Collins. Karibu. And then there was a David. There are two Davids.
Yuda.
Kuna Duke.
No, Duke had given his submission.
Okay.
Mr. President Karibu, there is this David. David, the neighbor to Sam. Where are you?
David Yuda.
Yeah, hey.
Oh, Pastor, habari lakini.
Salama vipi?
Safi safi, ambia Ruto aache mkutano, atahatarisha maisha ya watu. Tunampongeza, tunamsupport, lakini mambo ya COVID hapo mimi hatuko na yeye. Asante, niko kwa barabara.
Thank you. Okay, and then let's have Emma Jasuba.
Oh, yeah, Bernard, asante sana Bernard. Emma Jasuba.
Yes, Emma Jasuba.
Yeah, Emma Jasuba.
Asante gani? Yes.
Hello, Bernard.
Yes, I can hear you and everybody is listening to you. What's your point?
I'm very used in Kiswahili. Nataka niongee Kiswahili.
Endelea kwa Kiswahili.
I'm new here. Yeah, nimeshafuatilia sana. Nimeshafuatilia sana mjadala kwa muda mrefu, lakini leo nimeona niingie. Bernard, are you getting me?
No, wewe endelea.
Okay. Ni kwamba
Emma. Okay, thank you.
The thing is, arudishe sauti ya nini chini because anataka kujisikia kwanza. Anasema alafu anajisikia tena. The way we do it in the radio. So I think that is what is going on. So itabidi atumie earphone ama nini.
And also we agreed that when you're coming to
na
the platform,
akirudi anafaa avae nguo. Hatutaki watu waonyeshe watu vifufa zao.
That's very good.
Asante Angela. Hiyo ndio sababu na kupigianga kura. But let's be orderly because this is a permanent thing. The internet never forgets. So don't let your grandchildren come here and see you 50 years ago. When you are not. Collins, go on.
Thank you so much, Bernard. And I hope it's now a bit cool. This platform first is not for us to compete on who is so much superior, who is so much senior. It's not also a platform to campaign for the party leaders of any coalition or any party. So here is a place that we sit, analyze, and we diagnose what is wrong with our country, and then we chart the way forward. That's the best we can do for this platform. So if people come here to start telling us how they have achieved, how they are better than others, how wengine wanaweza chapa wengine, that's nonsense. We are not here to compete on personal achievements. We are here to compare the achievements of the politicians that we hope at one point can lead us as a country. So that's the first thing that we have to see. So that one said, there is a problem about COVID, and I think Ndeto should, I don't know how the name was, but I think Ndeto or somebody like that, should not come to tell the people that Tanzania did a test and they confirmed that in Popo and Maumbwa, sijui Makondo were positive. That not there. Up to date, it seems there are people who still don't believe that COVID is a disease, and some of them still take it as a scam. And that, I think, is being led by Ndeto and maybe the politicians who have not been infected. They are still thinking that COVID is not there. For somebody who has not lost a friend, a family member, or a colleague at work, it's very free, you can say that. I'm not going to talk bad about the dead, but Magufuli told us there is no COVID. Ako wapi sahi? So let us not joke with this COVID thing. Raila Odinga as a politician alipatikana na COVID juzi tu. It has not taken 5 months, and he saw it. So when somebody tells us there is no COVID, unless somebody doesn't want to see the same thing called COVID killing people, or he wants COVID to kill him so that he can come back and tell us, oh, it was COVID that killed me, but I've come back to tell you it's not there. William Ruto amekuwa na mkutano leo, and I saw him giving the 500,000 for the church. Akasema ya kanisa nimepeana 500,000 na itakuja tena kuwasongeza iwapo mtakuwa mmekwama mahali. Whatever Ruto did today in West Pokot is the same thing that Raila did last week in Kangemi and yesterday in Mombasa. Other countries, what they are doing is there is no political rally. If you have a function to be done, call the politician atume yake, because we know that people do follow the politicians. If you are a good politician, come to the venue with wasikuje na hizi magari mingi, because when people see you coming with magari mingi, that's when they follow you. Again, when they want to start comparing whatever happened on the national holiday, that is a national holiday. That is not a personal thing. It's a national holiday. Kenyatta University are supposed to graduate in, I think on 23rd or 20th of July. And they've been told that it will be done virtually. I saw already, and I think it will be done on Monday. Monday they will do something. Parents are going to court so that their children can graduate in school. That tells you something. Our people still don't see. They are thinking like if parents are, they are being told to graduate online. Wanaona is like the government is denying us the right to go and graduate in college. So the parents, a few parents have started joining themselves, collecting some money so that they can go to the court and get their graduation done in school. So that means our population still have not believed that there is COVID. Wewe ni mtu wa siasa, umependa siasa, and you are here that Ruto is coming, Raila is coming, Kalonzo is coming. Why can't you ask these people that the people who are coming should be less than 100 or 1,000? They should put their numbers so that they know. People can do what we call town hall meetings, which is attended by only invites, so that they can pass their points. Because these other people, when they come, they can go back to disseminate the information at home. Because otherwise, I watched what Ruto said today. There is nothing new that his people, his followers have not always had. There is nothing new that he said that is so new that other people can. The only thing that I heard was, sasa ameacha Jubilee. Is like now today is promoting UDA openly. So, but that is not news, because he has been linked with that UDA all through and is facilitating its functions. So if these people are still doing the meetings, I think we should hold the politicians responsibly as fast as possible. If people attend your mkutano, you will tell us why did you put the mkutano. If people have the crowd, you will tell the country why you are moving with that crowd, because anaweza move na watu wawili na bodyguard wake. Why collect 50 MPs? Why collect 30 MPs to go and do one thing? Yesterday, Raila was launching the hospital in Kwale, in Mombasa. This one machine is being launched at a political rally, and the machine is in the hospital. Why couldn't he just go and launch it in the hospital with the governor and the doctors inside and the area MPs? Not to call everybody like and again, it's not on Raila or Ruto. It's always about the political leaders on the grassroots. Wanataka kuleta watu wao na mapickup na malori, ndio wakati ameambiwa kuongea watu wake watamshangilia. We have participated in some of the things, we know them. Hiyo kushangilia haikuagi ya wale wenye walikuja voluntary committing. Kuna wenye wanaletwaga, oh, so mheshimiwa so ameleta watu 30. Mheshimiwa so ameleta watu 30 so that they can come and make noise. Evo, you are saying what am I, that you caused Magufuli's death. I'm not saying I know what caused Magufuli's death. I'm saying COVID is a functional thing. It is present, but when a leader comes and like try to joke around with science, it can work against you, or it can kill other people. But the complications that we have from the BBC is there are some indications that Magufuli had complications that are attributed towards the COVID, though the government doesn't want to say that. That was in the BBC. So this thing about COVID, NATO, I think you can apologize to us. You can't say that COVID is a scam. If that is what you say, then it's wrong. Another thing, I know that's the last thing that I'm going to say on this platform. Although you have good points, but the way you distribute your point with the people, because when somebody is still talking, just wait and ask the question when it's done. But when you're throwing points and like you're making a lot of distraction, and you're making this person who can be lying to forget the lie. Allow the person to lie. If you think he's lying, allow the person to lie completely, so that the more he lies, he's losing himself. You get what to ask him. But if he's lying and you're trying to correct him, he will forget the lie and he will lie less. Thank you.
Thank you, Collins. But if the lie is a straight lie, we should prevent it from spreading by intercepting on time, because there are people who are hell-bound to misgive information deliberately, and this platform stands for guidance so that people can find some sense in what we are doing. Otherwise, thank you very much. Can we hear from Kamau?
Oh, thank you very much. Habari ya wananchi watukufu wote. Sasa nashukuru leo nimeona yule hekla wa zamani ya Yaga ni kama meritaiwa, tumepata mwingine anaitwa Olo. I don't know ama the law is better than the Ayaga, but that is to be determined by the panel here.
Olo na Ayaga ni twins. Kwa hivyo you understand.
Oh, okay. That's yeah. He's trying. He's beating. Olo seems to be doing better than Ayaga in heckling. But
no, come now. If you are inviting them back,
that's not where we are going. No, I just
they are just around the corner. So please, just make your submissions.
Okay, when I come here, they really heckle me, and sometimes I don't make my point. So I was just trying to acknowledge their presence. Sasa mimi nashukuru sana kwamba niko kwa hii leo na nimepewa hii fursa ya kuongea, na niseme kwamba last time nilipokuwa hapa niliongea maneno labda yalizusha, ikazusha sana, lakini Bernard baadaye akaondoka akaachia mwingine. Nilijieleza what I was saying, na wale waliokuwa na uvumilivu wa kungoja au wa kusubiri walisikia nilichokuwa nikisema. Kwa hivyo sitarudia unless niombwe nirudie. Nikiombwa nirudie nitarudia, maana sio mabaya. Mimi niliwaambia mimi ni mzee na historia ya siasa za Kenya niko nayo kwa kucha zangu, naielewa. Na nikikwambia kitu ujue ni ukweli. Haya, tuache hiyo maana sina time ya kujadili hiyo. Tuongee mambo hii ya COVID na wanasiasa. Tuseme kwamba nchi ya Kenya ni lazima tujue
kuweka lawama mahali ambapo inastahili. Sisi wana Kenya tunapenda sana ama tuna hiyo the propensity ya kutafuta mtu wa kulaumu kwa kila jambo. Sasa tunalaumu wanasiasa. Kila mtu amejua kwamba kunalo janga la corona. Tumekuwa nalo mwaka moja karibu nusu sasa. Na bado watu wakiitwa mkutanoni ya hadhara wanajitokeza kwa wingi bila kuchukua zile protocols ambazo zinastahili mtu kujikinga. Lakini watu wakiwa wagonjwa bado wanataka kulaumu wale wanasiasa. Mimi nasema tujizoeshe kwamba sisi kila mtu ni responsible na maisha yake. Mwanasiasa sio responsible na maisha yako. Kwa hivyo mkutano wa hadhara ukiitwa, jiulize mimi mwenyewe, sasa nikiwa mgonjwa, huyu mwanasiasa atanilipia hospitali au atanifanyia nini? Kwa hivyo wewe ndio utaepuka kwenda.
Asante.
Kich, umeanza kuvunja sheria.
Oh, sorry. Nilikuwa nasema tu asante tu.
Subiri kwanza. Asante. Kama uendelea.
Sasa mimi naomba tu wana Kenya, na sio kwa COVID peke yake. Tuna hiyo mambo ya kupenda sana kulaumu kila kitu, kunatafuta mtu wa kulaumu. Hamna wakati sisi tunajilaumu wenyewe. Hatujionyeshi kidole sisi kusema kwamba sisi hapa kama Wakenya ndio tuliokosea. Kwa mfano hata katika siasa zetu tumependa sana kulaumu kila mtu isipokuwa sisi wenyewe ambao tunachaguana. Tukiwa tunafanya uchaguzi kuchagua watu wabaya, tusije tena kulialia kwamba tunapelekwa mrama na wanasiasa. Mimi niliwaambia mimi sijuti. Niliwaambia last time nilikuwa hapa, niliwaambia kwamba nilipigia Uhuru Kenyatta kura mara 3 na sijuti. Manake ni makosa yangu. Kwa hivyo lazima nivumilie. Na nikawaambia 2022 napigia Ruto. Na nitampigia awe malaika wa shetani, nitampigia huyo kura. Sababu hakuna wakati tutatawaliwa na malaika katika nchi ya Kenya. Tutatawaliwa na moja wetu. Na wazungu wanasema a country gets the leaders it deserves. Hivyo ni kusema ya kwamba hakuna wakati ambapo tutachagua malaika na sisi sio malaika. Sisi ni binadamu. Kama ni corruption, sisi wote, wewe na mimi, tuko ndani yake. Ni nafasi tu tumekosa. Kama tungekuwa na nafasi labda tungeiba zaidi ya wengine, lakini sababu hatuna, sasa tunanyosha vidole kulaumu wengine. Mimi sifichi nini zangu, karata zangu za kisiasa. Manake naelewa kwamba unafiki ndio mwingi katika nchi ya Kenya. Manake tunajaribu kila njia, kama hii, kama usilaumu mtu, jilaumu mwenyewe. Uhuru tulimchagua, ametupeleka mrama, nchi karibu sasa imefilisika, hamna pesa, hata makaunti hayajalipwa, hakuna hata peni, mapeni yale yapelekwa bado deni ni nyingi. Wafanyi biashara wengi walipatia mashirika kadha ya serikali mali na nini, hawajalipwa. Mimi namfahamu marafiki zangu wachache ambao wananadiwa, wana-auctioniwa sababu hawakulipwa, hawajalipwa bado, na benki haitaki kufahamu hivyo. Uhuru hataki kusimamisha. Kwa hivyo tulifanya makosa kumchagua Uhuru, na mimi pia najilaumu sababu ni mimi mmoja waliomchagua. Kwa hivyo mimi bila kuongea mambo mengi, nimesikia Collins amesema kitu cha muhimu sana. Tusije hapa kutafuta mtu wa kulaumu. Tuje hapa kuangalia mahali ambapo tumeenda mrama, na tujaribu kutafuta njia ambayo tunaweza kujinasua katika ule mtego. Lakini tukiendelea katika mambo ya kulaumu na kuna lawama kutafuta ni nani wa kulaumiwa, sisi ambao tunatawaliwa tutabaki hivyo hivyo. Mwaka utaingia, mwingine utapita, utaenda. Wengine tutakuwa tunafikiria tunatafuta malaika atatoka mbinguni aje tutawale. Lakini nawaambia ndugu zangu, kila wakati, kila baada ya miaka 5 tunawachagua ndugu zetu, dada zetu, watoto wetu, mababa zetu. Tunachagua wale ambao ni wetu sisi wenyewe. Nikiuliza labda hapa kuna mtu ambao unamjua ni kazini yako ambaye ni mbunge ama ni councilor ama ni ile wale tunaita MCA. Yaani ni watu wa jamii zetu. Kwa hivyo tutosheleke kwamba tukifanya makosa tumeyafanya. Na wale watu ambao wanatupeleka mrama, ambao wanatuzamisha ni wetu, ni sisi wenyewe tunajizamisha, sio wengine. Kwa hivyo mimi leo sina maneno mengi, sitaki kuzusha tena kama wakati uliopita, na nimeona mahekla wameongezeka sasa ni double, kwa hivyo naogopa.
Kamau, wewe umeongea vizuri, kama
nikusema tu nikumalizia tu.
Naogopa. Subiri twende moja kwa moja.
Nashukuru lakini mkiona nimetoka mapema mfahamu kwamba nitakimbia sokoni kidogo, lakini nikirudi kipata mkutano bado wanaendelea nitakuja, maana mimi ndio mama na baba katika hii nyumba. Kwa hivyo
Bernard, sijui niseme kitu kabla Kamau hajakimbia.
Okay, sawa.
Moja tu. Niseme Kamau amesema kitu cha maana sana. Na hivyo sasa ndio hivyo mimi nilikuwa nasema wewe mwenyewe ujiangalie. Politician mwenyewe akija pale akupatie sumu hutakula, na ukila wewe basi wewe ndio utakufa wewe mwenyewe. Sasa hivyo vile amesema vizuri sana, na hivyo ndivyo mimi nilikuwa nasema. Wewe ukiitwa pale, ukiona Ruto amekuja, ukiona Raila amekuja, alafu wewe akimbia pale na unajua kuna corona, una barakoa, una nini, basi upatwe na nini na COVID, utalia wewe mwenyewe utalia, na vile Wakikuyu wanasema utalilisha mpaka watu wenyu. Waona? Kwa hivyo kama amesema kitu cha maana, na niseme ukienda sokoni, hebu tukujia na mayai tafadhali, na ila nini. Asante.
Thank you. Kabla uende, kuna msemo unasema kufanya makosa sio kosa.
Kabisa.
Kosa ni kurudia.
Kabisa.
Wewe ukarudia kosa mara 3, unataka kuongeza mara 4. Sasa itakuwa vipi?
Ruto sio kosa ndugu yangu. Ruto hajatawala Kenya. Na sasa unataka nizuisha tena. Na unajua
ticket ile ulipiga kura ilikuwa na majina ngapi?
Lakini katiba ni
jibu tu swali.
Katiba ni hapa kwa meza yangu hii.
Na jina yale ulipigia kura ilikuwa tarehe ngapi? If you are not speaking, please mute your mic. We don't want feedback.
Kuna mtu nasema bana.
Yes.
Katiba wakati kwenda uchaguzini yapata miaka 4 iliyopita, ilieleza kwamba nilichagua mtu mmoja anaitwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Alikuwa na
kwa ballot gani hiyo? Kwa sababu kila ballot ilikuwa na majina tofauti.
Nikatiza, nipe nafasi niongee, nikujibu swali. Nilimchagua Uhuru Muigai, alikuwa na msaidizi ambaye anaitwa William Ruto. Hebu nikufafanulie kulingana na katiba. Haimaanishi kwamba Ruto ni rais. Imemaanisha yeye ni msaidizi, yeye ni mtu wa kutumwa kama msaidizi wa kwa nyumbani, ambao anamwambia kanifanyie kile, kanifanyie kile. Usipomwambia afanye chochote hafanyi, lakini ukimwambia afanye sharti afanye. Kwa hivyo mtu wa kulaumiwa ni mmoja tu katika serikali zote, hata hapa Marekani niko. Mtu wa kulaumiwa ni mtu mmoja, rais. Na wanasema hapa the buck stops with the president. It doesn't stop everywhere. Kwa sababu you can imagine. Kwa hivyo
sawa na kuelewa bwana Kamau.
Katiba
swali langu ni kwamba kosa lilikuwa kwa kushinda urais ama kupigia kura rais?
Kosa Sijui unamaanisha nini ukiuliza swali, lakini mimi nasema hivi.
Unasema ulifanya makosa ya Uhuru mara 3 na amesababisha matatizo kwa nchi nzima, hakuna hela. Okay? Na hiyo katika polling station ile ulienda katika hiyo booth. Okay? Ulichagua pair. Kulikuwa na Raila na Kalonzo, kulikuwa na Uhuru na Ruto na wengineo. So you picked a pair.
Yes.
The pair went and worked and have resulted into a failure. Then you are saying now the assistant who went to assist the president that did not succeed can now become a better president.
Yes, nikupe na jibu na usinikatize. Mwaka wa 78 tulikuwa na pair nyingine ilikuwa itwa Moi na Mwai Kibaki. Tukawapa, ingawaje hawakuchaguliwa na kura, lakini walitawala. Na serikali ya Moi ikawa na madhambi mengi kuliko hata sijui kuliko ipi nyingine. Nilikuwa kama shetani. Ikaendelea mpaka mwaka 88 ambapo Kibaki alitolewa, kukawekwa Dr. Karanja. Alafu mnaelewa historia, alafu kukaja mwingine ambaye hakukata na ikawekwa Saitoti. Saitoti yakaa hivyo hivyo. Sitaki kurudia historia. Na serikali hiyo kwa kweli ilitupeleka chini hata kiuchumi, hatungejimudu. Manake maisha yalikuwa mabaya. Bas baadaye Kibaki akatoka. Kibaki alipotoka akawa sasa yeye sio katika serikali, katika upinzani. Mwaka wa 2002 natumaini wote mlikuwepo, mnajua kilichofanyika. Kibaki akachaguliwa kuwa rais wa Kenya. Kumbuka alikuwa makamu wa rais miaka 10 ya Moi. Na serikali ilikuwa imeenda mrama kabisa, ilikuwa imetupeleka chini ya ziwa. Tulikuwa tuko chini tumezama. Kibaki alipoingia, yule makamu wa rais ambaye alikuwa ni wa Moi, ambaye alikuwa serikali imeenda mrama akiwemo, kila mtu siku hizi yuamsifu kwamba aliunda, alikatengeneza, akafanya uchumi ikafanyika. Sasa nakwambia hivi, na nataka tu kurudi kwa yangu. Yeye alikuwa msaidizi wa mtu ambaye hana kichwa. Na kwa
what Mr. Kamau, unajua ni mzee na wazee wanapaswa kutengeneza mambo, sio kuharibu mambo.
Kabisa.
Okay. Unataka kuniambia hakuna tofauti katikati ya Kibaki na Ruto?
Hakuna. Ruto ni better.
What do you mean?
Kwanza ebu niseme kidogo. Unajua nani huyu Ruto mwenyewe hatujampatia nafasi ya kuongeza ya kunene inchi. Tukimpatia nafasi after 5 years alafu apeleke inchi mrama, sasa tutarudi hapa alafu tuseme Ruto ni mbaya. Hivyo ndivyo kama yasema.
Shida ndio hiyo. Ninyi mnataka kuexperiment na inchi.
Hakuna maji
jaribu tuone.
Lakini unajua
wakati tunajaribu tukiona tunaendelea kuharibu mambo. Tuhakikishe kabla.
Lakini kumbuka Mr. Bernard, tuna example moja ya Kibaki. Kibaki alikuwa na Moi, alafu Kenya ikaenda kule chini. Kibaki mwenyewe akaekwa pale usukani, akapeleka nchi mpaka mimi na wewe tukatabasamu na tukacheka na tukawa tuna furaha. Waona? Sasa kwa sababu tuna hiyo example, basi sisi tunasema Ruto mwenyewe basi atakuwa anaambiwa ati yeye sijui yuko na Uhuru. Yeye ni mdogo wake ndio, lakini vile kama wamesema the buck stop na nani na huyu president huyu. Sasa vile tunasema tutampigia Ruto, alafu after miaka 5 akirudi, alafu apeleke nchi vibaya, mimi nitakuwa wa kwanza kusema simpatii kura tena.
Thank you. Everybody, now let's move away from there.
Is secret ballot. You're not telling us who we are supposed to vote for.
Bernard.
And again, we are not here to campaign for them.
Bernard.
We are not here to campaign for anybody.
Bernard.
I'm not campaigning.
Bernard.
Hold on, everybody. Order. Kamau, tunaambiwa tuachilie uende sokoni kwanza, na unaruhusa tafadhali. Mr. Kamau, we expect you back when you are back from the market. Kumbuka kuna mayai unaletea kichi hapa.
Tafadhali na uje na
mimi naagiza embe tu.
Bernard.
So, Neto, shida ni nini?
Okay. I want to clarify something before Kamau leaves. Sahi, okay, it is good. I've been saying I'm a supporter of Ruto, but there is a danger ahead. Even if he becomes the president, you have raised a very nice point that how sure are we the model, the bottom-up approach will work? Or is he just experimenting this thing? For sure, tumeona kwenye hii serikali ya Ruto na Uhuru imetufikisha. The other day wamefikisha, I think 8 trillion loan. So, and they are suggesting to raise the loan ceiling to 11 trillion. I'm wondering, where will this money come from? Because the president who will take the steering from 2022, si akona manifesto zake. And also we expect that this person will also require to be known, to have some legacy of development, to have some legacy of such stuffs. Pesa itatoka wapi? And that's why I'm also...
Ebu niseme Mr. Neto, ni kucorrect kidogo tu.
Tumeanza kuvunja sheria.
Let me finish,
Subiri.
Kitch, let me finish.
Haya basi.
So even if ile kitu naona iko na a bit of reality is, if the next president mwenye ataigia hata concentrate so much on development or infrastructure, atakuja kuempower people, then that seems to be possible. Because hakuna pesa, na maybe to do that, it may not require so much money. So maybe Kitch, you can ask your question now.
Mimi nilikuwa nasema, kumbuka hiyo yote ambayo umesema ya kukopa, rais haezi kopa, na najua na Bernard unajua ana background ya wakili, hata nipiga kabisa. Sasa nasema nini kukopa lazima iwe imekubalishwa na bunge. Wakumbuka pale ndio wanaenda wanavote, alafu wanasema haya basi unaweza kopa. Sasa kule bunge kuna wana ODM, kuna hao wengine wote hao ambao wanapiga kelele hao. Kwa hivyo wao akina ODM hao na akina hao sijui akina Umbrella, akina Kalonzo, hao wafuasi wake hao, wao ndio wako bunge, alafu wanaungana, wanampatia ruhusa, alafu wakishampatia ruhusa yeye anaenda anakopa. Kwa hivyo tukiweka blame pale, tuweke kwa hao wote, Raila na wafuasi wake huko bungeni, na huyu na hao wengine wote. Kwa hivyo yeye haezi enda akope pale kama hajapatiwa ruhusa, na akipatiwa ruhusa basi ndio
anakumbushe kwamba
you are misleading us.
Okay.
Mimi nataka Bernard ni correct kwa sababu yeye ni wakili. Hao wengine ni kelele.
Stop calling.
Wewe unajuaje mimi sio lawyer?
Okay. Thank you. Kitch, I just want to remind you that wakati wa kuongeza kiwango cha deni la kukopwa ulifanyika wakati wa tyranny of numbers, ambapo ODM na kelele yote na demonstration yote haikuweza kusimamisha chochote. Wakishasema ni hapa. So 2013 2017 hiyo ndio mambo yote ilifanyika. Hii maneno ya loan kupandishwa na hiyo yote ilipitishwa that time.
Lakini Mr. Bernard, ukumbuki walifanya haya maneno ya kunini ya kuraise maneno serikali kukopa juzi tu. Walifanya juzi bwana Bernard.
Hold on. Kids, you are misleading people here.
Say something.
Kids, you are misleading people here. All the mess we are going through today in Kenya happened in 2014 to 2016. All the mess we are going through today.
That's a white lie, but it's okay for proceed.
Okay, very good. I wanted you to say it's a white lie, and that is what I wanted to hear. Because that is when Waiguru stole 971 million Kenya shillings. She's still there. That money has not been refunded. That is when we lost 240 billion Kenya shillings in a Eurobond. That money is we are still paying it. That is when we raised the tax ceiling to 9 trillion. And again, Kich is saying something.
Hiyo ya 9 trillion haikuwekwa 2014, imewekwa juzi. Si ndio maana alipatiwa ruksa aende akakopa.
Okay, look here.
Ilipigwa alipatiwa walipiga kura hapa bunge juzi.
Okay, look here.
Wewe even pia wewe uko wrong bwana.
Hapana, Kich, you are wrong.
Kich, you are wrong.
You are wrong. Kich, you are wrong.
Look here, Kich, I want you to understand what I'm saying so that you can rebuttal me. I don't need you to heckle a lot and saying nonsense. So before you start saying the nonsense, first get it.
That's nonsense. Nani amesema maneno ya nonsense?
Then here's the thing. We lost the money.
On the issue of loan na kuongezea 2013 mpaka 2017 waliongezea the loan limit to 6 trillion. But then from 2017 mpaka saa hii ndio walikuja wakaongezea to 9 trillion.
Asante.
Okay. Thank you, Mutembei. Now look at what is happening. The Bunge does not give the power to the executive to borrow. The Bunge only increases the tax ceiling of how much they can borrow. When the executive wants to borrow, they talk as executive, and that's why uliona huyu Ukuri Atani talking of they are planning to borrow. And that's why we have a budget that will depend on borrowing. The borrowing must be within the tax limit that was the ceiling that was set by the parliament. The parliament does not pass what is being borrowed. It passes the maximum that can be borrowed. So if you are telling us that people are borrowing on a bunge, apana, that way you are trying to mislead us. Even a lawyer.
Okay, let me carry on.
Anasema hivi, anasema kwamba wale wali raise hiyo ba ya kwenda kukopa. Alafu tena anasema vile nimesema serikali haiwezi enda kukopa kama hajapatiwa ruksa hiyo kule kwa bunge. Waona? Lakini yeye ni kama ana conflict ma vitu mbili.
Sikiliza. Ngoja, wewe ndio usikilizi wanasema hivi. Kama una mshwari unapewa ruhusa ya kukopa shilingi 30,000. Lakini ni haki yako kukopa 5 ama 15, sio lazima ukope 30. So bunge inaweka kiwango. Lakini uchaguzi wa serikali how much they will borrow is within that limit. So they have like 30 to borrow, but they can borrow 10. But if they have a huge appetite, wataenda kuborrow zote 30.
Lakini nani atakuwa amewapatia ruhusa?
Sio ruhusa wanapewa, ni kuweka kiwango. Kiwango tu, sio ruhusa.
Sasa wamewekwa kiwango, lakini wasitaka kukopa wakope yote. Ni nani ambao wamewapatia green light? Si ni bunge?
Sawa kwa kitu. Okay, asante.
Okay, Bernard, I had not finished.
Hold on, mute your mic. Deto, thank you. You have ngoja kwanza.
Let me finish one point.
Deto, ngoja. We have had people on hold for long. Let them also say something. We are coming back another round. Sawa. Simon Ndungu and Brother Benson. Simon uko? Simeon.
Niko.
Karibu.
Asante sana. Mimi naweza sema hii story yote ya COVID najua ilianza ni ignorance tu. For example, angalia ilianzia kutoka wapi? China walikuwa wanajua hii kitu iko, si ndio? Wakalenga hiyo story, wakanyamaza, wakaacha kitu ika spread, allow flights kuja kwao, badala waseme hii ugonjwa yenyewe iko kwetu, wacha tu watu wasiingie, watu wasitoke hadi hiyo COVID itulie. But hao juu walikuwa wanafiki na sijui agenda yao ilikuwa gani, wakaruhusu ka spread the same thing na hapa Kenya. Ignorance na selfishness, that's what is driving in Kenya right now. Politicians hawajali, hataki kujua kama kesho yeye anajua as long as kuna support base ya over 7 million ama 6 million, yeye anajua hata watu wawili akikufa at the end of the day huenda akapata hizo kura zitarudi tu, zitabaki tu hapo, unaona? So yeye hajali maisha yenu. So mimi naweza sema ndo unaona hii story ya COVID, mjichunge tu nyinyi wenyewe. Politicians hana haja na wewe. That's hiyo ndo ninaweza sema Bernard. Sina mambo mengi.
Okay. Thank you Simeon. We are on our own. Kila mtu ajisimamie. And I think the Minister for Health said that. So tujilinde, tujikinge. So tukubali kwamba we are responsible for our health care. If not, sisi ndio tutakuwa kwanza kuumia. Brother Benson.
Habari. Mzuri sana. Mi nimekuwa kwa background for so long, nimeona ilikuwa imeanza, ilikuwa imechacha, nikaona vita ilikuwa kubwa sana. Lakini hiyo ni kawaida kwa sababu hapa Mungu ameumba mtu kwa maumbile yake na tafsiri yake ya maisha. Kuna wale wamepatiwa ile jasiri ya kuongea na wako na nguvu sana. Lakini mimi sitaongea mengi juu ya siasa. Nimesikia hizo death, vitu za pesa. Mimi Mungu hajanibariki sana mambo ya uchumi sana. Lakini nataka kuongea kuhusu mambo ya COVID. And itabidi mimi nasema kwamba Biblia inasema my people perish because of lack of knowledge. Na ukiangalia knowledge ni kitu ambacho unafundishwa. Is something that you acquire through education. And we've been educated. Studies has been done on how COVID really impact people's life. And there are people who their loved one have perished through COVID. And one thing that we should agree that the meeting that the Odinga had in Mombasa and the meeting that Ruto had in today, let us just be sincere. We should not blame wananchi. We should not blame wananchi because as a leader, you're a role model to the people that you are leading. You should give them the direction on where they want to go. Why do you say right now, Mr. Kichi saying we should not blame especially the leader, na kitupatia sumu tusikule, atukule, asijua alikuwa anatoa analogy gani, lakini akikuambia leo uende ukanipigie kura, unaenda kunipigia. Hebu nitafautishie hapo.
Haya basi niko hapa, wacha niseme. Haya, mimi nilikuwa nasema hivi, nitakupeleka pole pole. Nilikuwa nasema Ministry of Education, na vile umesema ambao education kila mtu ameambiwa kwamba hii COVID ukienda kwa watu unaeka barakoa, unaosha mkono na unakaa mbali na mwenzio Sasa wale politician wamekuja. Wewe mwenyewe unajua kuna corona. Lakini wewe kwa miguu yako mwenyewe unatoka kwako unaenda pale. Hujavaa barakoa na unakaa na mwenzio pale na mkipiga ile ha hivyo basi mnapigania hiyo ile nini hiyo hewa mnapigania nyi wenyewe. Waona? Sasa itakuwaje wewe ukajitoa kwako na miguu yako kwa mlango bila barakoa, ukaenda pale alafu ukarudi na COVID, alafu ni mlaumu Raila? Wewe uoni huo ni nini? Uoni wewe mwenyewe ndio una shida wewe mwenyewe? Kwa sababu kama vile ni kama vile wewe unasikia watu wanaenda Saudi Arabia, wewe unaambiwa ukienda Saudia, wewe unaona vile watu wanarudi kwa maboksi, waona? Lakini wewe even after kuona vile watu wanarudi kwa maboksi, unachukua miguu yako, wapanda ndege, waenda pale, ukinya na boksi tutasema basi tulikuambia, ulijionea, alafu umerudi kwa boksi. Sasa sisi mbona tulaumu wa Saudia? Waona? Sasa mimi nini yangu ilikuwa ni wewe ona politician, unajua kuna nini, kuna COVID, we nenda, ukishikwa na huo ugonjwa utajilaumu wewe mwenyewe kwa sababu utakuwa umelala pale hospitali peke yako. Asante.
Kit. I think there's a time in life that we need to be very realistic. As a good leader, unajua wacha tusiweke siasa, tuweke siasa pembeni. This is something that is dealing with the life of human beings, life of the Kenyan citizen, and you are a leader, and you say you are a very responsible leader, and you know the repercussion that group with the COVID is spreading like a fire. And unajua, as a leader, you know if you are going somewhere, people will follow you. Why should you organize that rally in the first place? And you know, like, there are some circumstances that cannot be stopped.
Haya, mimi niseme, politician will never stop kuwa politicians. Kama unafikiria Kenya hii tutaenda tuwafungie kwa nyumba, hawatakaa kwa nyumba, na wewe unajua hivyo, unajua vizuri sana.
Subiri kwanza, ujibu swali. Sasa swali lile umeulizwa tafadhali.
Haya basi, anasema kwamba tulaumu politicians, si ndio? Si hivyo ndivyo unasema bwana Benson? Unasema wale leaders tuwalaumu wao kwa sababu waenda kule kuita watu alafu watu wanakuja, si hivyo ndivyo unasema? Sasa nimekuambia politician hata uwafungie wanakaa kunguru, huwezi wafungia, watatoka na wataenda. Wewe mwenyewe ambao unajua kuna corona, alafu unatoka unaenda kutangamana na watu wengine, wewe ndio tutaita, sijui niseme kwa ili na usiseme nimekuwa rude, wewe ndio utakuwa mpumbavu kwa sababu unajua for sure kuna corona.
Sasa nikuulize na hiyo upumbavu wangu. Hiyo nataka sasa uniambie upumbavu wangu sasa iko hapa.
Sikusema wewe ni mpumbavu. Nasema
subiri tu kwa sababu mimi kuna warafiki wangu ambao walienda huko, sawa ni hao ni mapumbavu. Lakini sasa na hiyo upumbavu yetu nataka niulize, kama unaenda palipa soko kwa sababu alikuwa ni kama palipa soko, kuna watu ambao walikuwa wameenda kuuza bidhaa yao. Na hao watu unapata kwamba anaweza athirika. Sasa hapo nani mwenye makosa? Mtu mwenye alikuja kuuza katika soko, rally ikakuja kwa soko, ama mtu ambaye alikuja pali soko iko?
Haya, kumbuka health imesema nini? Vaa barakoa. Sawa, tukubaliani mpaka hapo Wamesema vaa barakoa. Sasa wewe ni watu wangapi kwa hizo nini zote Mombasa na huku kwengine kwa nini wa Rift Valley huko? Ni nani ambao ulikuwa unaona na barakoa? Hakuna. Kwa hivyo tunasema wewe huwezi sema hutatumia basi kwa sababu kuna COVID. Hapana. Hutasema utaenda town kwa sababu ati kuna COVID. Hautasema hautaenda kanisani wala msikitini kwa sababu kuna COVID. Wanakuambia vaa barakoa.
Okay. Thank you, kids. Thank you. You have made your point.
Bernard, let me just finish. Let me just finish. I think one thing that we should do, let us be like good ambassadors and preach this thing to even everybody that is watching us, that COVID is real. And the only time you will realize that COVID is real is when you will lose your loved one with COVID. That is the only time. And take precautions. I think, Kitch, if you are a leader and like there are people who listens to you, don't tell them that wewe ndio mjinga ukienda pa siasa iko. Tell them something that can really save their lives. This is a matter of life and death. Let us not joke. Let's put politics aside on this. Yeah. Let us
kumbuka Mr.
Kitch, hapana. Subiri utapata muda wako wa kunini? Wa kutoa submission.
sentence.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alafu nimalize.
Hapana.
Kich, mimi na warai wa Kenya wenzangu, wale ambao wako na watu ambao wanawafuata na watu ambao wanawaangalia na watu ambao nyinyi ni maviongozi wao. Tafadhali, tahadhari ndio hii. Waelezeni kwamba corona is real. That is the only thing I can say. Corona is real. COVID-19 is killing.
Asante. Na ukiona watu wanakuja pale politicians, unafanya nini Benson? Unavaa barakoa. Sawa
Kich, sasa I will request for you to be mute. Thank you very much. Everybody to take precaution. COVID is real and you cannot see it walking coming to you. So always have your protective gear on, especially when you're going to the public, whether it is a rally, whether it's marketplace, whether it is public bus. Although Kenyans, we are very good in letting the guard down. As soon as the police are no longer harassing people, we all go back to the normal mode. It is important for us to keep the protocols observed, whether we are being watched or not. It's important that we have self-regulating sense of responsibility as a people. And I believe that's one thing that we need to transfer to everybody. Sense of responsibility. Sio lazima uangaliwe ndio uvae barakoa. Sio lazima uone polisi mbele ndio utoe barakoa kwa mfuko. Unavaa. Polisi sio analeta corona. Unaweza kuwa unayo ndio unaifunikia nani sasa. So it's important that we observe all these things. We have Jex, we have Eli Mwiti, and then Phil Davids. Jex, vipi?
Good evening wapendwa, mko salama?
Karibu.
Mnaendelea namna gani? Nilidhani Bernard sitamkuta atakuwa kiandaa ibada ya kesho.
Maombi yako yashafika. Karibu kwa show, uni relief ili niende.
Brother Benson, najua naandaa maandalizi ya kufunza wanachekechea wa Sunday school, eh? Collins, najua asha crown someone ya kesho already. Ndio unaona na digest tu hapo, eh?
Na mimi nagojea mayai na kachumbari kutoka kwa Kamau.
Kich, naona ameasha moto huku ndani, eh?
Si moto, ni vile tu nasema ka point kangu, lakini si unajua hapa mtu anarusha hivi, mwingine anarusha, alafu sisi wote tunaenda home kama tumefurahi. Si waona tunagojea mayai?
Naelewa. Kama ameenda sokoni, tunatarajia na mayai ya kutosha.
Haya.
Ndeto, uko serious sana jamaa. Relax, hii maneno Mutembea alisema tusiweke kwa roho, ni kuweka tu kwa lungs. Una breathe tukimaliza show.
Nilishapumua.
Uko sawa, eh?
Kabisa. Hata nakunywa kahawa.
Huyo jamaa mwenye anaitwa Phil Davis, mumeka sura za job mpaka mtu anaogopa mkutano.
Ni venye hujapewa chance.
Kwa hivyo ni mwaruka sasa. Nipe nani kwa ruhusa ya mwenyekiti? Nipe nani? Nipe Phil Davis ama nipe? Nikitafuta barakoa yangu ambayo Kicha amesisitiza, wacha nipe Phil Davis kidogo kwanza, mwana mwenyekiti, ninapojieka familiar with what you are discussing, eh?
Sawa, thank you. Phil Davis, umepewa muda.
Kwani show inaisha?
Show inaendelea, nimekupea muda wewe.
Wewe endelea kuongea Phil Davis, ni muda wako. Jex anakupatia.
Na bwana Bernard, watu kama hawa kina Fabiana hawa, au unafaa uambie hii maneno ya kuitana manyuki na nini, waache bwana.
If you respond to them, you encourage them. The best way is to let them. Okay, Phil Davis. Kich subiri, Phil David. Upo. Unmute your mic and talk. Phil Davis. Phil David, I think he has Hitch's problem. Eli Mwiti?
Yes, I'm here.
Hali ya anga uko vipi?
Mimi niko salama.
Haya, karibu kwa show, toa maoni yako.
Well, maoni yangu ni kidogo sana. I think nitaunga mkono I guess Keith na Benson. Niseme at some point wewe kama binadamu you need to take your own precautions. Vitu zingine you don't have to be told. Okay, hata kama mtu anasema I don't believe that kuna mtu anasema kuna corona. If kuna mtu anasema hivyo, that's a dream to me. Kama kuna mtu anasema hivyo, honestly, kama kuna mtu anasema hakuna corona, I sijui. Maybe he or she lives in another planet. I don't know. So hii tunakaa anyway. So kwangu nitalaumu kila mtu. Kama kuna lawama kwa kila mtu, because as this politician, well, watu wanaendanga juu wamekuja. I don't think there's a point yenye mtu ashaifika achukue gari ama pikipiki aende kwa Ruto kamtafute. It's hard. But once amekuja huku kwetu, some of us we are idols. People are idols. Ukimwona hivi unafikiria huyu jamaa anaweza nikuwa kitu. Wacha nitokelezee. So kitu kukaa kwake, it's so clear that hamtaonana na tutakutana na mtu kama yani mtu mwingine, nitakaa kwangu na naye akae kwake. But once ametokea tu hivyo, ameenda kama ni yuko ameenda Pokot ama ni Kisumu, these people watatokea. Some of them hata wasi supporters wake, they just want to see him. They just think that huyu jamaa anatoanga pesa, anataka kafikiria kuturushia milioni moja hapa. Some of us we are handle. So huyu mtu anaenda, mwingine atachukua fare akategea ona kama itawezekana. So tujilaumu sisi wote. This politician wacha wakae huko kwao. Kama they want to talk to us, there are so many ways of talking to us. Like I think si kama ni juzi ama the other day, Ruto had a meeting na aliongea na watu wa 200 people na akawaongelesha. Hakuenda kwao, ilikuwa tu mkutano ya Zoom. Kama anataka kuongea na watu afanye hivyo. Same case to Raila. Hahitaji kwenda Mombasa, you don't have to go there. Ongea na watu kwa kwako. After all, why do you want to go there? Na kama hakuna kati yao mwenye anataka corona, ni vile wasemangi, they know. Izone ya Amos wako mwenye alisema venye alipitia. Wanakaanga hapo tu you know to go. Wataenda na warundi. So me I prefer kila mtu akae kwake. Wewe kama mwananchi, if you have been told wachana na crowd mingi, wachana nazo. Just kaa kwako, kaa tu kwako, tulia kwako. If kama ni kwenda kazi, follow the protocols. It's so simple because corona inaua. Corona really inaua. Na unaona au mtu unaenda kuona huyu jamaa hakuna kati yao hajadungwa vaccine. Wote wamendungwa. Na wewe unaenda hapo hata saa zingine hata painkillers za problem. Unaona? Huyu jamaa ana fly anaenda hata India, aiendea huko inatengenezewa, anadungwa kwa laboratory za India. Wewe na wewe hata unaona kuomba sasa zinadungwa wapi? Hata huwezi zibia hata pesa zingine hata ratiba ukadungwa kwa the next hospital. So we need to be very serious manzi. Wewe chukua tu hatua yako. Huyu mtu hawezi kusaidia. They are all chasing crowd. Anaanza na hiyo kula yako na hakuna mtu mzuri politician. So we just sisi wote tujilaumu au politician mtu akae kwake. If corona is going to end, well and good. Kama tutakaa tu hivyo. Si wezi niambia ati akitokea lazima uende ndio bahati tokee. No. Manze me and I just want to know that hakuna mtu anasema hii hakuna corona. Na kama kuna yeye, well, we need to kuomba sana. We need prayers. Kama kuna mtu anasema hivyo. So lawama ni kwa wote, sisi ndio tutokeanga mapema kwanza, and then wow, you don't have to come kwenda huko wanaenda. Na kama ni for example kama ni kwenda kufungua kama shule, si uende tu peke yako, apande tu ndege yake hapo. Kwenda tu ndege uende hapo, lakini anabeba watu karibu watu 100. Hao watu 100 wanakuja na watu wao 100. Basi kama 3 unapeleka hao watu wote wapi? Hiyo ni bora kuambia mimi sina haja na nyinyi, najua watu wanakufa. Alafu baadaye anawaambia tumesha hii lege, corona imekuwa mingi sana, na ni yeye mwenyewe amechangia. So we need to be serious. Lawama ni kwa sisi wote, mtu asipende, mtu afanye kazi yake. Mimi kama mwananchi nifanye kazi yangu, usitegemee huyo mtu sana.
Okay, thank you. Mtembei, naomba utoe hii nini bana, nione majina ya watu wangu. Jakes, are you still there?
I'm here, sir.
You donated your time to somebody who could not continue. He had hitches, not that he was incapacitated. He had technical hitches. So
okay.
If you are ready, you can go on. If not, we pick on Ndeto.
No, I can go on from here. Now, okay. I think I'll pick it up from what I've heard and maybe from what I've seen from the written debate heading hapo juu. Ruto ignores Uhuru and breaks all COVID protocol rules and hold a massive rally with millions. Now, I don't know how many millions are there in West Pokot, but I think the title has really been hyped by Mtembei. I don't blame him. But anyway, we really need to hold the blame to everyone who takes our lives for granted. I refuse to only look at one person. I look at all of the people. Mtembei is already ready to attack.
Nataka kuambia nimehesabu those guys walikuwa just 3 million bro.
Sasa you made me even Google the population ya sasa umepotea tena, population ya West Pokot. Population yote ya West Pokot unajua ni ngapi, including children, hata ule mwenye hajazaliwa haijafika 1.9. So hiyo 3 yako ni ya kutu hype, but ni sawa. Unajua Mtembei lazima uze gazeti, so he has to come up with a very powerful statement. Kwanza utishike millions, unajua. Mr. Mtembei. Anyway, what was I saying? I think all of us need to bear responsibility. We are all wrong. One, the politician is wrong for breaking the protocols. You see, we know that gatherings are banned for all good reasons. They are not banned because we hate Ruto, we hate Raila, or we hate any of the politicians. No, it is for the well-being of everybody. It's for the welfare of you and I. And then number 2, you are also well informed. These are things that Mutahi Kagwe has been singing as much as he has been singing the national anthem. So we need to just follow the laid protocols. We know how to wash our hands, wear our mask, and above all, keep social distancing. I agree with, I don't know if it was Kamau who said, all these people, nobody went to their doors and knocked their doors and asked them to come. Most of them came voluntarily, and they came to help this politician to break the law, to not to follow what was laid. So everyone here is on the wrong. If they were to be judged, no one will escape. The politician led, the followers also followed suit, and none of them either followed what was required of them. The other thing I would wish also to say, we also need as a society to ask our government to vaccinate us. You and I have a right to be vaccinated, have a right to good health, have a right to access of all this. You see, it is only in Kenya where we are busy doing other things, and the very basic we are yet to fully put our heads together and perform. It's your right to be vaccinated. I wish we would be protesting in the streets demanding us to be vaccinated. I wish I would see massive crowds trying to persuade the government to order vaccines. because some nations gatherings are almost coming back. I saw Israel is already on a no mask policy because they have vaccinated. Out of 3, 2 have already been vaccinated. The country, the other day we saw as they were removing Netanyahu, they were gathered in their numbers. They came out to the man, and all of them were not wearing masks. No social distancing were being observed because why? Because these guys had already or have been vaccinated. We saw that in the US, I'm not there, but I know Collins will tell us, even the army helped people be vaccinated. They came out of the barracks to have massive vaccinations. People came out to be vaccinated. There were campaigns encouraging people to be vaccinated. It is only in Kenya we are encouraged to go and vote, to go for rallies, go for harambes, but we're not encouraged to go for voting. In fact, I didn't see an advertisement of people being encouraged to be injected. So I also wish to here tonight blame my government for one, not vaccinating you and I fully, so that as much as we expose ourselves, we are exposing ourselves from a vaccinated angle. We are not yet vaccinated. From 45 million, it is only 1 million who have received their first jab. Even the second jab is still a worry to most of us. So we really urge the government that the vaccine should come, if not today, tomorrow morning. It should be a necessary requirement. And then the other thing our politicians need to learn, we don't need this tit for tat, that if Raila holds a meeting today, Ruto must hold a meeting tomorrow. That is something that should come, and we really don't need to encourage this. It's because we saw Raila the other day in Mombasa, Ruto had to go to West Pokot. And then this is the other thing I'm asking myself, is it a must that one person must fly all the way from Nairobi to go launch a bus, to go launch a hospital? And there are people who can do that on the ground. The governors there can do it. Don't even need to hold a crowd to launch a hospital. And by the end of the day, some of these hospitals are not even fully equipped. They have only, I saw today someone launching a hospital with 8 beds, serving a population of over 2 million in Kiambu. I ask myself, 8 beds, even if you are to divide, how many people sleep in these 8 beds? So we don't need the whole nation to go launch 8 beds. We need us to be realistic. And our leaders needs to be realistic. Hii mambo ya kushindanga kutupeleka launchings za vitu zenye at times I really wouldn't say lazima kila mtu aende kuzilaunch. Acha tu zifanywe hata chini ya maji. Let the public know kitu fulani ishafunguliwa and it is ready to be used. I think those are my submissions concerning what Mtembe had raised. I wish maybe we can discuss later on the substance of what was said in such gathering. Mr. Kamo, thank you. I can see you. Karibu sana from the marketplace. Bernard, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Jakes. Thank you for the submission. And the responsibility lies with us, Kenyans. And our leaders need to lead us in the right direction. But we shouldn't follow them blindly. We should also take responsibility for our own lives. Maybe just picking up from where Jakes left. The rivalry of tit for tat. You do me, I do you, you push me, I push you, and things like that. I think it's too early in the day to begin to do that. The parliament is yet to be dissolved. The elections are yet to be declared. Why should there be pressure that if somebody did a rally, I need also to do a rally the following day? I don't see what warrants that, except there is something that is going on that we don't know. Because even if Jubilee and ODM merges, okay, or they are forming a coalition, the election is not taking place next week or next month. So why should there be a pressure for any politician to go and put Kenyans' lives at risk because he wants to prove a point? Or is the DP president pushing the president to push him out so that he can have something to tell Kenyans? What do you think?
You're asking me?
You are free to answer.
Okay. Me, I think everyone is trying to bring their prepared kasumba. You see, all this ni aina ya michezo ambayo tumekuwa tukiigizwa, ni sarakasi ambayo wanasiasa wamekuwa wakituonyesha over and over again. Sasa tunasikia kuna in the next 14 days Jubilee and ODM will come up with a serious outfit ambayo jana Bernard alikuwa anang'ang'ana kutushtua nayo, you know. Ruto naye leo for the very first time amesema UDA Asla and all. So by the end of the day ni wanasiasa tu kujiandaa na kufunza tu venye wametuzoesha ya kuwa hakuna chama kimoja ambacho wakinafuzu katika uchaguzi ambao unafuatia. So it is always a very new party for a very new election. So all these are just drama and there is nothing new. We have been used to all this. Yeah, we should be ready for very serious terminologies, very serious slogans that others will be earth shaking, but eventually saa kuvote ndio wana realize kumbe kwa ground vitu ni different and wana realize kumbe kuna mahali kunaitwa bedroom na kwingine kunaitwa stronghold. So we are ready for all the new things. My dictionary is ready to be perused so as to learn something new. So but basically hakuna kitu kigeni, Mr. Bernard. Hizi tu ni vitu we have been seeing over and over again, and you'll be assured that in the next 2 months we will be talking a different story.
My question to you, Jex, is the DP has been running all along since 2017. He's been campaigning. Where is the pressure coming up that so and so did a rally, I have to do a rally? When he's been the only one running, nobody has been running against the DP.
Unajua kila mwamba ngoma uvuta pande yake. This is him making sure he's not being outsmarted in his own game. Unajua until the elections on the 9th of August next year are held, he will not rest. Huyu jamaa hatatulia, and according to him, he does not need, if I may use a word from the holy book, hataki kuacha any stone unturned. Anataka kuhakikisha kila mtu amebebwa na hii basi ya wheelbarrow. And I tell you for free, if tomorrow Uhuru goes to Baringo, I can guarantee you that Ruto will go to Uasin Gishu the following day, because lazima protect kile anajua ni yake, alafu hizi za wenyewe nyemele kiasi kiasi.
Sawa sawa, na kwani sisi sote tutatoshea kwa wheelbarrow moja? Bwana Mungu atusaidie.
Unajua hii wheelbarrow ni poa. Kuna wale watabebewa juu, mtu kama Bernard atashika handle. Collins kwa sababu alipenda maendeleo chap tutamfungulia kwa mguu.
Bwana Mungu nisaidie. Now let's make progress.
Yeah, but also
Collins brought up an important
Kamau here just wanted to add to what the last speaker said. This is politics, my brothers. Politics sometimes doesn't have a formula. You do what is required at that time. If Ruto sits back and waits for these other guys to gather, you see, right now he's ahead by a mile or two of everybody. But you see, politics is very fluid. Those numbers could change any minute if it slackens just for a minute. So Ruto will never sit back and allow them to make any inroads where he has already done. So expect this to continue from now henceforth, because none of them, you see, why did Raila go to Mombasa? Why did he go to Kangemi? He's trying to get a foothold in those regions to try and make his support base solid or more solid than it was. Ruto, on the other hand, by now on the ground, anybody who's on the ground knows this, unless they live in denial. Ruto is very far away from them. That's why everybody is talking of uniting to defeat Ruto, because they have all realized, no, this guy, the big problem we have in Kenya is that most politicians, including idiots like Tuoli, and sorry to call him that such a name, because
Mr. Kamau, watch your language. Mind your language.
I withdraw.
You are an elder. And elders are the custodian of our values and traditions.
Withdraw, even in Bunge. That's
Please.
what
Thank you.
Apologize and withdraw. I'm saying even people like Atwoli and his group, they assumed that Ruto won't be anywhere. They assumed that Uhuru has the Agikuyu votes and he'll just need to press a button and they will all shift wherever he wants. Now, reality is dawning on them that this is not going to happen. They know that Uhuru now can't even go to Mount Kenya region because he may be embarrassed. He has gone there several times and gotten embarrassed. People stayed in their homes. Nobody even went to see him or even to wave at him. They stayed away. So Uhuru has now realized that, and his team has realized that. And that's why he's saying that he's going to support ODM. You see, I don't know what, I'm not a big politician, although I'm a politician.
Mr. Kamau, wewe unapeana hii hoja yako kutoka wapi?
I'm just supporting the last.
Rais amekuwa Sagana.
Yes.
Na nyumba yote ya Mumbi ilikuwa Sagana.
Those were
wakapewa goodies. Mpaka BBI ikapita, ni kura tu 5 zilivyo kinyume na BBI in the whole of Central. Sasa hii yote wewe unasema kwamba Uhuru hana mtu, inatoka wapi?
Kidogo tu. Kamau kidogo.
Okay.
Kamau, you need Kamau and Bernard. Bernard is making a very serious wrong information. The Sagana was a prepared meeting.
Exactly.
If tomorrow, let me finish, Bernard. If tomorrow Uhuru prepares a meeting in Marsabit, in a hotel, it will have thousands of people. Some will be natives of Marsabit, others will be fed there, just like it happened in Sagana. But if he does an impromptu meeting, you can take this to the bank. Actually, if you go to the archives, you will see that kuna wakati alienda Nyeri, people didn't even walk away from their jobs to go say hello to the president. That is the reality on the ground. Whatever happened in Sagana was a prepared function. And let me remind you, it did not conclude. Siku ya mwisho, kulikuwa hata na issues. Ladies who were to meet him did not appear, and in fact walikuwa waliboeshwa na ile fact that after every meeting zile makaratasi zote za BBI zilikuwa zinatupwa hapo kwa gate. So every time Uhuru would walk out, he would see after kuongelesha na kuwapea the goodies, nobody bought what he had said. Na kusema ati counties
wewe Jex, sikiliza. Wewe unapinga point yangu na huku isikiliza yote. Nimesema
mimi nimekwambia tu Sagana was a planned meeting.
Wait. The mountain met in Sagana. The tide was high. BBI was to be flushed out like toilet water. Okay? But after the Sagana meeting, only 5 MCAs voted against. Everybody else voted for.
Let me tell you,
if the Sagana meeting was not impactful, where did we get this transformation from?
Kuna kitu ulisema na I think labda ulisema ukasahau. Ulisema kila kitu inaundangwa kwa sababu ya perception. So it is only in Sagana that the president had to mention the 2 million car grant. He did not mention it in Nairobi during the Bomas draft. He did not mention it anywhere else. He had to wait until the pressure was so high from the NCAs. And you know Mkikuyu na pesa, yeah? Sorry for using that, but anyway, he had to bribe them.
Thank you, Jex. Let's make progress. Let's make progress. We accept that the dynamics have changed politically, but not to the level that you people want us to believe. It doesn't work that way. If it were, then Mr. Ruto should be seated pretty, because he has galvanized this country for the past 4 years alone. Nobody opposing what he's doing. Why is he afraid of somebody going behind him and undoing what he has been doing? That means what he's been doing, he himself even suspects whether it has worked or not.
Let me say this,
But,
and don't go to
no,
Bernard.
I want us to move to the next thing.
Wait,
Collins and
that
Jakes brought
statement,
up the
don't go
issue
to.
of the
1
ratio
second.
of
1 second, sir. 1 second, sir.
Dr. Jakes, I want to leave
Kidogo
this
tu,
platform with
kidogo
you
tu,
in your hands.
kidogo tu.
Na ukianza kuvunja
Unajua
sheria,
nikianza
sasa
kumoderate
unaanza
sitakuwa kidogo tu, kidogo tu.
sawa basi.
Kuna kitu umesema lakini I don't think it's correct. If you remember correctly, during campaigns, we had a president who held over 500 meetings, a sitting president who moved the heavens so as to get the seat, to retain the seat. He worked extremely hard. So, hii Kenya, kama hautatia bidii, it is not guarantee utapewa kiti. Kama Ruto hatatia bidii, hata hiyo central vote si guarantee. Lazima avute socks. It is only Baba who can sit pretty and know some of his votes are guaranteed. The rest of us, my friend, we have to pull up our socks. So don't blame the guy for pulling.
I accept. Okay, thank you.
Tena siasa hubadilika kila siku. Siku moja kwa siasa ni kama miaka 1000. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu akona garantia yote ya kiti chochote. Nimesema tu kwa ground.
I'm happy I'm hearing that from Mr. Kamau. Thank you very much.
Nimesema tu kwa grounds kwa sasa. Ruto yuko mbele. I didn't say ndio atamaliza kwanza. But for now he's 10 miles away from the park.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Collins.
Sometimes I just laugh at my TV. I don't know why. I look at how we sometimes talk and then I start laughing. So somebody who is running alone and is looking at his side, is not seeing anybody is competing with, he starts jubilating the way he is ahead. You are ahead and you're competing by yourself. I don't know what's wrong with that. What are these people campaigning for? If we just ask in a short form, because people are campaigning, what are these people campaigning for? Uhuru Kenyatta worked so hard in 2017 because he did nothing in 2013 to 2017. So it was so difficult for Uhuru Kenyatta to convince Kenyans. I always tell people on this same platform, in 2013, Uhuru Kenyatta was not elected to be president. Uhuru Kenyatta was voted in to save him from ICC. So he never promised us anything that he was going to do. So he never did anything important for Kenya. That's the same thing. So in 2017, that's when he was now trying to tell people what he's going to do. In even the Kikuyus that he says voted for him, the mountain, the reason why Uhuru cannot control the mountain, even as at now, because he has never controlled them any day. They voted for him for sympathy. They were saving him. And that is why they were saying, to save Kamwana. And that was the thing, to save Kamwana. They were not voting for him to be president so that he could help anything. Uhuru was voted so that he could not be taken to Hague. And that's why when it came to 2017, they were now like, Turaku, Turaku. Now I have something to retain. I now want to do something. That is why anytime he talks, he says, in my second term, I think I've done something better than my first term. In the first term, the only thing they did well was stealing. That was perfectly done. So if somebody comes and tells me no, then I will still tell you. First term of Uhuru Kenyatta, nothing. So why did Uhuru
keep on maintaining to mention yangu kumi na ya Ruto kumi, because he knew very well that he doesn't have a grip of any vote. So he was just trying to make people understand that nitawaachia Ruto, but mimi munichague tu nimalize. His work is to maliza. He didn't promise us anything again in 2017. So the only thing when Uhuru was elected again in 2017, which he didn't win, is kumaliza ndiye aachie Ruto. So even the people who voted for him were not voting for him to be the president. He was being voted so that aachie Ruto. So all this time, if you want to compare what Uhuru Kenyatta did and Kibaki did, you might be wrong.
I don't know if I got you correct.
Yes.
So you want to imply that here the strong man was Ruto?
Definitely the strong man in the Uhuru Kenyatta. I will
Definitely, that is it.
Times. I will repeat it 80 times.
That is it.
Kenyatta was not voted to be a president. Uhuru Kenyatta was voted to save him. And the whole of this game was brought in by Johnson Sakaja, who was owning the TNA.
So let us agree here tonight that the man of the match was one William Samoei Arap Ruto.
The man of the match was
Samoei Ruto.
The man of the match was ICC. So we have to get these things. These are the facts. The thing that people elected Uhuru and Ruto together because they were criminals at the ICC. So they were trying to save them, whether the cases were right or wrong, but the ICC was hanging on their neck. The people from the central Kenya were saving their son, and the people from the Rift Valley were saving their son. So the common factor was we are saving our sons from the ICC, of which they said the people were the witnesses were coached, and they gave names. One of the names were given was Hassan Omar, who was the human rights, who was they said was coaching. That Hassan Omar became the pillar in the Jubilee in the last election. So that
he was in Wiper.
Yeah, he was in Wiper, but later, as at now, he's with William Ruto. As at now, so anything that he coached the witnesses has now disappeared. Murkomen, when he was talking, said he was talking in a Kapsabet, said the person who was engineering the ICC cases was Nancy Gitau. And they also mentioned Martha Karua. So the people were being mentioned. The people who are being mentioned now are the same people who are now stronger. So in 2013, Uhuru Kenyatta did not have anything to tell Kenyans. So Ruto has been campaigning for himself. Even if you tell us today that Ruto is the strongest man, he is strong because he was not competing anybody. They were trying to save their image. So as at now, if elections is held today, if we are told the elections is going to be done in today, then yes, because it's a figure that has been seen, he can get majority of the votes. But if they are given 30 days and we are told the elections will be done 30 days, that man will not sleep. Because he has been, Kamau has said, he is trying to retain. So that means he has campaigned for all through, and one day in politics, if they are told it is 30 days, can really turn against him. And if today Uhuru Kenyatta comes in the morning and says, I'm supporting Ruto, the UDA Wheelbarrow Party will die immediately. I said this yesterday, I'm still saying it. If today Uhuru Kenyatta wakes up and say, Mimi, today nataka tuongee vitu tulimalizana na Ruto last time. I'm supporting him with Jubilee as a party. And David Murade is out of the party. Hawataona anything called UDA tena. Hawatakuwa tena mbunge moja. As at now, they're being, because why somebody said political parties in Kenya, apart from ODM and KANU, the remaining political parties are always formed for election. Ikiisha tunaishana nayo. Kibaki was not having a party in 2007. They had to join other parties after he had messed up with the DP, and Munyao, Consolo Munyao, almost went away with the DP.
Today, after all that time, Ruto was having an SD, what was it called? Chama ya Sambili. There was another party.
URP.
URP.
There
No,
was a
not URP.
UDM, then there was a URP.
There was a first party. There's not UDA. There was a UDM.
UDM. United Democratic Movement.
Yeah, they started with
Was
that.
OH.
And then somebody picked it. Somebody took the certificate. The way Akina Manso denied Raila certificate of ODM Kenya. So they took the certificate, ran away with it. Then he had to form another party, the URP. The URP went for the election. Now the election is over. They are looking for another party. They formed Jubilee Asili, if we can remember. And then Mwangi Kiunjuri, realizing that Ruto must now get another central VP, Mwangi Kiunjuri formed his party. And because there is a lot of fighting in central Kenya, because the problem is not who is going to be the candidate for central Kenya. The problem is who is going to be the running mate, because their candidate is Ruto. Who is going to be the running mate? And the people of Meru and Embu, they think that it is their time to get the running mate. The people of other central part, the eastern, the west, they think they should be getting the running mate. So if Jakes is telling us this thing, he must tell us that Ruto has been campaigning for himself, but it is now time that he has to campaign for his running mate. That is what he's doing. Otherwise, today we were discussing COVID. I don't know how we got into politics.
Thank you. Jakes, uko na la kusema? Tunataka kuhamisha hii gear.
Should there be a rebuttal? Bernard, should there be a rebuttal? You know, everybody else.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to if it isn't there.
Me nikiongea, there's a rebuttal. Me watu wengine wakiongea, I'm silenced. Why, my brother?
Kamal, go ahead.
Yes, I want to say this. I think sometimes when I listen to us discuss politics, I feel like I can cry, or I would cry, because we have what we call selective amnesia. We try to push to the back burner things we don't want to remember and bring to the forefront things that are immaterial and irrelevant to try and make our point. And like the last speaker just did. You see, Mount Kenya region, where I come from, is not necessarily campaigning to become a running mate of Ruto. Actually, they have given Ruto kwa roho safi kwamba he'll be the kingpin.
The candidate, not the kingpin.
Yeah?
Not the kingpin, the candidate, the presidential candidate.
Yes, like he's the kingpin. He's the overarching. So what you are seeing in the Mount Kenya, those squabbles you are seeing, is not with the wananchi. It is the leaders who thought, and I said here before, there are so many people who in Mount Kenya who thought that Uhuru will have the last word. Some of them who kept saying Heshimu Rais have realized it's not going to happen the way they thought. So now they are squabbling to try to be relevant, to be noticed, because they are irrelevant right now as we speak, because the wananchi have pushed them aside. So let me tell you, and I want you to bank this. If Ruto picked a person from Western, the Mount Kenya will still stand with him man to man. Let nobody lie to you that there's some of those divisions in the mountain. There is divisions among those people who are irrelevant, trying to come to the forefront. One, I'm suspecting that maybe this Kindiki, the Kithure Kindiki could be Ruto's running mate. My suspicion, nobody has told me, but I'm thinking, my calculations are telling me that. But because the Mount Kenya region people would want this thing to be moved from the Mount Kenya to other people. Believe me or not, that's what they're saying. And that's why they're not holding Ruto to anything that tell you have to have as running mate. They are not. Ruto could pick anybody, but all what they want to see is merit applied. Why did you pick this? And you see, and that's why if you have checked recently, each region has been going to Ruto to tell them what they need in their region. And Mount Kenya was the first one to do that. They went to, I think, Masai Mara. They presented their needs, and other people have followed suit. But what we are saying is that it's because the seats won't be as important as what will be done for the people in the region. Giving me like now, Uhuru is the president. How has the Mount Kenya benefited? Just maybe Luo Nyanza has benefited more than Mount Kenya. Yes, he has built infrastructure all over. That one we give to him. He has done that. But that doesn't excite the general populace. Because the general populace want, for me, not for a road that maybe I don't even have a car to use on. But they want something like, you see, the way Kibaki did, that the banks had to hawk money on the streets. That's what excites wananchi. Barabara, you can jenga, you can build the skyscrapers, you can, those things is a matajiri. And the common man, remember, the common man outnumbers the matajiri. The middle class in Kenya probably doesn't go beyond 3%. The rest are just hoi polloi. People who have nothing, who have no, they have no shares in those big infrastructure going on. But Uhuru is kind of lying to himself that with infrastructure, everybody will be excited. The central Kenya will follow him and the like. But he has lost it. And that's why you see Mount Kenya leaders who support Ruto have been harping on only the things that the normal wananchi wants to hear about. Milk from their cows, coffee, tea, pyrethrum. Those are the things they've been harping, and rice, and what else? Those things. The things that Mount Kenya, hoi polloi, makes money out of. They don't care. Nobody has said about the positions. So,
okay, Mr. Kamau, before you continue,
okay,
just to confirm, okay, you still believe one day in politics is like 1,000 years?
Yes.
Then, if that is the premise, has Uhuru lost the mountain? There is still time.
Let me tell you what happens. And that's why, if you remember, that's why I was talking about history. If you remember the history of before 2013, Uhuru and Ruto campaigned all over the world, all over the country, with those called prayer meetings. You remember? Where they were being prayed for by every pastor, every bishop, everywhere? Because they knew they want to be ahead. And 2013 to 2017, Ruto was allowed by Uhuru to go all over the country to initiate what called Miradi, to open, launch, and everything. By then, nobody said he's eclipsing the president. It's only that now Uhuru has changed his heart and doesn't want Ruto as president. But you see, what the blunder he made is that already he allowed Ruto to enter in the mountain people's hearts. Getting him out of that, ejecting him, it's something that will have to have a better strategy than he's doing right now. Giving Murad time to and align.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. We need to drop that line and concentrate on COVID.
Thank you. Sorry I was just doing a rebuttal, so sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. I was saying Jex and Collins brought up an important aspect of the COVID, whereby how can mwananchi sanction the government to facilitate the vaccination, and so that we at least we have a good ratio of vaccination, because from where we are badly off. We are hardly 1%. So what are the measures can we put in place to make the government hasten the process of vaccinating people? And can we hold politicians to account also to do the same? Because if they want to meet us in the rally, we can put a condition. They bring the doctors for vaccinating us first, then we can listen to them. Mnaonaje wananchi? Tuanze na Ndeto.
Okay. By the way, that's a good area. And maybe before I get to the point, there is a point of correction to Mr. Kamau that even if Ruto will not pick a DP from Mount Kenya, he is assured of total support. Remember Raila 2002? That's exactly what he did. He supported Kibaki, but in 2007, Bloc, Mount Kenya, they were against. So I don't think if Ruto will not pick a running mate from Mount Kenya, wale watu unaweza lala ukijua hivi, kesho unaamka unapata it is very different. Na bearing in mind that kuna this coalition that Uhuru is about to make with Raila. If they pick, even if it is Gideon, na watoe mtu wa Mount Kenya as a DP, wacha nikuambie Ruto, even if I'm his supporter, he will lose it. Because hawa watu wote wakikuja pamoja, plus system, hapo kutakuwa na a lot of discrimination. Na at the end of the day, he may not win. So back to the question, Bernard, you have raised about vaccination, whether people should be stopping these rallies first, wanauliza vaccination. I think the intervention that can be taken is, currently the government is implementing some development projects, and it is abandoning the social aspect of the people. The humanitarian projects or programs like health, where the COVID has been a crisis. I think the government should first stop these development projects to fund health-related projects. And also, you know, COVID has also come up with the food insecurity stuff, because very many families are not able to raise household income like they used to be. So I think if there is no emergent measure that will be taken, kwanza kuonyesha watu how they can generate some income so that to feed their family before even getting to vaccination. And that's why unaona when a politician anasema anaenda mahali fulani, because akona watu kwa ground who are mobilizing. Don't think the multitude of people tunaona kama today wenye walikuwa na Ruto, don't think it is Ruto who went and mobilized those people. He has his people on the ground wenye wanalipwa maybe 1,000, alafu anaambiwa ensure kijiji yenu yote watu wametokea kwa stadium, pale kunakuwa na launch ya hiyo COVID, hiyo technical college. So what am I saying? And because people are idle, they do not have jobs, they do not have something to do. If they hear after the meeting you will be given something like 200, let me tell you, even if you control or say COVID is real, this, if it is a mama na anajua akona watoto watatu na hana kitu ya kukula hiyo sapa, she will proceed to that rally, because at the end of the day she does not have a source of income, and still kuna lockdown, the business are down, so lazima ataenda pale. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the government should stop development projects first. Then they prioritize on humanitarian projects and things that are directly bringing some income to the people. Like, for instance, issue the funds, like the women fund. I think it is a high time when this fund even should be expanded, and also women should be educated so that they can be able to access these loans, which have no interest, to start up this small business, even if it is grocery, green and grocers, whatever it is, so that they can be able to raise the food as well. Kuna what is happening maybe among the farmers, for instance. I have been following one of the organization. It is an ungovernmental organization called 1 Acre Fund. And what these people are doing, they come and assess your land. If it is productive, they can even guide you what kind of a crop you can plant. If it is maize, they will generate you with this, they will give you seeds, they will give you fertilizers, they will give you free education on how to ensure a bulk yield. Then they will be following up to ensure that your crops will not be destroyed by pests or bad weather. And after that, at the end, they will even find a market for you. What happens when you sell the produce, they will get all the money that they have used to assist you to grow the food. Then the remaining amount, it will be left to the farmer. Bearing in mind, you will also garner a lot of food from the very same farm. These are the interventions the government should be benchmarking from even a governmental organization like that one. And this way, it can be even more impactful than we are thinking. But if it is all about, let us stop these gatherings, and you are not telling us where we will get our supper or our lunch, then we are misplaced. Then my final point, it comes to
before you go to your next point, I'll give you time to do that. The COVID vaccination, when it becomes a public outcry, I'm sure it will find a positive response from the government. Just drawing from the immediate history, you remember during the Grand Coalition, the price of unga doubled within a month or something. And then Baba went to Kibra, Kamkunji, for a rally. And he said, ODM. And people responded, said, unga. ODM, and say, unga. That is when they came up with the unga ya mwananchi wa kawaida na ile unga ya mtu mkubwa. So if we are able to sensitize people to see the need for the vaccination and the government delivery of the vaccination, then the vaccination will facilitate us to go back to normal life where people will generate their money for themselves. I think we'll be able to get this government to do what it's supposed to do.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good observation. But where is the money to do all this? We have seen that
the money in Kenya has never been a problem. Anybody who say where is the money is
where
the problem.
was the money that brought the maize from Mexico?
the money,
okay.
If there is any government deal, there is always money for it.
Again,
if
we
we
have
go through
money for special program. We have a ministry for special program and emergencies. Where is this money?
Okay, the supplementary budget maybe you are talking about, it could be there, but remember what happened even to the kits donated by Jack Ma. I think if we are not going to sanitize our institutions first, then even if we have little amount of money which can suppress this thing, then it will end up in people's pockets. And that's why I'm saying that let us have some clear interventions, something that is directly maybe channeling something to the common person, even if it is in form of some revolving funds. Because if we entrust the very same KEMSA, maybe like to mobilize for the vaccination, we might even have another now hist, the one that even every person will be like, hey, we better even live with this.
You need to have some little faith into our systems. Right now, we are dealing with an emergency. We cannot stop the emergency to go and deal with our corruption.
Can
We
I
would
ask
rather
Neto
save
something?
the people. But
Can I
Collins,
ask
yes.
something?
Yes.
Mr. Neto, you are right when you say we need to have other systems working. But here is one thing. Kenya is doing polio vaccine periodically and seasonal. Even if it is being stolen, but at least it is reaching the common mwananchi. Kenya is doing rotavirus vaccination to the children. Kenya is doing TB vaccination. Every child is vaccinated. I don't know if it's 9 months or some 6 months. We are doing polio, TB, and when these other vaccinations we are doing, what happens when we can order the Pfizer or Sputnik, or whether it's Sputnik, Pfizer, whether it's Moderna or what, or AstraZeneca? Why can't our government procure, even if they're going to steal it, but at least every hospital to have, like every county to have its own medication so that they can? There is also another problem. Our population is against vaccination, including my mom. I've used, since the vaccine came, I've used the whole 3 months trying to talk to her to get vaccinated. She is over 60, but she has really refused. Is there sensitization that we can do as the people in the media, the people who understand, and the people who know that our people can get vaccinated? Last month, there are some hospitals and clinics that were crying, like they have the vaccine, but the people are not going, and it was free. And now when the vaccine were getting over is when now the lines are getting all bigger. A certain lecturer told us that Kenyans work best with deadlines. Can we also try to put some deadlines when we have the vaccine? So in terms of what you're talking about, as we stop any other infrastructure, the government can run its infrastructure, as also special programs ministry and Ministry of Health does the thing. We have 3 ministries: Ministry of Health, Special Programs Ministry, Ministry of Sports and Gender, and I think Youth, Sports and Gender. Why can't they collect all the money and then we do the vaccination first? Because America is going through, now we are going maskless, almost. People are dropping the masks because almost 60% of the people are vaccinated. Kenya, we only got 1.5 million vials of vaccine. So that means we only, I think 1.2, 1.3. We only vaccinated 500,000 people that could be vaccinated the 2 doses. Is there a possibility of the government or the people pushing the government, like they pushed for UNGA, that we can get the vaccines to be, we get even 10 million vaccines so that we can vaccinate 10 million people? That's what we are trying to look into. And it's good. You have started in the right way. You are driving it now in the right way that we should, out of politics.
Okay.
Also,
okay.
To add to what Collins just said, we have also to know that the vaccination in Kenya and Africa generally is started on the wrong footing. There was a lot of negative propaganda.
And the myths.
And up to now, it's not about vaccines being in the country or not. It's about the people and their relationship with that. Remember, even up to now, there's a lot of propaganda emanating from all over about the vaccine, even some coming from America. Personally, I'm one of the people who have not been vaccinated, and vaccination is all over here. But I have, but that's me. I've taken my stand. I'm not getting it. I've been out in and out of North America for the last over 20 years. And where I am, we get what you call flu shots every year from October, and it's free. And I've never taken, not even once, those jabs. And that's my personal belief, and it has nothing to do with the negative or positive. I make my own decision for that. But what I'm saying is, to make the masses desire to get the jabs, we will have to look for a way to start a propaganda, positive propaganda, to make them know that it's of their benefit. You see, if you look at America and Canada here, they have really done a great job on, trying to remove those, those bad vibes that were coming from all over. Now people are kind of becoming positive, right? Like I heard Canada say they have already vaccinated over 75% with the first jab, and the second one, people 18% have already gotten it. So they are making a good progress, but it's due to propaganda. Propaganda is very important when it comes to such things. Government sitting back and thinking that people will volunteer to go get the jabs, they'll wait until Jesus comes. Because
Can I ask a question either to David or Collins?
Okay. Thank you, James.
Let me finish first.
Just a moment, Ndeto, on that issue of COVID, on that issue of vaccine. It is on the issue of vaccine.
Now, Jax, I want even to let you continue from there. I just want to inform you that Ndeto was the one making the point.
Also, we also have a question on Kamau,
so
please.
make sure that Ndeto picks up after Kamau, then you proceed from there. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Bernard, I also have a question.
Thank you, Bernard. Ask your question.
Hello.
Thank you.
Ngojeni naondoka.
Yeah, sawa.
Kuniaga.
Ninakushukuru, tunakwambia shukrani, ulale vyema.
Asante kwa kazi njema, brother.
Kwa kazi njema.
Tomorrow naenda ibada kesho. Asante.
Okay, good night, Bernard.
Na utuombee kesho.
Amen.
Sisi
mumupe David Arika chance aulize swali kabla hatuja move on.
David Arika, uliza swali lako.
Now, Kamau, you have kind of mixed me up. I'm sorry to refer to that.
That's why I'm here.
You've clearly said that the vaccine is next to you.
Right here.
And you have not gone for it.
Yeah, and I'm not going.
And you're not going. So now, how do you expect the government to succeed to vaccinate Kenyans when you personally are not taking it? Do you have another reason why you're not taking the jab? Maybe you can enlighten us.
No, you see, as I said, mine are personal, and I'm not trying to influence anybody against taking it. But as I said, these jabs are given every year. Let me maybe put a little bit of light on the whole thing. Corona is not new. Those like Collins who live in North America know, especially I don't know which part of North America Collins lives, but he lives in the northern side. They know that we have Corona every year since this earth was built. We have, but we don't call it COVID-19. COVID-19 is just the new strain that came up in 2019. It has the 19, but we have what we call a flu. It kills many people in North America every year. It's no longer news because something that happens and expected every time can't be news anymore. So, but me, I have chosen and I told my children too. I gave them the reasons, which I don't want to go public with. I told them I don't think it is right to take it right now. Maybe after 3 years or 4 years down the road, I could take it. Who knows? But for now, I'm just exempting myself, but encouraging others to take it if they feel they must take it. Me, I'm strong, as you can see.
Okay. I really wish and pray that we don't discuss Kamau and his personal issue.
Correct.
And I
That's
also
why
hope and pray.
that's why I've left it at that point, because the
Yeah.
question which was asked, Jakes, was that
Yes,
how
sir.
can we do to encourage or maybe force the government kind of to ensure that people get vaccinated instead of telling us to be in the house without attending their rallies. That was the major question. Now, in the explanation, Kamau now mentioned he couldn't take a job even when it is next to his door. And if you listen to Collins carefully, he mentioned the idea of people not willing to take a job, including her mother. He quoted her mother. So that is the problem we are going through with some of us. I want to say, especially as the black people, we are suffering from a problem that nobody has ever explained. If these white people give themselves jobs, tutasema wametubagua. Wakisema wametupea priority, tena tunasema wanatujaribia. We have that problem, by the way, and if we can't approach this issue soberly, we might end up going in circles. Okay, when I took a job, personally, I posted it, and a friend of mine who is in Australia wrote a very bad comment on my wall. I said, okay, you have agreed to be a guinea pig. I said, that's okay. A few days later, when it was hot in Australia, I saw him post the same thing I posted 2 months ago, that he has got his vaccination. Then I had a rebuttal immediately asking, now have you become the real guinea pig? So we have that problem. But the talk was Fondeto. Let me stop there. But let us encourage our people to get vaccinations. It's not bad. People have had it. And to win this war, we must be forefront to tell them to have the vaccination. It's a right decision, as AOG has said. Thank you.
Okay. Ndeto, I don't know. Me, I'm so much into politics. I will find a way of coining the topic today. Mpaka itakuwa tu political. Kama ni sawa with the panelists, if you have a problem, you can just say, so that we can stick to the COVID. But because by the end of the day, the best we can do is say we be vaccinated and leave it at that. I don't know what else we can say.
Jakes, one of my professors taught me that there's politics in everything we do in our lives. So don't fear getting into politics. Even the COVID has its own politics. Everything we do in life is politics. So never fear getting into politics. It's always
Kamau, it's okay.
Okay,
well
let me finish my submission. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So there were some questions that were raised about maybe how to secure enough vaccines to jab like every person in Kenya, so that if every person is vaccinated, then they can easily even interact with no more transmission. And I think COVID-19 is a political tool. And what I mean is, most of the guys in the government, the politicians, they would not like it to come to an end soon, bearing in mind we are in the electioneering period. And you see the budget that was read the other day. Presumably, maybe these guys would like to major on COVID. After all, the money that is entrusted to them so that they can be able to implement various projects in their respective regions. Maybe it will end up not even working at all. Why? People all over, they are about COVID lockdown, so they do not even know if there are roads that are to be constructed, if there are development projects to be constructed. So that way, you will find maybe we are trying to be on the government that they should jab everyone or provide enough vaccines. But on the other way, maybe some people are taking advantage on the same. Also, the reason I think we cannot manage this is because internationally, COVID-19 is a business. And I think Kamau has brought in something small, which I can use also like to expound on my basis. Why I mean it is a business. If you see the group that has taken over the issue of vaccination is among the world's richest people, like Akina Bill Gates, then together with these Rockefellers guys, they are the one who are funding the clinical trials of all those things, the production of all those vaccines, meaning after that, they will give Africans as maybe as some donations, just a few doses. Then from there, they will maximize, maybe because their governments are doing well, they will ensure that all the populations are somehow jabbed with the same. Then when Americans maybe reaches 80%, for instance, Chinese, we already know that the disease is, we do not hear about Chinese nowadays. Also, we do not hear about Europe because those guys have majored on vaccinating their populations. What will be found at last is only Africans are lagging behind in the same. And you know what will happen? Maybe they will elevate, or maybe they will increase the cost of one dose. And that's how we will also be decolonized again, by paying a lot of cost on something that we were just left behind, relying on donations that maybe they will be brought in the country, but we keep on like wasting a lot of time on the same. So it's a high time, if maybe the government is in a position, they better use that supplementary budget so that to ensure that these vaccines are available to the people, and at least 60 to 80%, because most of young people maybe are not so vulnerable with this. Maybe those who are above 45, at least all of them, they get jabbed, because some people have this misconception that this vaccine could also have some additives, like family planning stuffs. Because I've seen Catholic, in most cases, wherever there is such a serious injection or vaccination, they come in the front line and they say, please ensure you do not receive the jab because maybe there is some family planning inside. Who knows? Because in Africa, it's only where you will find one person with about 15 children. So who knows whether maybe the Nini has been altered.
Ndeto,
Yes.
my profession does not allow you to run with what you have said. So allow us not to go into that thinking at the moment, because that is how we generate fear and unnecessary worry in people. So let's stick to the facts, what we know, what we can verify, because my field, as I would tell you for free, wouldn't allow such a statement to go unchallenged. So because of so, allow me not to engage in that. Is it okay if we don't talk of what the Catholic is saying? Because by the end of the day, most of these things have not been verified. Is it okay if I can go to Brother Benson just a moment before you go ahead as you reconstruct yourself?
Okay.
Brother Benson, kidogo, I don't know if you have left. I think he has left. Benson, if you then talk, if you can summarize so that we can have other speakers and probably we move ahead to something else.
Okay, so what I would say in conclusion is, let the government prioritize the issue of securing more vaccines at this time when it is affordable, before maybe we get to some areas where you find countries like America, they are already at 90% vaccination, or even other countries in Europe, And by then I know the dose will be so expensive. So if they can be able to do it now, I think it will come with a lot of advantage to the people, because if you are vaccinated, then you do not have fear even to interact with the people, because transmission will go down, and this will encourage even people to get normal to their businesses. And it will also come with a high household income, because people will be more engaged in various economic activities with no fear. So I would maybe advise, if possible, let the government stop mostly these development projects to secure more doses for its people. Yeah.
Okay. Sawa. Brother David, Darika, if you can go ahead. I don't know if you want to still continue.
Thank you.
Okay.
I want to make my submission. Depending on the question which Bernard asked before he left about what can we do to ensure that the government is taken to task to ensure that people are safe or maybe vaccinated. In my own submission, I feel that we start with the sensitization. These people give an example and how good vaccination is, like we are doing. I want to say that I'm vaccinated. I have not had any problem. So that fear in people should be dispelled out by living examples. If scientists have said vaccination can solve this problem, let us be ready to embrace it as a people. Let's not pump fear into people. You know, sometimes we don't know what kind of influence we have as individuals. When you speak here, you may think you are speaking to your screen, but there are people listening to you. And then they say, if David or Kamau cannot get vaccination in the US and it is free, who am I to get it? So people out there, the information is very much available. COVID is a SARS virus. Just get the vaccination. Secondly, we maybe also go a demonstration way. You know, one way of passing information to government, when our representatives keep quiet, because in essence, we have chosen representatives like MPs and whoever to speak on our behalf. By then, some of these people disappoint us. Some of them go there, start grabbing or fighting to get rich and richer. They forget their sole duty, that they are representing people. We can't all of us go there and speak. That's why we send you. In fact, kwa Kiswahili tunasema ni mjumbe. Mjumbe si ni mtu ambaye ametumwa awakilishe watu. But some of the leaders, honestly, they disappoint us. They are so busy doing their stuff and they're not saying exactly what Mwananchi is feeling on the ground. So when such leaders fail, we have now the third party, which we call non-governmental organizations or civil society organizations. They can air, they can speak on behalf of the voiceless, which may now bring in like demonstrations. You don't have to ban anything. Just write a ban and say, vaccinate us, we are dying. We want to support you, yes. We want to vote for you, yes. But look to it that we are safe. Other governments are jerks. They use enticements. I gave an example last week, but one that in the US, when we are being vaccinated, and I'm not saying it is universal, I'm saying in organizations that are surrounding me here where we work, some of us in our household, they give you $200 when you get vaccinated. You know, $200 is really a lot of money when you send the same money to Africa. So government can use such things. Two, some organizations, like there's one we have here, which deals with the community tribal grouping. They give you food. They tell you, okay, there's a free vaccine here. We have lobbied for a free vaccine. When you come, you get a job, we give you this kind of food. So you go there, you get some good stuff. That's one way of encouraging people to come out and take a vaccine. So the government has to do a lot. That's what I'm saying. as a very serious supporter of Ruto, you should not panic and call meetings when people are dying of COVID. There should be no hurry. Let them control COVID. We will come to politics. The winner will be there, the loser will be there. When it comes to life, by the way, I used to go to hospital and I saw people complain, nilikuja mbele, mbona huyu ameniruka? Until I went into the healthcare field, I realized there is what we call prioritization. Kama kuna mgonjwa anakuja na kufa, hata kama ulikuja asubuhi, we will deal with the one who is almost dying to save life. You will be there waiting. You can only line up in a bank, because in a bank you are giving similar services. Maybe you are lining to eat, that's similar service. But when it comes to healthcare, we look at ABC, who is dying and to be helped. So government can put on hold, as Ndeto said. Some of the things can be put on hold and address COVID. Why do I say that? If people are free, they can get out of their houses because COVID has been controlled. They can work faster, they can get more revenue, the government can get more taxes. But when you lock people in their houses, you're not giving them anything, no food, no nothing. You are simply killing your own government. Because if people don't work, don't expect them to earn. And if they don't earn, you are actually putting people together to gang against you. And that's why you see very strong sentiments when it comes even in this forum. Who do you support? Because you feel the person you support has help to your existing problem. Otherwise, should everybody have money? Kamau, you said one time you are an economist. When you have an equal distribution of money in the market, on the pockets of people, the economy grows very fast because everybody has a purchasing power. Kenyans have been robbed of purchasing power because they don't make money. They don't move. They're just locked somewhere. They are being beaten up of not putting on a mask by a policeman. Reason? Even the policeman who is beating you up has not even a mask. We are treating our citizens so badly.
Arika, if I may ask you, do you think we have our just a moment? Arika, do you think we have our priorities well placed? Because
no, we don't.
As what you're saying, if
don't, because
our priorities were right, do you think we would be here where we are?
We are here because of our own doing, because sometimes we value things so much. Like, look here, let me ask you, I hope now the ODM guys will not beat me up. Like now when we put money for constitutional amendment and BBI, everything.
Actually, there is no ODM because Collins is in Maendeleo chap.
Now, look here, like now the proponents of BBI, do you think BBI is a priority? Has to get some money, you change the constitution compared to the health of the people? I don't want an answer. You can just think about that and answer yourself. Lastly, I want to say that the Mutuetu syndrome is also killing us as Kenyans. Sometimes our arguments are not taken seriously because of our inclination, of our political inclination. That's why we are not able to condemn corruption. We are not able to condemn bad leadership. Because when I talk of who can be a good leader, you only hear me suggesting a man of my tribe. So definitely people will dismiss me and say, okay, you want my man out and you want yours in simply because he comes from your tribe. That day when I will be sensitized enough to say, this is the right thing. Even if that person comes from Giriama down there, as long as he's a leader who can change our lives down there, Kenya will move. But we have Mutuetu syndrome, where I can abuse you simply because you're not supporting my person. I can belittle you. And that's the problem that Kenya, we are facing. And we are not happy with the manner in which citizens are being treated. Reason, you lock them, you deny them their rights, and beat them up. So what are you helping us? Therefore, I answer my question by saying we can demonstrate, we can sensitize, we can ask the government to use incentives to have people vaccinated, and we can observe CDC protocols. That thing is real. People have died. You don't have to wait for your man to die to realize this thing is serious. People have died, and it is no joke. Thank you, Jex.
It's okay. I'm coming to you, Arika, in a short while, yeah?
Yes.
Wagungu, allow me to bring you in even as I prepare to go to Collins. Wagungu, I don't know if you're there, Mr. Gaduma.
Jakes, can I just correct just a small thing?
10 seconds, sir.
Yes, because the last speaker said that I said I'm an economist. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I've never said that. In fact,
maybe it's confusing you. You know, we normally have so many Kamaus coming on.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe sometimes we listen on the road. I think Kamau said.
I understand. I'm not taking it. I'm not offended by that. I'm only trying to correct the perception. If anything, I'm trained as I'm a journalist and also an insurance person. Those are my
Wagungu.
Yes, niko hapa Jex, huh?
Hi, sir. We lost you in the morning.
Oh man, I was here in the morning, and then I guess earlier tulikuwa hapa and it was chaotic. It was terrible.
Such moments me wasingi. I always wait for these hours.
Yeah, for
more kama Collins.
more sober moments. But anyway, I think David raises a very good point there. I don't know why the government is not looking at it, the whole COVID thing from that perspective. Because Mimi, I looked at the budget they read last week and I was asking myself, I think they spared, I think it was 11 to 14 billion Kenyan shillings for the whole COVID, for kununua vaccine.
Yeah.
And I was sitting here and wondering, because this country that sisi tuko, it's opening up. There is so much what you would call pent-up demand for spending. Watu wamekuwa kwa manyumba, they've been saving a lot of money. Na sahi, this is the time they're trying to travel. So I've been sitting here asking myself, where are these people traveling to? And if you think about kutoka when the vaccines, when the COVID started, people have been saving all the money walikuwa wanapatiwa. So watu wako na pesa. So I was sitting here ninafikiria, what if you are the only African country that is fully vaccinated? So I imagine a situation where Uhuru Kenyatta's government took, wachukue pesa, waongeze hiyo pesa ya kununua vaccine, approach Johnson & Johnson, spend more than the 14, ununue vaccine ya kutosha kuvaccinate like half the country. I can guarantee you the tourism sector in Kenya would flourish. Because I'm telling Americans are ready to travel, they are ready to get out, watu wamechoka, and they have money. As a matter of fact,
you think that will be the best legacy for this president if he was to vaccinate everyone?
Absolutely. And I can tell you, these guys are ready to spend some money. Watu wako na pesa, they are ready to travel. But the question is, where are they traveling? That's what I keep asking myself. So you can go airport, they are packed. Watu wanaenda. But you see, you have to, the Americans, they have to check the countries they are going to. What are the COVID numbers? Is everybody vaccinated? But you see, this government wana schedule pesa sijui ya housing. Sasa mimi anakaa hivi najiuliza, hizi housing je, wewe ushaikuta na Mkenya amepatiwa nyumba na serikali? What is this whole housing thing about? Who do they build the houses for? Ukitoka hapo they talk about wana schedule pesa ya sijui ya food and safety or whatever. Sasa unakaa vinashinda, where does this government spend this money on? Inaendanga wapi really? Is it not just boardroom? Watu wanakaa hivi ati wanafikiria they planning, and so I'm just disappointed in the approach. I'm really disappointed in the approach, because right now most of the Western countries, the whole supply of the vaccination is no longer an issue. Hata hapa vaccination are just lying around. There is so much vaccination because sisi tumeshindwa kupitisha more than 50%. Watu wamekata, there are many people like Kamau who have refused to get vaccinated completely. So despite hizo unasikia incentives, watu wamekataa, imefika mahali we are almost literally giving up, because what are you going to do? Watu wakikataa, wamekataa, they have their right. So I'm thinking right now in terms of acquiring vaccination, ukitaka hata ile shot moja tu ya J&J, you can get it. Just approach J&J, ununue at maybe $7 a piece, go vaccinate about 30 million people in Kenya, and now to open up and you make more money. I can guarantee you.
It is only our government that banned private importation of vaccines. So someone like me or any other person would wish even to get it, even from a private angle. We cannot.
We cannot.
Do you think our government has held us hostage in one way or another?
I did have, the thing about your Sputnik, even though it was effective, the opaqueness in the whole thing, I can understand why the government was scared about kuitumia. But then, even zile ziko verified, right now they are available. Back then, it was an issue. Right now, even if they wanted to buy the real zile vaccination imekuwa approved, by the WHO, by the FDA, they are available even as of today, Ile Sputnik, I do understand where the government was coming from in terms of there's not much information, the trials were opaque, so we didn't know much about it. But even the ones that are, even AstraZeneca, right now I can guarantee you, if they really wanted to buy more, they can buy more. It's just a matter of priorities.
Collins, I wanted to ask you, there's this, I don't know if it's true, that Europeans, especially those who come from Africa, if you have received an AstraZeneca jab, they almost send you back because they kind of term it not the best. Do you think it warrants us to push the government to get us the correct, or rather the preferred vaccine?
No, are you talking about Europe or the US? Because AstraZeneca inatumiwa Europe a lot.
No, nilikuwa nimeona kwa Twitter, I don't know how correct it is, that African nations wanasumbuliwa because of the AstraZeneca vaccine. I'm not sure. Let me even get it for you as we continue.
Most of the time, I'm in the US. I'm not in the UK.
Okay.
But things that are happening in Africa are funny.
You heard?
Lots of propaganda is going on in Africa that is not even in the US, in the UK. So our people, some of them took the one vaccine. The vaccine should be, a dose of vaccine should be 2 jabs. Some people, after taking 1 jab, they want to travel. So how do you travel with 1 jab? That is incomplete vaccination. You are more risking than the person who has not gotten the vaccine.
Interesting enough, Colin. I just had a friend of mine call me and ananiuliza ananiuliza my recommendation, because like you said, the mother took the AstraZeneca vaccine in Kenya. Lakini now she's been here for 2 months. So ananiuliza, what should I do? Mimi nikamwambia, because at the end of the day, this is about the antibodies. You do not have the capacity of getting the AstraZeneca here. So if I was you, what I would advise is uchukue Pfizer ingine moja, because at the end of the day, it's about boosting the immunity. But like you saying, Colin is right. People are doing that a lot.
The best advice Wagungu would be, you should just do the 2 jabs of Pfizer. Because we don't mix the vaccines. What you do, you assume she has not taken the vaccine, so she can do the 2. That one is still very okay.
Hapana, akikuja huku aseme alikuwa na moja, there is no way they will give the second one. There is no way.
Here's the thing. I have some good knowledge in immunology. And I have some good knowledge in virology. Because that was my basic degree. That's what I did in my bachelor's degree. So here's the thing. When somebody takes a vaccine that is supposed to be 2 jabs, and you take only 1, the first one was to excite the system so that it can realize there is a new thing in the system to produce more antibodies.
Yes.
Then the next one is to stabilize.
Yes.
That's why they're giving 2. So if somebody was given 1 to excite and there was no stabilization, and then he wants to travel, what is this person trying to do? He's putting himself into more danger than completing. It's the same thing. Somebody took anti-malaria drugs. Malaria is not so good, but anti-HIV drugs. Somebody took first parts of anti-HIV drugs and then stopped. After some time, he now wants to get to the same drug. It's not going to work. This is why we have various types of virus going on all the time. So if somebody says alichukua vaccine in Kenya na akienda Europe anafukuzwa nayo, the deal is this: alichukua vaccine 1 jab, and then they want to travel with it. When they come on the other side, the people in the Europe are asking them, did you take 2 jabs? No. You took 1 jab? Yes, but I think I'm vaccinated. Then they go to do a test. If you go to do an antigen test, which our people are doing, it will tell you it is positive or negative.
But if you do an antibody test, it's positive. So there is no need of doing those antibody tests when you are vaccinated already, because it will still be positive.
It will give what we call a false positive.
It's still a false positive. Okay,
Yeah.
if somebody took the AstraZeneca jab 1, if you come here and you want to take Pfizer, we will tell you take the 2 Pfizer. There is nothing like taking 1.
Yeah.
Because that's the complete vaccination.
Mm.
So if you are taking 1 Pfizer, the other side, this one, you take AstraZeneca, you're not doing the same thing, because you better take the 2. That is why when a patient comes to the hospital and he has started taking malaria queen, during that time it was called AL or any other drug, and he didn't take the complete dose, we give you the same drug, but we now tell you take a complete dose. But we don't have AstraZeneca in America. We have Moderna, we have Pfizer, and we have J&J. And recently, last week, they passed another one, COVAX.
Yeah, COVAX.
Yeah, there is another one called COVAX. So the
I think it's American based.
Yeah, it's American based. So they're going to take the full vaccinations. If you take J&J, it's 1. As we talk now, South Africa is trying to talk to the J&J so that they can produce their own vaccines. Ndeto said something that is very important. These vaccines are still cheap when it is still trying to work on the pandemic. It will now end, the pandemic will end, and then it will now be endemic.
It will be very expensive.
You will now be buying these vaccines at a very high cost. So
same question to you. Do you think the government should prioritize this? Because this, I think, would be the best legacy, unlike BBI and the likes.
That is the song I'm singing every day. That is the song. I went to Facebook Live on 27th of May. And I told the people that if we are not so careful, and that was 27th of May, if we are not so careful, we are going to have Kericho, Kisii, Migori, Homa Bay, Kisumu, Busia, Vihiga being locked down. I said it on 28th. And today we are on 19th, it's already locked down. Somebody told me I'm a Facebook idler. And somebody told me I'm promoting it's like I've been paid to promote the COVID, the conspiracy theory of COVID. And I told my people, number 1, get vaccinated. If you can't get vaccinated, tumia barakoa, the thing they call the masks. Most of the people are dancing. Music, I support musicians, and I support a lot of music. I like music. So when these musicians are performing, hall inajaa. Now, wakati hall imejaa, they are dancing. Yes, they are not performing at night now, they are performing during the day, but only half of the people have the masks. So what can our people do? If you want to go to dance, ensure that you're only admitting people who are having their masks on and social distancing. There is no social distancing in Kenya at leo. You saw it. Hakuna social distancing.
So let me today try we find solution. Yeah.
Yes.
What should be the best way forward? Because I think if maybe I can give my submission B or two, I think even people like Mtembe, they should come with some slogans and make them trend in YouTube and in Facebook and in Twitter, saying that no elections, no vaccines, no elections, such, or maybe no campaigns, no vaccination, no campaigns as such, because by the end of the day, what we are doing, the reason even as to why Kisumu is locked, we allowed gathering in the name of Madaraka celebrations. We allowed gathering in the name of projects launching, in the name of boosting handshake and all. But I don't think that was necessary. I think even if we had it online, Madaraka Day would have been held. So honestly, I think we are getting it wrong.
Let me tell you something about the Madaraka Day.
Yeah.
Madaraka Day came when already there was a lot of COVID in Kisumu. Kisumu
that is true.
Came immediately they opened up the country. You see the second lockdown? After the second lockdown, all musicians moved to Kisumu. Whatever is killing Kisumu and the Western region now is not this Madaraka Day. The Madaraka Day is going to work with us in the next 3 weeks, and I wrote it on this platform. In the next 3 weeks, I'm not a prophet, and again, I'm not related to any prophet, but in the next 3 weeks, you will see figures coming from Kisumu, Homa Bay, Kisii, Migori, Siaya, and Kericho and Busia. Those figures will be more than 500. I'm not saying about deaths, but I'm saying the positive cases coming from Western region, the 13 counties. They are going to be more than 500 cases because the 2 weeks are for after Madaraka. That's when we are starting. The COVID in the Western Kenya started with the second lockdown. Immediately they opened up the country. Musicians moved to the West. Politicians moved to the West. And a lot of things that are happening now are these people who are attending burials, my weddings, and any other thing. A lot of things happening now are because of pre-Madaraka. Anything that is going to happen from tomorrow will be now this real Madaraka thing. So you will start seeing figures. For the next 3 weeks, be prepared to receive very many figures. Our people should come to the media and tell the people, like, no vaccination, no election. No vaccination, no campaign. And our people who are not ready to vaccinate themselves, it's not a crime. There is something called herd immunity. If we can vaccinate 60% of the population, the unvaccinated people will be protected from the others.
Okay.
Vaccine does not prevent our people from getting infected. The vaccine prevents the already infected people from getting adverse effects of COVID. So the best thing we can do is to prevent COVID from getting into our system. How? Do the social distancing and stay at your workplace. It's simple.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the statistics in China, but I saw Wuhan, the origin of COVID. They held a massive graduation and all. I don't know. Are they really fully vaccinated their people, or what happened there?
There's a lot of vaccination going on in China, and they are not locking down. You know, as we talk, I know there is last week there was a town in China that is already under lockdown again. They put lockdown again.
Okay.
So the vaccination started. China has very many people. But now here's the thing. This virus, when we reach January, the next winter, somebody said about the flu in the winters and what, I think it's come out.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, we do vaccinations in every January because when the virus changes, it can change only to, okay, that's now a bit complex. With the virus,
it's mutation.
Every winter. So the mutation, yeah, it can only change into 2 structures. So every time it changes, that one causes endemic because it's now every time. But when it changes the whole nucleic acid, like it changes the whole system, it now becomes a different virus. This virus may change again in January. And that is when it's going to kill very many people. So the better we do, we prevent it now.
Arika, if I may ask you, do you think we can engage the fourth estate? Because the best they do is to sell us politics, propaganda, shenanigans and all. Do you think our media, the fourth estate, Mtembei being on the lead, I don't know if you can hear me, but anyway, do you think the media has a role to play in helping the society push the government to increase its vaccination strategy? Mtembea amekuja.
Akisikiaga amementioniwa anakimbia.
All he wants is a Raila president. Forget vaccination. Hakuna manana na vaccine. These guys don't care about CG vaccination. Now they just want to go into the house on the hill. So anything else is secondary.
And Ashley is also right. Ashley is very right. She is at the background. Ashley Mason, she is very right. We should pressurize our parliamentarians. If you come to campaign and you come to talk to us, please utuambie ni ngapi vaccines zinakuja. The way
Yes.
they were doing juzi when COVID started, watu walikuwa wanapeana sanitizers, watu wanapeana, akina Mutembei walikuwa wanatembea wakiwamulika. Nani amepeana sanitizer 5?
Mutembei should mobilize youths waseme haki yetu ni vaccine, is our right.
But they were doing it and COVID started. Akina Mutembei walikuwa wao ndio walikuwa wanamulika. Ati kuja na mimi, wewe ni mtu wa media wangu, nikipeana sanitizers 5 hapa, nikipeana barakoa 5 hapa.
Uchukue ka photo.
Uchukue ka photo waweke kwa Facebook. This time round tunataka mtuwekee watu ambao wamepeana vaccine au wenye wanatupeana, because I'm ready. Like now I discussed the same vaccine. I talked about COVID in Mayenga Radio. I've talked now twice about COVID in Mayenga FM because they call on me, we discuss. Is there some of us who are ready to go to the media? If you have your facts at your fingertip, are you able to go to the media to talk? If
that's what I'm asking Arika.
That's what I'm saying.
But before
Arika to tell Mtembei.
Before Alika comes in, before we go to that campaign, shouldn't we be sure we have the vaccination on hand right now? To me,
Wagugu, I think the push is what will avail the vaccine. If there is no push, the vaccine will not be available. If the cry is loud enough, I think the vaccine will come.
But you can't go tell people to vaccinate. Like, hii vaccination iko wapi when watakuuliza. Kenya, some of them are really ready. The low-lying flutes, wale tunatanga wale wanataka hiyo vaccination.
We are not going to work on the vaccine. We are going to create the new awareness.
The need for it to be done.
The need for it. So the new awareness is our people need to be vaccinated. The vaccine is not there. So are we creating the awareness so that people can demand for it to be brought?
Arika, if you can advise Mtembei, the next big debate should be haki yangu ni kuchanjwa. Not 20 millions of people come out in
give me 2 minutes. I receive this call, then I will be back.
Okay.
Wagungu, let us engage Mtembei. Do you think therefore the state has a way it can pressure the government? Hata we tujibu.
Unajua naonanga watu akitaka kuongea vitu serious nacheka sana, because when you post serious things you can go through my timeline. When I post serious things on my timeline, the best you can get is less than
5 views.
I agree. And
no,
that is
I am not doing this kama sifanyi kama anaitangwa nani huyo mtu anapeananga zawadi Christmas.
No, as at now we are asking you. We are asking you, do you think the state?
Muuliza Mtembei swali. Do you think before the state? Kidogo tu Arika, we have asked Mtembei a question. Do you think before the state can do something?
Lakini you know why? You know why they will not do it? Because you cannot focus on something that is not bringing in returns. Huwezi focus it juu unataka sijui serikali ifanye kitu, you just push and push. Nobody is interested in your stories. In fact, I normally see people telling us that to just story of politics. No media house hapa Kenya usiporipoti politics. You will live forever huko chini. Wakenya wanajifanya hawataki siasa, but when
that's what they love.
Politics, it gets more and more attention, more attraction, more views.
But Mtembei, can't you engage creativity?
Creativity gani?
For example,
by the time
slogan ya leo ungesema aje?
Ruto,
slogan ya leo ungesema aje, for example, just a moment, Collins. Slogan ya leo ungesema aje? Ruto holds a major rally without vaccinating Kenyans. I think bado it's still political.
Hiyo ni sawa. In fact, I would have even loved that politicians wanna lead that initiative, but they will not lead it. But kama Kenya,
ukitundia debate next time, because this was not trend.
Wewe as Jake, sasa kama unataka kufanya hivyo kesho, just go get some few guys, then muende hapo, tutasema some few guys wenye wanapinga Ruto leo wameandamana wakisema wataki hawana vaccine. We can do that. We can do it in a political way.
if you ask that question to Mutembe, he may not give you an answer, but he will consider it in his list of topics to be discussed. What I need to say is that
Mutembe is right. Mr. Rika,
yeah.
kidogo. Mr. Mutembe is right. When we were discussing mambo ya Ruto na Raila, YouTube peke yake tulikuwa na 93 viewers. Immediately we got into mambo ya vaccine, tumerudi mpaka 37.
Actually mlikuwa mmefika 137, then Facebook ilikuwa na 112.
Yes.
Wakati umetoka mkaanza stories za vaccine mambo serious, sasa mko 56.
Sasa
I want to even acha nikwambie hata wanasiasa wanajua wakati wanaongelelea ati barabara, when Ruto for example says tumejenga 5,000 kilometers nini, when Baba says infrastructure, nobody cheers. But once tu ameanza mtu akitendawili and then mtu wa wheelbarrow, you know, people begin to engage and cheer.
Ngoja nijibu huyu AOG May TV before nitoke kidogo. Ananiuliza why on the Ruto? My friend, Ruto is money. The money that we have made in the name Ruto. Hakuna mtu anaweza tulipa, so tutatumia Ruto tu hata mpende msipende. This guy has
I want to assure this AOG person that Mtembei is fully in UDA. Leo tulikuwa naye kwa meeting, ni UDA damu. Whatever he does ni ya biashara tu.
Why are these people getting under your skin? I thought you had a thick skin. You are responding to these people a lot. Kwani siku hizo
nataka kumjibu tu si ati
But it's not just them. You've been responding to them all day long.
Jex.
Yes, David.
Before Mtembe leaves, I think last week I commended him for bringing in another aspect of guys getting jobs abroad. That was good. You can apportion your programs. I know people like politics.
Yeah.
Just like songs, if you don't sing about love, you may not sell that album. So we can't force Mutembe to talk about these sensitive issues. He can apportion a few time. But when it comes to politics, just come, bring anything. The goodness, we are far away, can't hit one another. But again, you need to know that media is very powerful.
Yeah, it is.
You can pass that information to people. You can invite spokesperson, resource persons who can give life experiences, not necessarily rumors. You know, some of us, we are so much good and rumors. People who have substance, like, you know, we have had guys discuss their callings, you know, can afford them time. But when you see coming into Raila Ruto, then you can switch and say, okay, we'll discuss this later. But use this media to sensitize people. The Bible says, I'm sorry to quote, my people are lost because of lack of what? Information. Knowledge, yes. So information is power. Tell people, even if you may not see the results now, it will trickle down. It's only in Kenya where we elect leaders and we become subjects to them.
Mtembe,
but over
I don't
here,
know if you know.
We are the bosses.
I don't know if you know these guys when they are very good in creating hashtags. So such are the guys unaweza muapproach hata kama atakula ka500 kako, alafu utuambie sisi tumekuja hapa. Utuambie kuna hashtag inaendelea. You know, hata kama kwa mfano leo tulikuwa na watu wao 100, waambie kuna hashtag inaendelea, just retweet it. Hata don't comment, retweet. Now the hashtag ni ABCD for example, maybe hata for example there is another crisis yenye inaniuma because I'm in the medical field. Yeah, blood donation, you know. I wish people wangejitokeza watoe damu, ingekuwa poa sana. Na sasa the other thing ni vaccination. That can also be very awesome. If maybe inaweza trend 2 wiki mbili, I can assure you vaccines will be here. Benye tu ya IMF, I don't know Collins if you saw the petition ya IMF. Benye tu ya IMF, wajamaa walishikana tu siku mbili, and you see how it trended.
I saw it.
But then mimi hata sijuangi how Twitter works. I don't know how to use Twitter because I ribangi. I don't engage na social media za zilipi.
But do you know people who do so?
Yes, I know. I think I know all of them.
He's probably one of them.
You know, he was the one in the morning anatuchezea kawimbo ka Kikuyu akitumia simu ya Oppo.
He's probably one of them. Anasema hapa ati I know
Alafu
some
mimi
of
ndio
them and he's one of them.
nilitolewa. Mimi ndio
Tell
nilitolewa.
kabisa.
Wakitoa mtu wa Oppo, mimi ndio nilitolewa.
It was Mutembei's phone. Sasa ikabidi nimtetee.
So does anybody know hizi 500 billion vaccines Biden alipledge huko kwa nini? Does anybody know how it's going to be shared?
I wish we had a way.
Because 500 billion vaccines, that's a lot of doses. So how are now they're just going to be going to the poor countries? So it makes me wonder, how much are we going to get? How much? You know, that's a lot of doses.
That's why we need our leaders to come in and create like a relationship so as to allow hizi vitu hata sisi tunaangukia. But sasa if the best we can do ni siasa, hata hawa hataona tukiwa serious.
But maybe we are not. Maybe we did not do ourselves a favor by kuchagua 2 ICC suspects. So we are always seen with that person. That's probably why you don't get.
Jex.
Maybe
David, go ahead.
Jex, let me give you an example of how information can empower people. This is a real life example. Back in my village, I spent time in the village live, and I realized people were having this notion that asipokuwa daktari ama nurse ama mwalimu, yeye ni useless ama asipoenda university. Then we had a group of a few guys. We formed a group. We called it a CBO, community-based organization, and we were going out trying to sensitize people that not only walimu na daktari si kazi peke yake. Let's go to technical colleges and do something. It took us around 6 to 8 years. We had to change our whole village. That is a testimony. You can go there and see. We pushed people to Mawego Technical College, Kisii Polytechnic. Those who could go to university, they were able to go. Today, as we speak, every politician that goes to that village must bend down.
Okay.
Because those people are empowered.
It was via the media.
Walifanya vitu zao because we were feeding them with a lot of information. Whenever we meet, we tell them, we sing and sing and sing and sing until they change their mindset.
Okay.
So Mutembei can do a very good job to sensitize people on good things as we talk politics. Of course, we can't leave politics. And you see those results in Mutembei very soon. Keep telling them. Because some people don't know this information.
As much as I agree with you, lazima ufanye kabiashara kado, lakini ukitupoteza, hebu imagine ukipoteza mse kama Jex, kama Wagungu amepotea, unajua au utakuwa na panelist. Inafaa ikuume when you don't have panelists.
Actually sasa I think next week nitafanyia watu how to join a YouTube channel wanze hizi vitu tukwe watu wengi wenye wanafanya different things. You see, that is another niche yenye mtu anafaa kuchukua aifanye vizuri tu. Hatuwezi fanya tukichanganya watu wetu, tutakosa ladha ya pesa yetu.
I really like how you are promoting those ladies hao wanafanya nini. I just know that they'll find it very, very difficult because what people want to come, people want to go to Canada and the US, but I think what they don't tell them is just how difficult. They tell them, this is how you can get it, but the reason I will never do anything like that is because I know the difficulties and I know the desperation watu wako nayo, so I can almost guarantee you zile inboxes those ladies normally get after those shows are immense, and it's very, very difficult, but I like the way you are promoting.
Gadhuma, let me ask you, kuteseke hapa Kenya for 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 years without a job, without any, hauna mafikra kwa utapata job, and then na kupata chance uende Canada, do you think you can struggle for 2 years in Canada kama upati hata kazi za nyumba ama kazi nyingine?
No, kazi, there is no doubt. The question is getting there. Unaona hiyo, that is the process. Kama ule demo wa Canada, she talks so much genetically. Anawaambia, apply shule, apply hii. What she doesn't tell them is the difficulties. But I agree, there is no way utakuwa Canada hata hapa US for that long without a job. I think what she does not address is the difficulties of so anawapatia hizi hope zote that she addresses the scenario from you being there on the ground already. Now you already in Canada, but then how do you get there?
Yeah. That's what I want us to address. Mpaka tujue how to get there.
Yeah, how to get there.
Kama ni mambo ya Canada
Mtembei.
mimi nimekaa hapa on and off miaka mingi. Kwa hivyo naweza kukuelezea hata njia ya kuja hapa. Sitaki kusema shortcuts, lakini ni shortcuts.
Neno gani Mtembei? Hook up Mtembei.
Kama nipatie your number hapa kwa private chat ni close. Hata wewe tuelezee all those ways.
Sasa okay, nitakupatia hiyo, sio shida, lakini nasema kwamba yani vile wajua mimi nimekaa back kama wa mzee, nasikiza tu nini mambo yanavyoendelea. Kwa kweli kuna wakati nilienda Kenya and I was hosted by one of these Gikuyu stations, one of the big Gikuyu stations there. I won't mention it by name, and interview yetu ilikuwa live and I've never tried to hail this place like a heaven. I've never done that because I would be lying to my good people of Kenya. So nikawa wameni host, manake walikuwa nataka niambie watu the pros and cons, and when I told people the truth as I knew it, and I know a lot of truth here. I've traveled a lot. Kuna mzee mmoja alipiga simu, actually kijana alipiga simu kwa live, manake ilikuwa live. Kaambia, wewe mzee wewe unatuenjoy sana wewe. How can you talk of such things happening there na wewe unaishi huko? Why don't you come back if it's bad? Nikamwambia, sikiza ndugu yangu, sisemi ni kubaya, nakwambia Kenya sio kwa shetani wala sio mbinguni. Marekani sio jehanamu na sio mbinguni. Everybody is him or her and there is work ethics. Vile unavyofanya kazi kwa bidii hapa ndivyo unapata. Na nikamwambia tena, the other thing is here in North America you get what you work hard for. Nikamwambia ukitaka pombe ni nyingi sana hapa, kuna walevi wengi wamelewa chakari hata hawana chochote. Kuna watu wa madawa wengi. Kuna mtu ukija ukitaka masomo unasoma, universities ni nyingi. Ukitaka kazi ni nyingi. So kila kitu nikamwambia nikija kwa studio hiyo nilikuwa nimepitia kwa barabara hapo Uhuru Highway, nikaona watu wanauza magazeti, nikaona wengine wakipiga viatu rangi. Nikamwambia hizo ni kazi. Lakini I knew what they were looking for. They were talking about the white or blue collar jobs as they call them. Nikamwambia wasipofikiria mambo ya kazi ni kazi, na mtu awekee bidii kile alicho nacho, kazi anayofanya pale, watakuwa saa zote wana dream kwenda kupata kazi mahali pengine, na labda wakifika hapa watapata kazi ni ile they'll do the same jobs. Yeah? Alafu because they are lied to that unalipwa, kwa mfano hapa kwetu ni $15 an hour minimum wage. Sasa wanakifanya hesabu na pesa za Kenya wanatoka wazimu. Wanasema all that money, forgetting that the money is also used or spent here. Na nikamwambia a cup of coffee, the small one here, is more than $1. Actually, the last time I bought it was about $1.50. A small cup of coffee, which that is about how much? Let's say about 150 to round it up, Kenya shillings. Ukienda kwa kiosk Kenya, sijui kama kuna mahali chai imefika glass moja 100. I don't know. I can't say. So the thing is, hao watu wako Kenya wengi, ukiwaambia ukweli wanaona unawapotosha. So I guess that's why wale watu wako Marekani, when you talk to people down there, you only paint that rosy picture of what it is, because that's what they want to hear. And if you try to tell them the truth, they will rise against you. I believe some of you have tried that if you live in North America. If you've tried to tell somebody the truth and the challenges here, currently me sina challenges nyingi. Kwa mfano, as I said, I've lived long and I've acquired a few things here and there, but it's hard work. Hard work. There's no patapotea here like in Kenya. In Kenya, you can become a billionaire without hard work because you pass through KEMSA there, you'll be giving loans of tenders, and you'll be called in, come and you get a tender of 4 billion. So here hakuna vitu kama hizo. So mtu akija hapa lazima afunge mshipi, ajue it's hard work. And sometimes hapa ndio umesikia nikisema mimi ndio baba na mama. Sometimes hiyo inafanya hata manyumba inavunjika, kila mtu anakaa kivyake. Sasa mimi sina mke, nilitupa, lakini hata hivyo bado najikakamua kimwanaume.
Hauna mke na imagine mimi niko na 10 wives.
10 wives.
On the follow up of what Kamau is saying, I think we can sensitize our people that kazi ni kazi. That statement is so simple but very strong.
Very strong.
Kazi ni kazi. You know, I've seen my colleagues in Kenya classify jobs. Wanasema hiyo siwezi fanya. I told when I came to the United States, I was employed in a hotel for the armed forces. We used to call it a DFAC, dining facility. Nilipata mzungu anasimamisha gari ingine pale, anakuja anasafisha nyumba na anaenda.
Hiyo ni kawaida hiyo.
You see? Na hiyo gari yenye amesimamisha hapo ni Buick, Chevy, magari kubwa kubwa.
Yeah.
I had to change my mindset and say, you know, we are here with the family, you have nothing, you have only clothes and children and a wife, you must be on your foot. If that mentality can change in Kenya and we start doing what we are doing, as Kamau is saying, we can move an inch than where we are. The reason why politics is so much attractive to everybody is because it is the only one seem to be earning and having cheap money.
That's very true.
Here, nobody is interested in that thing called politics. Actually, I don't even know the full names of my governor.
You don't.
What for? Because everything is done.
It's not important to you.
Not important to me. But
hata kansela wangu hapa simjui ni nani.
Kenya, we have made our people so poor that they now worship us. And politics has become so competitive that if you want to get rich, you must get into politics. Otherwise, should everybody have money? Actually, politics is very difficult. Nafanya kuwe mzee because you are having so many people to think about. Think about the people that are under you, Mtembe, your relatives, your close family. How are they? Are their lives, are they living a good life? If you think about that, then expand into a constituency, you will say, no, I don't want that thing. Right now, we are saying we need guys like Kamau to tell us how to bring people here. By the way, me, Kamau, I need guys like you who have stayed here longer to show me how to bring those guys. I have people behind me who needs to make a change in their lives.
Lakini Mtembei anasema usiseme kazi ni kazi. Kazi ni kazi is no longer a good comment to make anymore now because we are Ruto.
Oh, okay. I'm not talking about politics. I'm not talking about that politics, Mtembei. Let's people engage in meaningful economic activities and respect it. But if we are waiting for white-collar jobs, unavaa tai, lakini hakuna mshahara, we will not change our society. So, in a nutshell, because I'm leaving some meeting, Mutembe just have topics even to change people's mindsets. Ukienda university usipokuwa engineer ama daktari ati hujasoma, you know, that's so bad. That's why somebody when you ask a small kid who has passed standard 8 exam, unataka kuwa nini? Nataka kuwa surgeon. I mean, sometimes it is irritating. We cannot all of us be doctors. Wagun can be a doctor, I can be a pharmacist, somebody else can be a surgeon, somebody else can be a nurse, you know? A journalist.
Siwaambie hapa watu kama plumbing, bricklayers and such jobs.
Truck drivers.
They pay more than most of those other things people claim for in Kenya.
Yeah, the other day, Kamau, there's a guy called Choi, Cosmo Choi, posted on Facebook.
Yeah.
Then I saw a Kenyan abusing him that when in Makanga wa USA, he doesn't understand that guy earns close to 3,000 a week.
Yeah.
But then Mutembe, if you come across a tracker, what you track?
Don't talk to those guys.
Host a tracker here on this platform. He will ata encourage watu wengine sana wakujua. You know, because they are making a lot of money. Trackers are making a kill.
That's true.
Hiyo si ndio maana tunataka sasa Wakenya wakuje huko at least wafanye hizo jobs. I don't think kama watu wanachagua.
Yeah, and I agree, and that is why I keep saying, you know, those ladies, they are good at educating people. Like now, the problem is to try to tell them how do they get here, because that's the point. That is the big point. You know, when they get here, they will always have a way. You will make a way out of something. The question is, how do you get here?
But
you know?
Wagungu,
yes, sir.
I presented last week, and Mtembe asked me this question: how do those people get there? I told them, give people information about the green card. Let them try out. Hii kitu by the watu wanapata.
Yes, yes.
Let people try green card. Tell them when is it applied, what is required of them. Slowly by slowly, some will be lucky. Secondly, those who are like the one who presented from Canada, there are some people who invite workers from countries on some job qualifications. Let people have that information. Lakini nje ambapo kuja kujificha, hiyo mimi nayo siwezi ku-advise.
Yeah, it is very difficult.
That is very difficult. It is illegal. It is bad.
US is harder getting there. But Canada is always, anastaki kuongea kwa Kizungu, wacha niongea kwa Kiswahili. Canada ina mashimo mengi. Ya kufika. Ukifika hapa, ukija hapa unione tu. Nimesaidia watu wengi sana kusema kweli. Nimesaidia watu wengi sana mikono, wakipanga line hapa sijui watafika wapi. Lakini kitu mimi huambia mtu, manake mimi sidanganyi na silipishi hata ndururu moja. Hakuna mtu atakwambia ni kama nilipisha hata ndururu moja. Lakini ukija hapa ni Mkenya, nijue ni Mkenya na umeingia hapa.
Alafu hapa ni wapi sasa?
Sasa niko katika maelezo naeleza. Ukija hapa unipigie simu, na nimepigiwa simu na watu wengi hata wasiwajui, manake namba yangu mimi huwa sifichi. Mimi sio mwizi, sifanyi kitu chochote cha kihatia. Mimi ni mtu nafanya kazi kwa mikono yangu na akili yangu, napata pesa zangu. Kwa hivyo siogopi namba yangu ikiwa hadharani. Wajua hapa North America, wale wanaishi hapa wanajua hivyo, kwamba namba ya mtu kupeana ni kama kupeana sijui moyo. Mimi sina hiyo shida. Lakini kitu nasema ni kwamba mtu akiingia hapa Canada, mahali niko, ukinipigia simu unaambia mimi niko hapa, niko stranded. Mimi niko na nyumba kubwa, naishi peke yangu. Nimehost watu wengi hapa, wanakuja na wahost kadha kadha, alafu naonyesha njia za kupata makaratasi. Manake hapa sio kama US. US ni kugumu. Manake sasa hata kupata makaratasi ukiingia huko inakuwa tena lazima uingie chini ya maji, ukae huko milele na milele. Lakini Canada hapa hakuna watu wa kukaa chini ya maji. Hapa lazima utapata makaratasi. Na mimi na guarantee mtu hivyo. Na silipisha tandururu, na sijigambi.
Kama utakutafuta, wacha niende mkutano utakutafuta.
Enda mkutano ndugu yangu.
Hata heri nisaidie wawili kuliko kukaa peke yangu.
Enda mkutano ndugu yangu. Mimi niko kila wakati. Na namba yangu nimeipeana hapo, unaweza kuiona, sifichi mimi.
Okay, kama hata mimi nataka nikulete watu from Mutembei hapa. I will be finding some needy guys. Na waleta hapo, hata nikileta wawili watatu will be okay.
Mimi kitu waambia watu, na acha nikirudie hapa. Mambo ya vile visa mtu atapata Nairobi usiniulize. Maana kweli sijui hata mimi. Sinaona bali kizungumkuti iko. Nasema ukiwasili hapa, ukisema sasa ama upewe visa, ujui unaenda wapi. Saa hizo ndio unaweza kuniita na tujadiliane na nikusaidie, lakini ati nitakusaidia kupata visa, sijui mtu anafanya hiyo, kusema kweli nitakuwa naongea uongo.
So by makaratasi ni makaratasi ya huko Canada, unasema utasaidia
ya huko Canada. Ukishaingia tu hapa Toronto airport, maana yake niko hapa.
Kukuja shule huko ni ngumu, do you know?
Sio ngumu, inategemea ni kosi gani. Kama unafanya nursing, umefanya nursing Kenya miaka 2 umemaliza. Alafu sasa unataka kuja kufanya kama another course nursing. Chari umesha hitimu ile ya kwanza nyumbani Kenya. Ni kama kazi ya kupatia kuku maji. Kwa na kunywa wenyewe. Hiyo inakuwa very easy na uko accepted, na ukifanya na ukisomea hapa, nikwambie hapa Canada ukisomea course ambayo iko na miaka 2 tu na ufaulu, makaratasi ni kama automatic. Hakuna kusumbuliwa tena. Ndio maana hapa Canada huwezi kusikia mtu anaishi ati chini ya maji. Hapa kila mtu anaishi juu ya surface.
Alafu nikuulize, kuna restriction na waliweka hapa ya US na kuanga ukikuja shule lazima ulipie ukiwa kipande kingine. Unaona kama huko wanakuambianga sisi tukikuja didn't used to be like this, but sasa ndio iko hiyo sehemu. Na hii ukikuwa Kenya, kabla wakupatia ile visa lazima ukue umelipa fees ya semester mzima huku kwa university hapa. Hata hapa ni the same. Okay, so lazima, unaona unasikia Mtembea, hiyo ndio inakuwa ngumu because kama unaambiwa hata kitabu upate visa lazima ukue umelipa $7,000-10,000, lazima ukue umelipa shule, unaona?
Hiyo ni moja tayari.
Yeah, so for the poor family, unajua sisi tukikuja ilikuwa I remember ukikuja ulikuja unakuja nothing, you didn't have to pay anything.
Yeah, ulihitaji tu 120 ile inaitwa I-120, hiyo tu ndio ulihitaji.
Ulikuwa unakuja na 50,000 unalipa ya transport. Mimi remember nilikuja hapa na almost $10 na a towel. That was it. No.
Kama what of journalist jobs iko huko? Journalist jobs.
Yeah, iko kila mahali, job iko. Hebu tuseme hivi. Hapa ukija hapa, na najua hata US in some states ni hivyo. Ukiingia hapa lazima kwanza uadapt kujua kwamba bado kuna ukabila kidogo ya wazungu na weusi nini, utaipata tu, lakini kwa ndani chini. Hapa Canada sio kama US. Uzuri wao ni outspoken, utajua wanachukiana katika states fulani. Hapa wajua mtu akikuonyesha kwa kimacho utamshtaki na atakulipa pesa nyingi sana, kwa hivyo wanaficha. Lakini ujue hawa, manake mimi niko hapa tu karibu, mimi nafanya shopping yangu hapa US wakati nataka, manake maziwa hapo ni dola, ilikuwa dola moja 1.18 per gallon, whereas hapa kwetu ni dola kama 6 per gallon. Kwa hivyo unaona niko 2 minutes away, kwa hivyo naenda cross nini. Lakini ukienda US, sasa mimi nikiingia US, mimi hujua nimeingia zone nyingine, sababu sasa hapo watu wafichani. Kama wanachukia hapa kuna hizo za chini watu una apply jobs, hakuna mtu anakuambia kitu, hawataki uingie. Lakini ukiwa mtu ambaye ni shupavu, mtu ambaye ako na moyo wa kimwanaume, unang'ang'ana mpaka unaingia kwa kila job. Hakuna kitu ya kunini ati ya kubembelezwa. You fight for everything. So nasema kila job iko, kila kitu unaweza kupata, lakini si ati unaletewa na silver platter. Zile kazi unaletewa kwa silver platter, labda hizo za nursing na nini, maana hizo inakuanga na shortage. Hata wakati wa COVID hasa ndio walijua wako very vulnerable, maana ilibidi walete wanajeshi ambao hata sio trained kusaidia, sababu watu wengi hawakuwa na watu wa kutosha, manpower haikuweko. Hata juzi nikasikia katika hii province yetu walisema wanataka wana recall watu wote ambao ni retired alafu wale watu wako first year nursing hapa wote wanapewa jobs under supervision obviously, alafu wanasema sasa wanataka kutafuta international nurses waje, in other words from all over the world. Kwa hivyo inakuonyesha wako very exposed, yaani hawana enough manpower. Kwa hivyo inachukua tu nini, inachukua tu uwe hapa ndani. Ukiwa hapa ndani hapo huwezi kulala njaa, that's obvious. North America yote ni shida kulala njaa, labda uwe mvivu sana utaki kwenda hata project share, food bank manake ziko sijui na wapi ni nini inaweza fanyika ulale uwe ati wewe sasa wewe hauna pesa yani chakula ya kukula, kwa hiyo sijui, I don't know what would happen. Labda
kulingana na vile kama unaongea Wangogo, unasikia kama wako the same state na Joyce.
It do sound the same. It do sound the same.
Yes, si uko Toronto kama?
Mimi niko Toronto, lakini niko katika ile inaitwa Greater Toronto area.
Okay. Yeah.
Huyu kama wajulikana anasema is in North America, so
ni almost the same place. I think nitawa connect wakuja hapa wakiwa na Joyce watupe story ya Canada because it's the same thing they are saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Na ni ukweli. Wajua Canada ni tofauti na US kwa kiasi. Na mimi nimetembea nchi zote mbili. Isipokuwa kwa sasa mpaka umefungwa. Kwa hivyo siwezi, lakini nasikia watafungua maybe by 24th of this month. Maana hata economy yangu inaendanga mbaya mpaka kama imefungwa hivyo economy yangu ni mbaya, sababu nanunua maziwa hapa na vitu expensive. Kwa hivyo US wakifungua na wajua sasa maziwa imefika labda $3 sijui.
So kama quick question, because it sounds like you have the capacity to live in either of the, so why have you chosen kukaa Canada?
Because hapa Canada nikwambie benefits za Canada. Ile kubwa sana, ile kubwa zaidi ya zote ni kadi tunaita, hata nikutolee hiyo kadi uone, inaitwa medical hii unaona hiyo? Hiyo ndugu yangu, hiyo ndio kila kitu. You don't have to work for it. Hiyo kipewa hiyo unaenda hospitali, is the same na prime minister wenyu ama na mtu yoyote.
Trudeau.
Trudeau analala hospitali, wewe unalala hapo na ulipi hata ndururu. Ulali hata hausumbuki kichwa.
Okay.
Unajua kitu acha nikuambie kitu kimoja watu wengi hawajui. A good functional health system inashinda kila kitu kingine.
Absolutely.
Angalia Wakenya vile wamefilisika sababu ya magonjwa. Because mzee akiwa mgonjwa, mama akiwa mgonjwa, inabidi wanauza ng'ombe zote, wanauza mashamba, wanauza kila kitu kutibu huyo mtu, na labda baadaye anafariki, ndio tunaitwa harambee. So and so alikufa, aliacha milioni kadhaa hajalipa kwa benki, mwili imefungua mochari. Unajua ile ukatunu wa Kenya.
Yeah.
Wanafungia mwili ya nini? Lakini hapa mimi hata nikiwa mgonjwa hata it's never an issue.
Na hiyo kadi inalipia kila kitu. Unajua this is something that I don't know watu Kenya washaielewa. Unaona ile NHIF wanakuwa nayo Kenya. That thing literally pays for nothing. Inalipanga when you have an insurance policy that does not pay for your medication, that does not pay for your outpatient. What is that? To me that's nothing. You know?
No, wacha ni correct hapo. Maana hii hata hii yetu hailipi madawa.
It doesn't
pay for medication.
Okay.
It only pays for your
inpatient.
In anything, anything. Inpatient, outpatient, doesn't matter. It pays for everything.
But why not? But why not pay for
madawa? Watu obviously watu wengi wanafanya kazi.
Okay.
Sasa hiyo ni kazi, ni hao wanakulipa.
Okay.
Kama una job na serikali.
Okay.
Kuna zile warfare society, zile za warfare mnazielewa, wale wako North America.
Okay.
Bora waambie kwamba hauna kazi, madawa hawezi kuwa nini. Tena ukifika miaka 60 na kitu madawa ni free.
Oh, through so they have a safety net kama Medicare ama Medicaid pia.
Ni kama Medicaid hiyo, yeah.
You just don't benefit when you are younger.
No, you benefit after you've reached a retirement age.
Which is when you would ideally need medication on a permanent basis.
That's when you need more medication.
Yes.
Lakini kutibiwa hata iwe ni operation gani, hata iwe ni nini, hata iwe na cost pesa ngapi, hiyo ni free of charge.
Lakini unaona ile NHIF ya Kenya inalipanga tu inpatient, na even that inpatient they pay a portion.
A very small.
Unaelewa? Yeah, a very small portion. Meaning my father was a civil servant, government employee for years. Amegonjeka juzi akakaa kwa hospitali for almost 3, 4, 5 months. So he accumulated a huge bill. I think it was like 5. Me and my sisters, we had to come up with that money, almost 5 million Kenyan shillings. Now on top of that, now he was discharged on medication and akunywanga on a monthly basis. We still have to pay for that.
I know.
Na zile follow up appointment zote sasa unashindwa hii kitu mzee amelipa hii kitu for all his working years.
I know.
Sasa unashindwa what is the purpose of NHIF? And Jake said you probably would address that. Maybe you know what we did not do right.
The problem is unajua it's even the much it's paid ni kidogo sana. It's what Ruto was saying the other day. He earns like 1.4 million but anakatwa 1700 na mama mboga mwenye ana make 300 a day anakatwa 500. You see the rationale hata ya kukata it makes sense.
Makes sense.
Man, that
yeah.
Kama kuna mtu anakuuliza hapa kama kuna engineering job.
Oh God,
sikusikia swali.
Kuna mtu anauliza na safety skill engineering, anauliza can I get engineering jobs in Canada?
That's even very easy. Kama ako nje mwambie afanye hivi kwanza. Apply as a skilled worker. It's very easy. Kuja hapa kama ni professional yoyote na amefanya kazi katika hiyo nini for at least 1 year na anajua mtu sasa, anajua Kamau hapa is proficient in English or French. Hizo tu ndio qualification unatakikana. Ukiapply hizo unakuja hapa mara moja. Ukija hapa hizo vitu watakwambia urudi shule kidogo tu just kwa ili utrainiwe mambo ya Canada, manake pia protocols hapa nayo ni tofauti kidogo.
Okay.
So hapa ni wapi? Because I think you guys keep telling them apply here. Ni wapi? Where exactly does he apply?
Najua tumetaja mara nyingi, tumetaja mara kama 10, tumesema Canada nini, wao wanasikia. Watu wamesikia ndio wanauliza.
Ashley naona kwa hapa anataka kutuambia vile tutaenda UK.
UK ama yuko Texas?
UK ama Texas, Ashley?
No. Yes, I'm here. I'm just listening in. Yes.
Anasikiza tu. Kama
anatujileta pande gani? Nimeingia, but when I was listening, you guys were talking of something else. So I think my thing was behind. So when I got in, I found another topic. So that's why I'm trying to listen to what you're discussing.
Tunaongelea tu stories za majuu.
Kama unatufunza experience
politics to immigration, sasa kwa migration. Unajua sisi ni kama wanasema.
Yeah, what I was listening, I was hearing Jake saying that we need to say no vaccine, no election. That's what I heard. I was listening to, and I thought that was the topic.
Yes,
so I was actually calling to say that would really excite the government because they want to postpone the election. So don't give them ideas. They might hike the COVID numbers so that the election can be postponed.
That's very true. You see, yeah, that's very true. That's a very good observation. Wajua Wakenya wanafikiria politics sana, na kitu chochote kinachokuja kuzima politics zao watakibadilisha kwa njia zozote. They will use all manner of lies to to get it going. Sasa unaona kama hii BBI vile tulikuwa tumepelekwa, imesukumwa mpaka ikasemekana iko ni popular, watu wamepelekwa kwa machifu, wanafosiwa kusign, lakini tunaambiwa ni popular, na watu wengine wanaamini ni popular sababu zimepita kwa counties sijui 43 sijui ngapi.
But Kamau tunashindana tukisema Wakenya. Me I think even Kenyans themselves imefika mahali they just accept it. I mean, how do they normally play with our brains? I mean, I was looking yesterday at to Tangatanga, like going to the market one day at wananunua mandizi wananunua, like I mean, you normally what these guys are just doing this for politics. Na kila mtu yuko excited wananunua mandizi wananunua, and everybody knows they're just doing this for politics. After hii uchaguzi ya Kiamba, you will never see them there. But we follow in that same trap every single time.
I know, but mimi nilisema kwa mwanzo nilisema hivi.
Funny enough, Kamau, you'll find Mtembei there with cameras, trying to get the best shot.
Hadi wananunua mandazi wananunua hii. I mean, I find it comical, to be honest with you.
Na najua tu hapo ni sarakasi, but Mtembei will be there.
Mimi nilikwambia hivi. Nilisema hapa. Kitu hapa ni kwamba hakuna wakati tutakuwa na watu wengine ambao sio sisi tunachagua. Hakuna wakati tutaletewa malaika kutoka mbinguni eti ndio tunachagua. Ni sisi tunachagua, na sisi unachagua mtu wa area yenu anakuwa MP wako. Sasa zile unaona tabia unafanya ndizo hata yeye anafanya. Sababu sasa sisi wote ni the same. Kwani kuna watu malaika Kenya? Si wote ni wezi, wote ni corrupt, wote ni wale wanapiga kelele sana ni wale hawana nafasi ya kuiba. Akipewa nafasi na si tunasema 70%, tuna 70% nini inaitwa tana inaitwaje ile, yani tunabadilisha our leaders 70% wanaenda nyumbani, tunaleta wapya with a hope that tutakuwa na kitu kipya.
So 5 unatoka mwingine anaingia.
Wagungu huko kwetu kuna kwaga na joke wanasemanga, wanapeangwa as a retire, so unapewa 5 ujipange, mwingine akuja apewe 5 ajipange.
That is what we have done in Tetu as well for the last I don't know how many years. Huyu anakuja anatoka, mwingine anakuja anatoka. But when you look at the constituency itself, there is zero development. There is barely a bank in there. There is nothing on the ground.
You know, and it's so pathetic that you see people coming here almost beating each other, fighting for these leaders, yet they all are vaccinated and we are not. And they have not opened their mouth. Yani unasikia mtu akifungua mdomo about BBI, mwingine anasema nini bottom up. What are you talking about? And the people have no vaccine.
Yeah.
Yesterday I had Ruto talking about giving cutting people from money from their salaries to build houses. Watu walikuwa nakula mandazi shule wa ukifanya kazi ndio uko na job fit. And then you want to make houses and then give them free houses with my money and me I have bought my own house. I mean, I think the government should help them, but they should not take away from when I go to work to take my money to build someone who for whatever reason they don't have one. They should enable them to get money to build. You know? So I started saying this could be more of the same, or more of what we are running away from. So we have to listen to what someone is saying. Are they offering enough the same of what we have now?
Mimi napinga hiyo. Mimi nasema kila serikali, hakuna serikali inatengeneza pesa. Serikali survive on taxation. Na kama kuna project kubwa kama ya kujengea manyumba, lazima watakutax. Nimekwambia hapa tunapewa medical care ya bure. Lakini na mimi nimekwambia mimi naenda US hapa across the river kununua maziwa yangu. Why? Because I'm taxed like nobody's business. Sababu lazima nilipie hiyo medical.
What I'm saying is they already have money in national government. The money they have is enough to also put some towards housing for government housing that they should really give to poor people. And if they cannot get money, they shouldn't tax more they should look at the leaders. Do you know when a leader sits in these committees they have? Do you know how much they get paid for each sitting on top of the salary that they have and on top of the benefits they have? They get 5,000.
Yeah, you are talking
for each sitting. So if they sit the whole week, they get 35,000 over. I mean, like really? That's you know,
that's different. You're talking about wastage. In Kenya, there's a lot of it. Wastage of government resources and everything. And that's why unaona mtu akienda kufungua.
Wakienda out of the country, they keep flying, they keep going like in like a 6-month period on and 4 times.
That's true. But you see,
and that's one department. Maybe that is like the president's team. We haven't counted the vice president's team. We haven't counted the governor's team. You know, we haven't counted the MCAs. It's a lot of wastage. So they don't need to tax anybody anything. They need to look within themselves and see where that money is going to come from.
But also remember, Ashley, we gave ourselves a new Katiba 2010, which brought all that nonsense to us, yet we voted for it at 67%. So changing that, again, we'll have to throw the whole Katiba out and bring up another one that is more, because I remember when we were campaigning about, me, I was in the north side, when people were campaigning about for this Katiba 2010, Moi told us something I think it was in Kajiado, I don't remember exactly, but he's in Omasai land. He said something that I thought even if people hated Moi, they should listen. Yet he was a former president. He said the Katiba that we are being pushed into, we cannot afford in our state. I mean, the financial state that we were in. And he was right. Because right now, you see like Uhuru now gave the MCAs cars. Remember, in our times, councillors never even cared about cars because their jurisdiction is a very small area. They can walk to every house if they want in a day because it's a small area. Now everybody has, and again, it multiplied them to big numbers. MPs, now we have about, how many are we? I think they have 290 before you factor in the nominated. And then you have
the girlfriends and the wives.
And now they wanted to increase that to about 600. What is coming out is that our leaders don't care about us. They only care about themselves. And for that to have to change, we have now to be bold enough and toss the whole Katiba this 2010 out and probably bring back the new one and do just a little bit adjustments here and there, because there was nothing wrong with it, absolutely. What happened is that we changed the Katiba with only one man in mind, Moi.
You know, and that's what I said, and someone got shocked. I said, we do need to have a discussion, but the discussion needs to be, we need to have a discussion about the constitution, but it's not the discussion that we are having. It needs to be a different discussion, but that discussion needs to be had. But I don't think Uhuru is the right person to be sitting there, like be moderating it. I think we need a neutral party. Somebody else.
Correct.
Ashley, I remember correctly that even this BBI, the ones who are crafting it, they had a certain image of a leader in mind as they were crafting it. It was more to punish another leader. It had less to do with us as the public. So eventually, even when they were making mistakes, they did not have someone to correct them, because it was an anti-someone's report. It was an anti-someone's project.
That's the biggest problem, because we never do things for posterity.
Yeah.
We do things for now and now. And a certain person must take this. If you listen to people like Atwoli, I'm sorry to refer to him, you realize that
God really loves us. This COVID
was only to block out.
This COVID has really helped.
Yeah, it has to some extent, but it has also killed our people. But good thing is in Africa, not many people are dying like they are dying everywhere else, simply because of vitamin.
Kamau, I can assure you, if there was no COVID, BBI would have passed like yesterday.
Not necessarily, because the judges.
Yeah, because even these court cases would have been done a long time. They would have been manipulated.
Yes.
So I know COVID. I'm just saying COVID is bad, but the silver lining is it has stopped or paused BBI. So that we can look at it. And I just pray that God is going to help us. We don't have good leaders.
We are forgetting some gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. The BBI was not stopped by anything else but by the courts. The same court. Listen, what Uhuru did, if you remember 2017, he kind of showed his grudge against the judiciary. So he said he's going to revisit them. And in my opinion, they revisited him before he revisited them. And that's how lucky we got, that the stupid BBI is no more. I hope ODM won't wake up to hear that, because they'll stone me to death. Huh?
But Mtembe is there.
Right there.
Mtembe is there, though he's a mole in ODM.
Oh, he's a mole? Okay.
He's a mole.
So when you guys see our country in 10 years? Maybe because I can barely see 5 years, leave alone 10 years. I mean, I find it so pathetic. When do you guys see our country in 10 years?
Well.
There is always calm after the storm. You see, after Moi.
Why can't you go and become the president? We vote for you. Why can't
you see the problem is
try to become become a presidential candidate?
The hopelessness you are seeing, Wagungu, is what people really suffered during Moi's time, yeah? And the frustrations that people felt were demonstrated in 2002. People voted to protest him out. So it is more likely that history might repeat itself in 2022, where it will be almost a protest vote. People feeling frustrated, hopeless, with no need of nugget. So the only person who will come and sell some degree and a ray of hope, that person definitely, regardless of who, that person will create that rainbow coalition moment, and people will vote for him with a euphoric form of vote. Sababu, what they can calculate and see at the moment is just frustration. You can see even someone here is saying they used to do my number to register Mtembe in UDA, yet Mtembe is not in UDA, but they used his Huduma number to put Mtembe in Maendeleo chap. Unaelewa? So that frustrations and crazy things are the reasons why maybe people will vote out of, as a protest and as a statement.
Correct. So my main prayer right now, because I'm not too positive right now on what will happen in 2022. My prayer is that Kenyans would turn against one another like they did in 2007. And I pray that things will be solved before then, but I wonder who will, because Uhuru doesn't seem keen on leaving the country united. It's like he wants to leave the country very divided. I don't know for what benefit, and that could trigger a lot of animosity amongst us Kenyans. And I pray that Kenyans will be wiser. They will know that the politicians up there, me, I support Ruto, but I know he won't hurt Raila even if he became president. And neither would Raila hurt Ruto if he became president. Yes, in the political rallies, they throw, jabs at one another. And they look like they are very bitter to one another. But in their privacy, these guys laugh. They take a cup of tea and laugh together because there's no ill feelings amongst them. But it's us who sometimes don't understand this art of politics. and we take it.
And unfortunately, when they are doing politics, we are being shortchanged. They are laughing their way to the banks.
Correct.
We are being shortchanged.
Correct. But we don't do anything to stop them.
So what can we do? Why don't we, like someone like you, why can't you go and run for office?
I tried. I ran for office once. And,
What happened, Kamau?
Alionyeshwa kivumbi. He was not even number 3.
Kivumbi. Kitu ya kwanza, I don't bribe. I didn't give money. The other thing is, me, I was a Safina guy. You know, if you remember the party Safina. And Safina, you know, we remember how Moi frustrated us. And he only registered us just a few, maybe a month or so to the elections, so that we could not get prepared. So we didn't have even a presidential candidate. We had to support Ngilu, but then Ngilu was not selling. That was 1997 for those who are wondering when. So we had now to open it up and say we are supporting all the four, Wamalwa, Kibaki, Ngilu, and I don't remember who the other fourth was. We are saying any of them is good with us because we found that we are being, you know, whenever, like me, when I'm campaigning, I said we are supporting Ngilu, I was almost beaten up by people because they were Kibaki guys, you know? So when you start wading in such waters, you obviously start thinking twice and you say, okay, now me, I don't have a presidential candidate. We are open. Anybody can take it. So it's not like Kenyans want help. Kenyans are happy with the politics they do every day. Try to change that, you become the enemy. They turn against you. You see, like me, I was not giving money because it was a policy of Safina Party. If they find you giving money, they can cancel your ticket, even midstream. That was the policy. Actually, our party only got about Muite, Paul Muite got in Kikuyu, another one, this guy in Jubilee now from, I don't know what, in the from northeastern province. We got only about 5 MPs, 1997, and 0 councillors. I don't think we got any councillors then, but it's because we stood on what the principles we wanted to espouse even after the elections. So Kenyans, it's not like Kenyans want help. Then that's why sometimes we don't really.
But you know something, when you're dealing with people, you see, I like. No. Also, when you're dealing with people, when you're dealing with people, you cannot be rigid. You cannot be rigid. That's why you see your people didn't win so many seats. You know, you have to be fluid. When you're dealing with people, you can't say, we are not giving anything. And then you go and find a family that really needs and not give them. You have to go with the flow. You have to be relatable. Otherwise, you're operating like robots.
No.
If you're robots, nobody is gonna.
Listen,
you're going to be repulsive in the first place. So I think it's good to be relatable.
Let me explain what I mean by that. I mean, see, the young people they want you to buy changa for them or those local brews so that they can elect you. You see, me, one, I'm a man of faith, so I don't involve myself in those things. So I wouldn't tolerate such. And I was telling them point blank, I won't buy those things.
No, we're not talking about things like those.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you see, when there's a need, that is not even because you are elected. Even here I am today, I support many people, you know, who I need in Kenya. I do that, but I have to know their need. Is when somebody is in need, is in need. But what we are talking about here, we are talking about, when I say giving things, is what the politicians normally do in Kenya. They pay young people, they buy them brews and all these smoking things, you know, bad things, so that they can get charged up and then they can, you know, become crazy and do all manner of things. You see, Safina was totally against that. And that's why we put it. But anyway, that's not the reason. The reason was We were frustrated by Moi until the last minute. And then when he realized that Ngilu is getting a lot of a lot of hype from everybody, he decided to frustrate Ngilu by dividing them because Safina was definitely in SDP. So he took Safina at the last minute, and now we had to stop. Actually, when I remember when Safina was registered, we were in Ngilu in Westlands in a campaign trail.
Actually is saying that now since Moi is gone and there's UDA, you give it another shot. He says you're still young to give it another shot.
Yes,
but especially during COVID, it's so easy to help because you can go door to door, learn what their problems are, and help them. There's a lot of people who are suffering, and I think if anybody wants to get in politics and have some money, this is the right time.
But actually, did you see the story of the guy in Kiambu who had come from here, has done a lot of activities in Kiambu? I don't remember his name is, but then he got caught up in the UDA Jubilee politics and he had to. Na ni jamaa amefanya vitu mingi Kiambu. I think he's been helping a lot of the youth, all the people. I think the guy has a tracking company here. But then he got caught up in the Moses Kuria Ruto politics and he had to drop out. Ujama anaitwa nani Mutembei?
Yeah, those happen when it's politics. Remember, even Ruto tried to give people food during COVID. What did Maina Commander do? He came back and gave poison food with the same boss, so that they can, Kenya, because there are no rules, there are no laws.
And you can Kamau.
Yeah.
Mtembei did not cover when Ruto was giving the correct food, but was very quick to cover when Amanda gave. And he made sure that was the trending story.
But that's Kenyan politics. You can't blame Mutembei. He was earning his shilling.
Mutembei anatafuta where the bread is buttered. He has to
Correct.
Where the goose is ready.
But anyway, siasa ya nyumbani ni ngumu man. Especially ukitoka abroad, it's tough. Local politics ni ngumu sana, kuna vigeti.
You see what they have done to Muisa Kitui, eh?
Yeah, there you go.
Muisa Kitui just came the other day and he is already having a second scandal.
You know what they did to Mkisa? They really killed him because he cannot go anywhere but Kenya. He's done. He can't go to UN. Whoever did that.
I wish you saw what Mtembei posted. I don't know if everyone saw what Mtembei posted.
Mtembei is just an instigator, so alijua hapa lazima wamalize yeye kabisa.
You see, Mtembei is very funny, eh? During the day, Alieka, Ruto shakes Rift Valley and Uhuru is scared. Lakini sasa anaweka debate anasema Ruto anavunja sheria za COVID na millions attend.
Si kama hii ya Mukisa Kitui, mimi nilimuona nikamwonea huruma, maana ni baba ya watoto. Ni mtu
mmoja ajionee huruma.
Na ame-expose bwana kuonesha uchi ya mwanaume yote.
Wacha nakwambia sasa hapa America, that is very huge. He cannot get any job no more. He's done.
He should have paid up. I mean, $10,000. He should have just paid up.
Yeah,
but now, unfortunately, maybe in Kenya they'll forgive him. But beyond Kenya, maybe Africa, he can get a job. He won't be able to get any international position anytime soon.
Lakini Kenya wanasemanga until you get a scandal, you're not a politician. Lazima ukuwe na scandal mzuri.
Kama akilipa huyo mama asifanye, lakini anamempower, atakuja for more and more and more. It never ends. That's why sometimes you reach a point unasema itakavyoenda iende. Maana sasa you did the same.
Kamau, do you remember the lady who went to Supreme Court claiming that Maraga had abandoned her child and she had fake birth certificates?
Yeah, I remember, with fake documents. And when alipokuwa cornered, she abandoned everything and fled. This is Kenya bwana. Kenya, siasa ya Kenya ni ngumu, manake uongo na ukweli inachanganywa, zina run simultaneously. Kwa hivyo watu wengi hawezi kutambua huu ni ukweli ama huu ni uongo.
So what advice would you give to Mtembei when he goes for an elective post? You see, now he says he has 10. When that time comes, atakuta kona 1,000, wengine hata hajui. Watajitokeza mpaka wale wanakuanga secret admirers.
Advice yangu ni kwamba kama kuna mpango ya kando, awe amemlisha vizuri akifika wakati huo, maana atamuexpose mchana.
Watachukua video Mtembei, ataanza kutrend.
Bro, mimi huwa sifanyi tabia mbaya.
But you know again, this goes to what we were talking about earlier, is the desperation of young people. So you have a class of the political elites when they have raped the country, they have all the money, they have all the resources. So for these other class of people, they have to find a way to get this money. Mimi, I don't blame them.
Yes, true.
If you have a neighbor who has billions, na wewe mnakaa huku mnakufa njaa, you do what you can do to get the money that is in there. Me, I don't blame the lady, you know.
I know.
It's true.
No, you can't blame them. You see, plus ni dhambi yako, you own it. Don't run away from it. You see, if I were Mukisa, I would have owned it before it is exposed. Before they bring it up, I would have owned it.
Na huyo ni mzungu ameoa. Huyo mzungu anaweza enda na pesa zake zote na the wife ina divorce.
Mzungu atamkimbisha. Unakumbuka ule kijana wa Moi?
Hakuna kitu atakimbiza. Acha nikuambia, wazungu they are very tolerant on such things. Unakumbuka Bill Clinton hapa? Kwani Bill Clinton amekuwa amefanya nini?
Oh, I remember.
Alikuwa amekula mama hata sio mara moja, severally.
Unajua shida ya extramarital affairs hizi vitu naonanga watu wanafanya. You as a politician, you can be managed on all other things. Uko na PA wako, uko na security, lakini now when they come to doing this thing na Mtembei wanafanyanga, you normally abandon all those people. So unaenda tu soro. Unaona? Kama ni kwenda kwa political, they can you know, your staff can manage you. Wanasema wewe ingia hapa, acha simu hapa, hii gari beba na hii gari, lakini nawe come to mpango wa kando wanaandaga tu soro.
Hebu
nikuulize Wagungu, when you mpango wa kando, when you mpango wa kando ni beshte ya Mtembei can be able to put secret cameras. Unaenda tu aujui, sasa hizo Mtembei anakustream live. you cannot
hiyo ndio shida, lakini on your normal day activity kupata huyo Dr. Mkitui on one is difficult because kuna wale watu wana manage, lakini now when it come to issue na nega nyingine ana suspend all that. Wanaenda gona tupo, kama ni driver wake naambiwa leo wewe hata unaweza enda ukunywe, kama ni bodyguard wewe enda kwenu huko Kakamega, anajidrive.
Na hebu nikwambie kitu kingine juu ya hiyo. Ukiwa politician ama ukiwa a figure, any public figure, majaribu ni mengi sana. Remember, wamama hapa Maslay Queen wao wanapenda heroes.
Unaonanga wengine wanaenda with their fellow leaders because that leader has something to lose. Hawezi kaku-expose, hawezi kaku-blackmail. You see, like, leaders, like if a leader is going with a leader, it's hard for them to expose each other.
It's true. Acha niseme hivi. All men have scandals, including Mtembei. Such scandals wanaume wote tuko nazo. Kwa hivyo kama amefanya kitu kibaya, kitu ambayo sio hivyo, amefanya tu wanaume vile ufanya. Kama ni everywhere.
Lakini alionyesha hana wisdom.
Ni kile kilimshinda, labda akona wengi, alishindwa kuwa manage.
Si ndio nakwambia hana wisdom.
Alishindwa kuwa manage. Sasa wajua, ukiwa kwa mfano kizoea tabia hiyo ya kuhanyahanya kila mahali. Sasa utakuwa na mmoja ambaye ni kichwa ngumu anataka.
Alafu imagine kama alikuwa ameenda huko kumit na president, alafu ashikwe na msichana, alafu aanze kuambiwa apatiane secrets za nini za nchi, ama apatiane pesa za nchi.
Una imagine ati juzi alikuwa na baba. Unaona ile picha amechomea baba nao.
Atamtafutia pia yeye.
Hata baba Ugwala amejipanga. Baba ni mjanja. Anaelewa hii story. He's done it for long.
And then these are the ones who are calling Ruto a thief.
Sindio?
Mtembei should help us. Mtembei, unafaa uwape tip ya kuhide the 10 wives. How do you hide them?
Wazi bwana, hii kitu ni ngumu. Na unajua wale wanakuandama ukiwa
unmute Mtembei.
Ukiwa public figure, wale wakuandama ni wale
kwa na wanawake wengi ni kama lazima you learn it, lazima saa zingine ni kuzaliwa. Kama mimi mwenye nimezaliwa after alikuwa na over 20 wives.
You see?
So hawa 10 hata sioni kama ni watu. In fact,
hawa Mtembei ni imaginary.
Mtembei unasema you either got it or not.
They are in his head.
Mtembei ndio group admin.
This is manage them.
Actually, Mtembei ashawaundia ka WhatsApp group wote 10. Yeah, ndio admin.
Na ni sawa, hiyo ni consider ni dume, ni mwanaume Mwafrika kamili. Acha nikwambie kitu kwamba hata wazungu hufanya hivyo tu. The only thing is sheria zao zinawakataza kuwa na wawili at the same time. Kwa hivyo utaona mwingine ameoa winter, ametupa spring, ameoa mwingine summer, ametupa fall. Hiyo ni kawaida.
So where does daktari go from here now?
Yes.
Where does daktari go from here now?
How can you go from bottom to where? He was already in the bottom.
So he's down.
Mkisa Kitui hata MCA hawezi win sahi.
At you see hata
before hawezi rudi ile position yake ya kitambo.
Hata kabla asikie hata ile kiti yake ya kimilili angeshinda. Kabla asikie.
Lakini unakumbuka hata ndo apewe hiyo kazi ya Geneva alikuwa amepoteza kiti yake.
Si ndio alikuwa ameshindwa election huko kwa sijui ni kimilili ama ni wapi. Hii askaliwa na hii Didima.
And by the way, he is very arrogant. So I don't think going to Geneva helped. It just made it worse. He is very, very arrogant.
Iliongeza hiyo arrogance kwa sababu alipata pesa nyingi.
Unaona, unakumbuka ile arrogance ya ule jamaa wa Kisumu anaitanga aje the governor ule alikuwa anasemanga sijui ati chai yake sijui ni ustani ni no. I think it's actually Anyang' Nyong'o alisemanga hivyo when he was the Minister of Health.
Anyang' Nyong'o alisema yeye anakulanga lunch peke yake 2000. Alikuwa anacheka watu wanalia NHIF.
Yeah, he's equally arrogant, very arrogant too.
Hiyo hata haitoshi kwa lunch yake Serena.
Sasa huyo anakuwa president Kenya atasaidia watu aje?
Hawezi.
Lakini wagungu, you forget the president alisema mkate ni 500.
Nani? Uhuru.
The president said mkate ni 5 so.
You guys, who should we choose for president? Surely, let's talk about that.
We are going with Ruto. Whether Cameron comes such
also like it's going to be any different.
Actually, what happened within the last 24 hours? It sounds like you really backtrack on Ruto. What happened?
Ni hiyo story ya kuchangia nyumba kujengwa.
Let me tell you what happened yesterday night. Yesterday night, me, Jakes, Nancy, we were like 6 of us. We went to Web. Jakes.
Yes.
Can you tell us that story? Jana vile kula mtu alikuwa amekuja.
What happened? Mtembei came with an Oppo phone. What happened? Mtembei came with an Oppo phone. He began singing Kikuyu music and interrupted the meeting. Yes, meeting. And then akachange voice akaanza kusema wewe uliwa watu wetu wa Kiambaa. But we could be able to tell it was Mtembei behind the camera.
Oh wow. Mimi nilishindwa kuingia hiyo kitu. Yaani mimi niliwapatia nini direction lakini nikashindwa kuingia mwenyewe.
Mtembei ndo alifanya watu wengine wakafukuzwa.
Ilisema nini? Capacity.
We stayed online until we all got in.
Oh wow.
So anyway, when they were told, when Kangata was told to choose people to give to ask questions, after us waiting that long, he only chose very few people, and he only chose people with names. Ndio wanasema they are fighting for the hustler, but he chose a doctor. He chose the people who had names behind themselves.
Wagungu mute.
Actually umefungulia nini mbili device.
It's not me.
It was Wangungu.
So
Go
one
ahead.
thing I that made me have a red flag is because when they asked people, like ask questions, alikuwa na choose mtu na title. Aku choose watu wale, you know, like you can look on the screen and see this is a hustler. He was
Now, what happened?
more concerned about asking questions for people. The people he chose from the forum are people who had a name.
I am in a forum that wako hapo ndani, those guys, and the issue was, this was the second time Ruto has done, actually the third one, has done what do you call it, a Zoom meeting with different kinds of people. Kuna yenye alifanya watu wa Kenya, kuna yenye alifanya na watu wa diaspora. So what Nani had done, kuna watu walikuwa amechagua before prior. So hata in fact hao walikuwa wa join the link. So hata kama sisi tungekuwa ama tungekuwa, they were to ask the questions. So those ones were like pre-coached or rather pre-prepared wanaitwaje panelists. Alafu Ruto ni kama alikuwa pia na mbio, so unaona aliongea na hakuna swali alijibu ama.
But because it was disorganized, and me, I would, if I was Ruto, I would be concerned about the administrator, because the administrator caused so much problem.
Unlike ile ingine ilikuwa well organized. Hii around hii hata Mtembea atakwambia.
Siacha niwaambie hiyo
imepangwa vizuri.
Kwa disorganized, ilikuwa imeonyesha huyu ni mtu hawezi kuwa president, yani ni mkora, everything was just.
Wewe unajua uliweka hiyo ni ya Oppo, sasa unataka kuchoma zaidi. Sasa Mtembea wanted to show that he is the only one who can have a good meeting online.
You know, but Ruto stayed there smiling, waiting for people to ask questions. And because they went to the, and then he put a flag because nobody was asking him any questions.
You see, hakukuwa na coordinator, and hata from what we call him, from Irongo Kangata's end, he couldn't really control the podium because hakukuwa na facilitator wa the whole thing, hakukuwa na mtu in between. That's why it was a real challenge. It was chaotic. Hiyo ka video ni kama alikuwa anatuchukulia ka video akitumia simu, which was
kitu kingine lazima tuelewe hivi. Politician yote ambaye anataka kujiexpose kwa mahali kama YouTube, ati afanye mkutano kama hii tunafanya hapa,
should be organized.
Lazima awe organized, lakini I would advise them not to. Remember, akona opponents ambao will infiltrate. Yeah.
Unaona Mtembea alipojoin in akaanza kusema admin amuingishi ndani. Sasa hizo all of us the same. We had to wait kidogo ndio mtu anaongezewa.
So vitu zingine
go ahead.
Niko na
Wagungu. I don't know why your mic is on echo.
Inachukua hata yangu inakuwa na echo nyingi. Amezima. Nafikiri kwa sawa sasa. Mimi nataka kuwaaga jameni, ni saa 3 ya usiku hapa.
Huko ni saa 10 asubuhi. It's important.
Acha tumalizie wote. Tupe your last name, then tuende kwa the rest. The last comments tumalizie, tuende tulale wote.
Okay, sawa. Sasa comment ya mwisho ni kusema nini? Kusema mimi nimefurahi kwa hiyo mkutano ya leo. Tumeongea mambo mengi. You know? Tumeongea with free minds. Hakuna heckling, hakuna nini. Wajua mikutano ingine hapa unakuja unaona ni utoto. Maana yake kuna hecklers ambao wako station somewhere Ukitaja kitu wanaruka na kichwa, wanaanza hata huwezi kusema kitu maana wanakuderail, and that's why they are here, to try and derail you, not to say anything that is worthwhile. Kwa hivyo at least sasa unaona mahecklers kama hawako, we can discuss anything here, and sometimes hata kusaidiana. Sasa tumejua mambo ya US, mambo ya Canada, labda kuna mwingine ako na mambo ya UK, tunaweza kusaidia hata watu wetu kutoka huko waje waishi, kwani hapa ni kwa mama yangu ama mama yangu. Mtu mwingine anaweza kuja pia ishi hapa kama mimi nilivyokuja, hata mimi nilisaidiwa kuja, si ndio? So tukiongea tukiwa na open mind, bila kujua kusema kwamba unajua Ruto sio babangu, sio kakangu, sio my uncle, sio nani, but I just support him. Kwa hivyo mtu akisema na support Raila, I don't have to be very mad and try look like dunia inaanguka, skies will fall. No, let him be. Wacha kila mtu awe, so that at the short and long of it, kuwe kwamba ni nchi ya Kenya tunalilia, sio binadamu fulani. Maanake sote wote, na nitarudia hivi mara 100, tunachagua wale watu ambao wako katikati yetu, and most likely they are all just like us. Kama wewe sio msafi vile, ujue hata ule unachagua sio msafi, maanake they are coming from the society that we are electing. So tusifikiria ati kutakuwa na nini, kutakuwa na ati na mtu atakuja ati zaidi ya nini ya wengine. It will be the same, lakini kuna wengine obviously watakuja na maarifa, kama vile naona Ruto anafanya, analeta together good minds, wajaribu ku concord something, ku come up with the bottom up economy, which is even in the US pia iko. I'm blessed, nimepena namba yangu. Kuna mama anaitwa I'm blessed hapa, anasema I request your number please. Nimeiandika hapo ama hakuiona?
Iko kwa private. Iko kwa private. I would rather ibaki hapo. Kwa sababu
okay, kama kuna kalamu mwambie ni 905 325 2306. Ujue ni North America, kwa hivyo unaongeza +1 hapo mbele.
Okay, sawa.
Si ameshika hiyo +1 905 325 2306.
Sawa.
Mwandikie, niko nimeiandika hapo na nikanini. So what I'm saying is tusiuane kwa sababu ya wanasiasa. Wanasiasa wenyewe hawauani. Mbona sisi ambayo hatufaidiki na chochote tuwe sisi ndio tunachukua majembe? Ni mtu akisema ni Raila, wacha awe. Mtu akisema ni Ruto, wacha awe. Don't make it look like the heavens are gonna fall on us just because somebody will be elected. Wacha the best candidate win. Mimi hiyo ndio mawaidha yangu na mawazo yangu. Manake mimi nimekuwa kwa siasa kwa miaka mingi na najua vile zinaenda kiasi. Kwa hivyo naelewa kwamba tusipochunga tutapiganishwa na hawa wanasiasa tuna support, na wao wajua wanaweza kuafford kuja hapa, wakae hapa, wakule na wakunywe, wakicheka wanatuona kwa TV tukivunjana vichwa. Kumbuka Rwanda vile ilikuwa, kumbuka nchi zingine nyingi kama Somalia vile imekuwa, kumbuka Sudan. So usichukue siasa na wewe hata sio, you are not a beneficiary of anything. Uichukue as a matter of life and death. It's not important. Wewe kuwa tu you are just a ballot carrier. Uko na kura moja yako, ndio utatupa mahali unataka. Hiyo maneno iishe na wewe.
Kamau, I hope the young people can hear you, because I'm telling you the animosity. Unaona mimi na Mutembe, I understand Mutembe politics, but you will never find me finding Mutembe. You will never. It's never going to happen here. It's not going to happen on the street. Like, even for these young people. I don't know kama ulikuwa hapa when that young man was here earlier, like mentioning Raila in whatever context. It doesn't matter, whatever. I mean, I don't know how the young people, our young people are lost. I mean, they have invested in these politicians. Like unakuta mtu ana defend Ruto, unaona mtu kama Asher ana defending Ruto, lakini jana alienda akasema huyu jamani namdefend, lakini there's something about him that kind of got, and that's how all of them are. So I agree with you when we have to be very careful with these guys, because at the same time, at the end of the day, watu wanakuanga like they have in a way ni kama they are one and the same thing. Unaona kama mtu kama Mutembei, I can guarantee you he has contacts on both sides of the aisle. Watu wanakuanga hivi like if Ruto became, unaona sasa leo Mutembei zile contact nazo kwa the Uhuru government, if Ruto became president today, he still gonna have some contacts in there. Unaelewa? There are some people now who are trying to prop Ruto right now, and in case Raila akue president, they will find themselves in that government.
That's very true. Tujichunge jamani, tujichunge.
We have to be careful. We have to be very careful.
Yeah.
Actually, wale politicians wanaongeanga nao wengi ni wa Ruto. So,
there you go. I know it. Sisi nazidi hapa tukilimana, every day tunakuja tunalimwa hapa, na wale watu wanakulima ni the people like Kayega. Wale watu wanaweza kununulia chai, wanaweza kulipia chai, ukienda ukunywa chai mkao ushindwe kulipa. Lakini all these other guys, we have never met them, we don't know them. We defend them from 6 o'clock in the evening mpaka jioni. And these guys don't give a hoot about you.
Lakini huyo kijana unaongea kuhusu anaitwa David Dolo ni Raila Brigade. Ufai kumguza. Huyo ukimguza
bwana mimi nasema watu lakini akikutusi usirudishe kwa hasira. Just calm down. Ongea tu normal. Manake sasa unajua mimi nimezoea mitandao.
Yes.
And I know kuna maneno mnatupiana, hata wengine wanafikiria mimi ni kijana kama wao, kwa hivyo wanatupia maneno hapa na pale. But I never even reply with anger. I only take it calmly because I know that person is not even insulting me. He's just insulting that name on that device. So I don't even give a damn, But what I like is sobriety. Watu wawe na mawazo ambayo yani ni sober. Usirukie mtu sababu amesema na support huyo ama yule. Why should you? Huyo mtu sio babako, sio kakako, sio mjomba yako, sio wale watu wanastahili kuwa hivyo. Ni mtoto wa Ruto, mtoto wa Raila.
And I agree, and you will never find me tukirudiana na wao. All I'm trying to say is this: these guys have invested so much in these guys that you ask yourself, what are you really going to benefit from him that makes you so passionate about him that you can defend, that you can attack the other person so viciously just because you really believe in them?
Yeah. There's no point.
There is really no point.
There's no point.
Okay, kuna anajiita sisa. Tusikie maneno yako ya mwisho.
Okay.
Sisa.
Sisa hajaongea tangu aje. She is very good.
Mambo Mtembei. Mimi nawasikiza hapa vile mnatupiana maneno, kama wanaongea mara anajirudia. Nawasikiza hapa, isipokuwa ni vile tu mute, nikijaribu comment na mute.
Sasa ongea, sasa uko na microphone, ongea, tunakusikiza.
Yeah, so kuna kitu kama wameongea mwisho hapa, na inaweza kuwa ni ya muhimu kwa zile vitu zote zenye tumeongea sisi tuanze. Umesema vizuri sana kama unajua hawa watu wanasiasa hapa, hakuna mama yangu hapo, hakuna baba yangu. Mimi nitapigana juu ya mzee, mimi nitauliwa, nitaacha familia yangu ikisava. Unaona? So the best thing, na sasa kama sisi wenye tumepata maybe opportunity kwa platform hii ya online, ni advice tu naambia mzee, wacha tuage tu na points, lakini mambo ya kuhusiana ama kuenda kupigana hiyo tuweke kando, because watu unaona after wametupiganisha wao wataenda wakae chini wakule samaki na sisi tuko huko wakituangalia. Unaona?
That's true.
So I might not agree with your point, but itabidi tu ni accept na to move on because we are all platters. Ni siasa tu ndio inakuja inafanya tunadifa. Like now, Kamau, I see you support Ruto. Like me, I don't support Ruto, but I agree with you. But
we are Kenyans.
Yeah, we are all Kenyans. Because unajua, for one, if you are supporting Ruto, that means you are kuna zile vitu umeangalia kwa Ruto, unaona policy zake na ile kitu na ile manifesto yake vile amesema, unaona okay, this guy ako sawa. Na mimi juu na support Raila, na mimi niko na ile msimamo yangu, najua this guy has been fighting for us tangu tuanze na yeye, hatujaipata hiyo opportunity. So na mimi nilisema vile nilianza na yeye, let me fight with him until the last minute, nione hii mambo amekuwa akiniambia atafanya ama atafanya. So that's why you get most of the time ni ngumu sana unitoa hapa unipeleka hapa. But before we support somebody, angalia kwanza huyu mtu ni nini ingine anaenda kuleta mpya. Unajua kama hapa niseme like 2018 Raila akifanya handshake, I was almost to disappear from Raila, but ikafika mahali kumbe na yeye anajua vile anatuchezea, akaleta maneno mengine mzuri, akatuambia sasa nimepata kifunguu ya kuingia State House, hiyo system ndio hiyo. Unaona sasa ametuingiza tena kwa track. Alafu nikiangalia pande nyingine ya hiyo mjamaa wako okay, huyo jamaa mimi ile kitu simpendeangi ni moja, na wacha tu niseme huyu jamaa shida yake ni uongo mtupu. Unaona? Uongo mtupu, anadanganya mchana peupe.
Uongo kama
unaona sasa anatuambia hata mingi, unajua like na anasema atakuja kufanya na baada yako kwa serikali, unaona?
Hiyo tumeeleza bwana.
Okay,
ulikuwa umelala huku sikiza. Nimeeleza vizuri hiyo, lakini sawa, endelea.
Okay, hata kama unasema si from 2017 huyu jamaa hajakuwa kwa serikali, but before then he was in the government since 2012 2013 I mean. So hakuna kitu ingine mpya. I think you understand
Yeah, lakini hiyo tunaweza kujadili, lakini sio wakati huu. Wewe endelea. Ni opinion yako hapa tu, ni kuna mtu anajua. Opinions.
Yeah, so huyu jamaa amekuwa hapo. Alafu na ile kitu ingine sometimes unajua Kamau, ile kitu inatualipia ni mambo na ukabila. Unaona? Ikifika saa ile tunaenda kuvote kama saa hii Kamau, we can talk good nini, but ikifika wewe ukienda kuvote unafika huko unasema mondo wa nyumba. Sasa hiyo sasa unapigia mtu wenu. Unaona? Hiyo ndio kitu, lakini ikifika hii mambo ingine tunajiita sisi ni one Kenya. Ukabila tu, tukimaliza ukabila at least na sana tujaribu kuangalia, don't vote somebody because mtu anatoka mahali fulani nini. Like now you see Mount Kenya people they are like wanasema Uhuru amefanya nini, na ukiangalia like all three arms of government sasa hii ndio wako nazo, wako na executive, wako na judiciary, wako na parliament wako nayo, lakini sasa bado wanalia. Na I have some of my friends, I remember by the 2017 wakati Uhuru alichukua hiyo kitu, this guy they were singing for me, wembe ni ule. Nikamwambia of course Uhuru ametangazwa ni Mkikuyu na wewe ni Mkikuyu na mimi si Mkikuyu, but remember this guy, he has been in this track in 2013. Alifanya nini? Now unaniimbia ukiniambia wembe ni ule. Remember wewe ndio utaumia kuliliko. Unajua mimi hata tukifinywa mpaka mwisho, cause I've tried my best maybe to make some changes, but hao wengine pia maybe hawaoni. Sasa sisi watu wa ODM sometimes hata kama mnatuclaim sisi tunafurahia, hatuna shida yote. Maisha ikitufinya sisi tunafurahia cause we have been playing for this one. lakini nyinyi hamuoni. Until ile siku itafika mseme mtu wetu ya nyumbani hapana, huyu hapana, Ruto hapana, wacha tuchague mtu fulani ndiye anaweza tusaidia ama ndiye anaweza change. Lakini hawa watu hizi unajua hii karata yenye inapigwa saa hii, hata vile mnaona eti Uhuru Kenyatta anafanya hivi, pale kuna mchezo ya Moi inaletwa ndani. Unanipata?
Nakupata, lakini swali ni hili. Sasa Raila amekuwa kwa serikali tangu 2018 mpaka sasa. Amefanya nini? Kama ingekuwa kama angekuwa Uhuru ni mbaya na vile Raila alikuwa amekudanganya. Raila ndio mwongo zaidi. Hebu niseme hiyo. Raila ndio mwongo zaidi. Amewadanganya, lakini nyinyi hamna macho. Ama ile Yesu walisema mna macho lakini hamuoni. Amewadanganya, akawadanganya, sasa bado anawadanganya na hapo kwa serikali na hamuoni, lakini anawaambia sijui atawaambia nini wakati wa uchaguzi, hata mimi sielewi. Lakini mimi watu wa ODM nili give up na wao, maana kweli hao mimi usema ni zealots, yani kama ukisoma Biblia unaona but mimi I just gave up on them because nilijua hawawezi kuwabadilisha. Sisi angalia Mount Kenya this time atupigii mtu wa kabila letu kura, tunapigia mtu Mkalenjin. Ruto ni Mkalenjin, sio Mkikuyu by the way, kama hukujua hivyo.
Sema wewe ndio unampigia.
No, nasema mambo ya Mount Kenya manake mimi ni mmoja wao. Na tuko wengi. Ukiuliza Mutembei iko ground atakwambia hivyo ndivyo ground inaenda. Na hakuna mtu atazuia hiyo. Hebu wacha tusiingie kwa siasa sababu saa zinaenda. Wacha unajua mimi mwanasiasa bwana. Ukileta siasa tutaongea mpaka usilale bwana. Mimi ni mwanasiasa na siasa nazielewa. Kwa hivyo sifunzwi na nazielewa. Nimeparticipate kutoka miaka ya zamani. Maana mimi sio kijana, mimi nimekuweko, nimekula chumvi karibu gunia moja sasa. Kwa hivyo kitu nakwambia ni kwamba fungueni macho hata nyinyi watu wa ODM. Mkidanganywa mnaona huyu mzee anatupeleka tena, mzee amezeeka sasa hata kutembea na wobo na kama nini bwana. Sasa namna gani? Kuchukua kijana anaitwa Ruto. At least utapata kitu ambayo ina future. Sasa huyu mzee bwana, hata nyinyi wakati mwingine. Anyway, wacha tusiingie kwa siasa.
Sasa okay, wacha nikuulize swali kidogo. Umesema vizuri huwa tunadanganywa na Raila. Na swali langu ni hii. Kama unasema saa hii tuchukue Ruto. Does it mean tukichagua kiongozi aidha nimemchagua ama sijamchagua sifai kupata maendeleo?
Na sijasema hivyo.
Okay, then what does it mean ukiniambia nichague Ruto? Because Ruto amekuwa kwa serikali, basi mbona achatusaidia ndio tuone
Ruto
ukimchagua zaidi atatusaidia.
Yangu wacha tuongee ukweli ambao wa kila mtu tukisema hapa kila mtu anauona. Wakati Ruto alikuwa kwa serikali first term, labda kwa nyumba, labda huko kwenye Kisii kwa nyumba ile ya matope hata stima mlipata ndani. Kama una ukweli, unaongea ukweli, hata barabara mlijengewa huko kwenyu. Wakati kulikuwa na nini? Wakati Ruto alikuwa kwa serikali, pesa tulikuwa nazo kwa mfuko wa Kenya. Walikuwa nazo. Wakati ambapo Ruto alikuwa serikali, mambo hayakuwa mezorota vile mezorota. Sasa Raila ameingia, kila mtu analia, karibu tupiga Uhuru na mawe. Sababu ni kubaya ndugu yangu. Kwani wewe unaishi Kenya? Mimi naishi ng'ambo na wewe unaishi Kenya na uone.
Hiyo ni uongo. Hiyo ni uongo, wewe ni mzee na naheshimu miaka yako, lakini hapo hatukubaliani.
Can I say something?
Usiniambie for one mtembei kidogo. For one kidogo tu mtembei. For one ukiniambia Ruto hayuko kwa serikali na saa hii yeye ndio deputy
please don't bring those. That is technical. Kila mtu hata mtoto anajua Ruto yuko kwa serikali. Don't bring that please. Let's talk.
Okay, wacha nimalize. Wacha nimalize sasa. Nikitaja Ruto uzingizi na
yani ukiongea vitu as make sense. Everybody knows Ruto is in the government but he's not doing anything. Raila ndio kusema. So let us talk like an adult. Let's not waste each other's time.
True. That's very true. I support that 100%.
Okay, kama yeye ndio kusema sasa nikiangalia sisi 2013 na sisi 2017 mpaka hiyo wakati mwingine sasa
unasikia akisema reggae must go on. Sasa badala aseme reggae must go on, si angesema ni lazima watu wangu wapate vaccine.
Kabisa. Kwa serikali. Ninyi watu wa ODM funguangeni macho kidogo bwana, muone mkamwangaza kidogo.
Raila akona kitu gani kama
unajua kwa ODM ni kama kwa shabiki kwa
ngoja kama unijibu. Raila akona kitu gani kwa serikali?
Ngoja anafanya kazi ya East Africa sijui what hii yenye huwa anakuwa na
hiyo ni ya AUC ya government ya Kenya.
No, but it is an appointment from the president.
Yes.
From the president. Kwenda. There is no way anaweza pata hiyo job kama si from preso.
Wapi ulisoma hivyo ati president ndiye anaappoint watu wa AU?
Mutembei.
Kuulize alichaguliwa through which means ni president alimnominate.
AU ndiye ilimchagua.
Uongo.
The guy is
let me get it for you.
Huyo ndiye Afrika.
Postia hapa kwa message uone.
Wacha. Unaona hata Mkisa Kitui, si alikuwa UNCTAD. Hawezi kwenda hapo bila kuchaguliwa na serikali ya nchi yake. Kila mtu unaona katika UN anachaguliwa na serikali ya nchi yake, lazima impatie a good recommendation letter ili aende akafanye huko. Raila alichaguliwa na Uhuru. Kwa hivyo mtu akikwambia Raila hakuchaguliwa na Uhuru.
Let's talk the truth so we can get to the bottom of how to solve the problems of our country. We all know what's going on. So let's not fool each other. Let's not waste time. Time is money. Let us talk the truth, which we all know, and then that we can go forward. We're not trying to attack, but don't also try to sugarcoat. Let us be true. Umesema you don't like Ruto because he's not truthful, but now you're not being truthful yourself.
Actually ndio wangu huyo. Straight to the point.
Jackson, to pay your final remarks.
Unajua Gunso wa Mtembei wamelala akina David Olo na Rupia. Sasa unaona Mtembei amerelax.
Hao wana kitu anasema ya muhimu.
Hao watakuheko mpaka uwezi ongea.
Leo saa 2 tuko hapa na wao.
Hiyo masaa mimi siingiangi, kazi yangu inakuanga kufollow.
Hey, whatever what happened earlier today, I was talking and then my internet failed.
Kuna kitu tulikuwa tunafunza watu mambo ya support Raila.
Mtembei alitufungia nje. Alitaka tu iwe ni propaganda ya ODM.
Hapana, wacha kusema propaganda.
Sasa ni kujoke na joke.
Naelewa.
Unajua Mtembei akiona Rupia, sasa Mtembei akiona Rupia aone Ayaga, aone Kizito. Kabla mtu kama Kamau aongeze kwa hao watu, atangojea tu hours.
You know, like today, anani Rupia aliona Ayaga, akaniambia let Ashley speak. Akasema jua alikuwa anajua Ayaga atanirukia.
Mtembei is very cunning. Unajua akiona tu hiyo list kamejaa wa jamaa. Kwa UDA kuingia hapo ni ngumu.
Anapata nguvu.
Nataka conversation ikuwe lively. Unajua sasa
anapenda mahali watu wanakorogana.
Inakuanga ni poa, anajaribu kufanya balancing. Ana balance kidogo. Juu watu ODM obvious tunakuanga tuko wengi. Na makelele yetu hamwezi zima midomo yetu. Hiyo ni kitu tulibarikiwa nayo.
Mara mingi sisi si ati mnakuaga wengi, ni juu ya kelele iko juu. Kelele ndio inakuaga juu, mnaona kama mko wengi.
But you know what?
Hapana, tuko wengi.
So that we can have more people, and also we can be able to attract more people to the group from all forums, so we can be able to come up with something substantive.
That's true.
But then become a heckler, you know, like we'll be dismissed as like a heckling match. Yeah, we
Siza
might
kuna mtu anakuambia
to
hapa
make our forum to be something that can be held up, something people can talk about as the new thing. Si pahali pa kwenda kuheko. We don't reduce ourselves to that standard.
Lakini ukiweka Yaga hapo na huyo jamaa mwingine mpya huyo amekuja leo Olo.
But Yaga amechange. Hata Olo atachange.
Yaga ameimprove sana, hata mimi nimeona for
hata Danrai kitambo alikuwa anakuja hapo watu wanasema atolewe. Na siku hizi hata akikuja anaongea vizuri sana. Hata huyu Olo atashika laini.
Huyo ni kila mbaya.
Kwani huyo Oro amefanya nini? Nasikia kila mtu anamwongea hata kwa comment.
Hata leo nilisema jina yake ananiambia what are you saying about my name? Nikamwambia
lakini unaona huyo ndio dawa
anaenda kwa keyboard.
Unafikiria hata Ashley anakuanga chini, isipokuwa asipopata mtu kama Oro atamkanya. Ashley atakuleta mbio. Sasa hapo wakikongana hivi, Oro ndio dawa yake. Huwa anacheka tu narudi nyuma.
Ukitaka kujua Ashley anaweza waka moto, ni ulete Angel. Anatango Angel. Angela, sorry. Ukileta Angela, kuna kamoto huwa kanawaka hapo nyuma. So my closing remarks, if we can stop making politics like football. Unajua mara mingi unakuta mse ana support Chelsea, wengine ana support Arsenal, na some even become suicidal when Arsenal does not perform well. Politics is not like football, like that you are a fan or a fanatic. Politics, it should be, it is you making a decision that Flani will be my leader, Flani will not be my leader. It is not football, because your choices ndio zitakuwa affect for 5 years. This is not a score. It's not about we have scored, our candidate has won. No, it is that this candidate who comes to power will deliver. My children will go to school. They will get equal share of CDFs. Healthcare will be met. Vaccines will be available. The roads will be constructed. Schools will be built. That is the leader that we need to put into power. Not like how we support Arsenal. At Arsenal lazima wafunge, and we can even bet for them and all. But politics is different from football, and we tend to support it. Mse wa ODM ana behave kama mse wa Man U, mse wa UDA ana behave kama mse wa Chelsea, and we defend our person without asking ourselves that even akichaguliwa huyu mtu hata kujua, hata haikuja kwako, hata hiyo kura yako hata itambua. In fact, akienda bunge ataanza kusema mimi ni wa chama fulani. Inakuwa ni mambo na party politics. They forget that even before the parties, they were the voters who put them there. So basically, I would wish to encourage our young brothers outside there. When you vote, go vote not because of party lines, not because of the leader mwenye uko juu na siasa zake. Let's go above the lies, the hatred, the propagandas that go around, because some of the things even we know about some of our leaders, zingine ni sheer propaganda. There is no truth behind them. So if we can get the leaders, if we can elect our leaders from an open mind, from an informed perspective, and you as a voter, it is high time when what we call resolutions. You decide, last time this is how I voted. This time when I vote, I will vote based on information, based on performance of the previous regime. I will not vote because this person ameniambia atafanya. I will ask myself, what has he done at the moment? What will he do if given power? I'll assess my leader before I choose. And if I do that, I might end up making a good decision. And I would like to greet Randall. Randall, thank you for following us. We love you, guy. Thank you so much. And every other person who follows us diligently, you guys have been amazing. Mtembei, thank you for the platform. Kamau, Ashley, you guys have been close. We thank you so much. We thank you. You are the guys we need to make our country proud. So if we can have such and more, I'm sure eventually we'll have a country of people well informed, ready to do the right thing. Right. Thank you.
Okay, Ashley.
Thank you so much for the platform, Mutembei, and for the other participants. Thank you for your contribution. I have something short, and I just wanted to say, you know, sometimes when people come to the show, which I don't always do, but if you show people you care for them, they will listen to what you're saying. If you convince them that you care for them, because sometimes people are hostile because they already think you don't like them. But people, if they knew that you care for them and for their welfare, they would be more receptive to what you say or what I say. So that is what I am working on doing. And I hope that with time we'll make our country a better country for everybody. So when we see, like now, there is this proposal of the degree, it's been taken to court. And you're like, how comes these leaders who have time to try and oppose this law don't have time to come and stand strong on the government to vaccinate its people? So even if you're in UDA and you see UDA is missing it, I think we also need to call them out, because at the end of the day, they should serve us. Thank you.
Okay,
And then
asante
before I
sana.
forget,
Okay.
Happy Father's Day to all fathers out there. Mtembei, together with your 10 wives, I hope you have children. Happy
Thank
Father's
you.
Day, Mr. Kamau, you said you have children. Happy Father's Day, Ashley. Happy Father's Day to your hubby if you have one, and everyone else. Happy Father's Day to all of you.
Thank you. Happy Father's Day, Jakes.
Okay, kama nitakutafuta after this tutaongea mambo mingi.
Wewe nitafute
Happy
namba.
Father's Day, everybody.
Namba yangu uko nayo?
Yes, yes.
Sasa wewe kunipigia tu, simu yangu haizimwi hata usiku ama mchana, yangu inakuanga ni kama ya public. Ukinipigia wakati wote ninachukua tu, lakini sipochukua unajua nimelala.
Sawa.
Do you have contact with Miguna?
Yes, I used to come. I campaigned for him in Nairobi, for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat. I was the what mambo private.
Mwambie kuje kesho. Mwambie kuje kesho to entertain.
Squeeze tulikosana sababu tangu arudishwe nini. Akisema sikumsupport, sijui nilikuwa nimsupport.
Mwambie sasa unataka kumsupport, kuna forum inamuitisha.
Oh, jamaa wacha naye.
Okay, good night.
Okay. Good night, good people.
Yeah, if I wanted him I could get it. Nafikiri bado niko na namba yake. Ama ni manake wakati mwingine tamii. Unajua hakuna kitu tunaomba. Kwa hivyo mwingine ukikasirika unafuta namba hizo na.
Aya, sawa. Goodbye guys. And good night.
Thank you. Good night everybody. Thank you Ashley.